Sophia Bennett has always believed in keeping boundaries. As a tutor, she knows the rules. Maintain professionalism, keep distance, never get involved with the parents. Especially not the devastatingly handsome single fathers who look at you like they can see straight through to your soul. But rules become meaningless when you're standing in the moonlight with a man who shouldn't want you, whose eyes glow amber in the darkness, whose touch burns hotter than any humans ever could. Sophia doesn't remember when she first noticed something was different about Stephen Owen. Maybe it was the way he moved, too fluid, too predatory. Maybe it was how his son, 8-year-old Tyler, sometimes spoke about the wolf like it was a member of the family. Maybe it was the night she'd hear howling in the woods behind the Owen estate and see Stephen's bedroom empty, his bed cold. Or maybe it was the night she saw him change. Now, standing in his study at midnight, watching him pace like a caged animal, Sophia knows 3 things for certain. 1. Stephen Owen is not entirely human. 2. The connection between them is dangerous, forbidden, and absolutely undeniable. 3. Whatever is hunting in the woods outside isn't just after the local wildlife anymore. It's after Tyler. And Sophia will have to decide, run from the impossible truth, or step into a world where the man she's falling for transforms under the full moon, where his son carries secrets in his blood, and where loving Stephen Owen might cost her everything she thought she knew about reality, because by day, she's just the tutor, but by night, she's becoming something she never imagined. Chapter 1. The Interview. The Owen estate sits at the edge of Coldwater Ridge like a beautiful, brooding secret. Sophia's beat-up Honda feels out of place as she pulls up the winding driveway, gravel crunching under her tires. The the mansion looms ahead, all dark wood and stone, surrounded by towering pines that seem to whisper warnings in the October wind. She checks her reflection in the rearview mirror one last time. Professional blazer, check. Resume printed on expensive paper, check. Confidence she absolutely doesn't feel. Fake it till you make it. She needs this job. After her last tutoring position ended abruptly, the family relocated to Singapore with 2 days' notice. Sophia's been living off ramen and the dwindling remains of her savings. The ad for this position seemed almost too good to be true. Private tutoring for 1 student, live-in position available, generous salary, discretion appreciated. That last part had given her pause. But desperation makes you ignore red flags. The front door opens before she can knock. Ms. Bennett. Sophia looks up and up at the man filling the doorway. Stephen Owen is nothing like his photo on the school district website. That picture showed a handsome but forgettable businessman in a suit. The man before her is something else entirely. He's tall, easily 6'3", with broad shoulders that strain against his black Henley. His dark hair is slightly too long, falling across a face that's all sharp angles and shadowed intensity. But it's his eyes that steal her breath, pale gray, almost silver, watching her with a focus that feels almost predatory. Mr. Owen, she manages, extending her hand. Thank you for seeing me. His hand engulfs hers. His skin is warm, hot, and the contact sends an unexpected jolt up her arm. His nostrils flare slightly, and something flickers across his face. Surprise? Recognition? He releases her hand quickly. Too quickly. Come in. His voice is deep, rough around the edges. Please. The interior of the house matches the exterior. Expensive, dark, and somehow wild, despite all the refinement. Exposed beams cross the vaulted ceiling. A massive stone fireplace dominates one wall. The furniture is leather and wood, masculine and solid. But it's the photographs that catch Sophia's attention. They're everywhere, a small boy at various ages, always smiling, always with the same untamed dark hair and bright eyes. Tyler, Stephen says, following her gaze. He's 8. Bright kid. Too bright. Sometimes. The school report said he's been struggling. Stephen's jaw tightens. The school doesn't understand him. They want to put him on medication. Say he can't focus, that he's too energetic. The word comes out bitter. He doesn't need drugs. He needs someone who sees him, who can work with his nature. There's something weighted in that last word, but Sophia can't quite grasp it. I'd like to meet him, she says. He's out back. I'll take you. Stephen leads her through the house, and Sophia finds herself noticing things she shouldn't. The way he moves, silent despite his size. The way his shoulders fill the doorway. The way her pulse quickens when he glances back at her. Those strange silver eyes assessing. Professional. she reminds herself. You need this job. The back of the property opens onto acres of forest. A large yard separates the house from the tree line, and in the middle of that yard, a small boy is wrestling with a dog? No. Not a dog. Sophia stops dead. Is that a wolf? Wolf-dog hybrid, Stephen says quickly. Too quickly. Rescue. Tyler's convinced they're best friends. The animal is huge, nearly as large as the child, with thick gray fur and amber eyes. It's play fighting with Tyler, gentle despite its size, letting the boy tackle it and roll around in the grass. Tyler's laughter rings out, pure and joyful, and something in Sophia's chest loosens. Whatever problems this kid has at school, he's happy here. Free. Tyler. Stephen calls. Come here, son. Someone I want you to meet. The boy's head snaps up with unnatural speed. For a moment, just a moment, his eyes catch the light and flash amber, exactly like the wolf dog's. Sophia blinks, and it's gone, just a trick of the afternoon sun. Tyler runs over, the wolf dog loping behind him. Up close, the boy is beautiful, wild dark hair, high cheekbones, those startling bright eyes that seem to see everything. He's covered in grass, stains, and dirt, completely unconcerned. Hi, he says, grinning up at her. Then his nose wrinkles. You smell like books, and coffee, and lavender? Sophia laughs, surprised. I use lavender lotion. Good nose. Something passes between father and son, a look she can't interpret. Tyler, this is Miss Bennett, Stephen says. She might be your new tutor. I don't need a tutor, Tyler says. But there's no hostility in it. Just fact. School is boring. They want me to sit still all day and do worksheets about things I already know. Why would I need help with that? Because, Stephen says patiently, you need to pass 3rd grade, and you can't do that if you keep climbing out the window during math class. Tyler grins. That was only twice. 3 times. The 3rd time doesn't count. I came right back. Sophia tries not to smile. She fails. Tyler catches it and his grin widens. You think it's funny. I think you're smart enough to know when you're pushing boundaries, Sophia says. And I think you're bored. School's not challenging you. Tyler's eyes widen. He looks at his father, then back to her. Nobody ever says that. They just say I'm a problem. You're not a problem, Sophia says firmly. You're a bright kid stuck in a system that doesn't fit you. That's not your fault. The boy moves closer, studying her with that unsettling intensity she'd seen in his father. Can you teach me about stars? And old languages? And why wolves howl at the moon? I can teach you about all of that, Sophia says. If your dad hires me, he will, Tyler says confidently. Then, to Stephen. She's good. I can tell. Stephen looks at her. And again, Sophia feels that jolt of recognition, of something passing between them that shouldn't exist between strangers. Can we talk inside? He asks. About the position. Back in his study, Stephen closes the door and leans against his desk, arms crossed. The room is lined with books, papers scattered across the massive oak desk, and more photographs of Tyler. I need to be honest with you, Stephen says. This position isn't typical. I gathered that from the discretion appreciated note. His mouth quirks in something almost like a smile. Tyler is special. He needs someone who won't judge him, who won't try to change him into something he's not. I'm not here to change anyone, Sophia says. I'm here to help him learn. He also needs someone who can handle unusual circumstances, flexible hours, sometimes very late or very early. The position is live-in because there will be nights when he needs supervision while I'm unavailable. There's that weight again, that sense of something unsaid. How often will you be unavailable? Once a month usually, for a few nights. He meets her eyes. I travel for business. It's non-negotiable. Something about the way he says it makes Sophia think business is not exactly accurate. But she needs this job, and nothing he's describing is dangerous. Unusual, yes, but not dangerous. I can do that, she says. The pay is triple what you'd make at a regular tutoring position, Stephen continues. Room and board included. You'd have your own wing of the house. Full access to the grounds. But, he hesitates. If you see or hear anything strange, anything you don't understand, you don't talk about it. To anyone. Non-disclosure agreement is part of the contract. Red flag. Definite red flag. Sophia should walk away. She should thank him politely and leave. But she thinks of her empty bank account, her student loans, the eviction notice sitting on her apartment counter, and she thinks of Tyler, bright and wild and misunderstood, needing someone who sees him. Can I see the contract? Stephen's shoulders relax slightly. He pulls out a thick folder and hands it to her. Read it carefully. Take your time. If you have questions, ask. Sophia sits and reads. The contract is comprehensive salary. Holy hell, that's a lot of money. Duties, hours, confidentiality clause, termination conditions. Everything seems standard except for one clause. Employee acknowledges that the Owen family maintains private cultural practices and traditions that must not be disclosed to outside parties. Employee agrees to respect these practices without question or interference. Cultural practices? Sophia asks. Family traditions, Stephen says. Nothing that will affect you directly, but privacy is paramount. It's vague enough to be worrying, specific enough to be legally binding. Sophia should ask more questions. She should definitely ask more questions. Instead, she finds herself saying, "Where do I sign?" That night, alone in her new rooms, a bedroom, bathroom, and small sitting area that are bigger than her entire apartment, Sophia wonders what she's gotten herself into. The wing Stephen mentioned is actually the entire third floor. Her windows overlook the forest, where the moon hangs full and heavy, painting everything silver. She unpacks her few belongings, trying not to feel out of place among the expensive furniture and art. This is temporary, she tells herself. A year, maybe 2, until she's saved enough to pursue her real dreams. A howl echoes from the forest. Sophia moves to the window, peering out into the darkness. The sound comes again, mournful, wild, and somehow lonely. Movement catches her eye. Down in the yard, a figure emerges from the house. Stephen. He's shirtless despite the October cold, wearing only loose sweatpants. Even from 3 floors up, Sophia can see the muscles moving under his skin as he walks toward the tree line. He shouldn't be out there. Not alone. Not at night with wolves nearby. She watches him pause at the edge of the forest, looking up at the moon. His whole body is tense, trembling. Then he steps into the shadows and vanishes. The howling comes again, closer now. Sophia tells herself she imagined the way his body seemed to shift in that last moment before the darkness swallowed him. Tells herself it was just a trick of the moonlight that made his shadow look wrong, too large, too shaped like something that walked on 4 legs instead of 2. Tells herself that the answering howl that echoes through the forest doesn't sound anything like the call of a wolf. But as she finally climbs into bed, Sophia knows she's lying. She knows something is very, very strange about the Owen family. And despite every instinct screaming at her to run, she finds herself wanting to stay, wanting to understand, wanting God help her to see those silver eyes again and figure out why they make her heart race and her skin flush and her body respond in ways that have nothing to do with fear. By day, she's the tutor. But by night? By night, she's starting to suspect she's stepped into a story she doesn't yet know how to read. A story written in moonlight and howls and the heated touch of a man who is decidedly not what he seems. Chapter 2. The mistake. Stephen knows he's made a mistake the moment Sophia Bennett's scent hits him. Lavender and coffee, and something uniquely her, warm, intelligent, with an underlying sweetness that makes his wolf surge forward with interest. He'd barely managed to control his reaction at the door, barely kept his eyes from flashing, barely stopped himself from leaning in and breathing deeper. Unacceptable. He doesn't need complications. He especially doesn't need complications that smell like heaven and look at his son with genuine understanding instead of fear or pity. But Tyler needs help. The school is threatening expulsion, and Stephen can't have social services sniffing around, asking questions about why an 8-year-old has behavioral issues that mysteriously worsen every full moon. Why the boy can hear things he shouldn't, move faster than humans, why he sometimes forgets and lets his eyes flash amber in frustration. Tyler is only half shifter, his mother was human, but the wolf in him is strong, too strong for a child to control without guidance, and Stephen is failing at teaching him. Because Stephen can barely control his own wolf lately. It's been 3 years since Geneva died. 3 years since the fire that took his wife and nearly took his son. 3 years of barely holding his pack together, raising Tyler alone, fighting the grief that threatens to drag him under every full moon. 3 years of being so carefully, desperately alone. And now Sophia Bennett is living in his house, smelling like temptation, looking at him with those sharp hazel eyes that seem to see too much. He watches from his office window as she and Tyler work in the garden. It's been a week since she started, and already the change in his son is remarkable. Tyler sits still for her lessons, actual lessons about astronomy and mythology and languages, not the dumbed-down worksheets the school provided. He laughs, engages, focuses in ways Stephen hasn't seen since before Geneva's death. And Sophia. God. Sophia glows when she teaches. Her whole face lights up, her hands moving as she explains constellations, pointing at the sky even though it's midday. Tyler is captivated. Stephen is captivated. Which is the problem? Boss. Stephen turns to find Israel, his second in command, standing in the doorway. The beta shifter's nose wrinkles slightly. He can smell Stephen's distraction, his interest, his arousal. Don't, Stephen warns. Didn't say anything. Israel grins. But the new tutor is off limits. Good with Tyler. I was going to say good with Tyler. Israel's grin widens. But interesting, that's where your mind went. Stephen growls, low and warning. Israel just laughs. The pack wants to meet her. Israel says, serious now. She's living in pack territory. They need to know her scent, know she's under protection. No. Stephen. She's human. Completely human. She doesn't need to know about us. She lives here. During the full moon. Israel crosses his arms. You really think she won't notice when half the staff disappears into the woods? When she hears howling from inside the house? He has a point. Stephen has been so focused on hiring someone to help Tyler that he hadn't fully thought through the logistics of having a human living here during moon cycles. We'll be careful, Stephen says. She stays in her wing during full moons. I'll tell her it's a safety precaution because of the wildlife. And when Tyler shifts for the first time. Because it's coming, Stephen. Soon. Maybe next moon, maybe the one after. But it's coming, and he's going to need help. And she's going to have questions when the kid she's tutoring suddenly sprouts fur and fangs. Stephen's stomach drops. He knows Israel is right. Tyler has been showing signs, the increased aggression, the way his eyes flash more frequently, how he complains about his bones hurting. First shift usually happens between 8 and 10 for half shifters. Tyler just turned 8. I'll handle it, Stephen says. Will you? Or will you keep avoiding the pretty tutor who makes you lose your famous control? Get out. Israel leaves, still grinning, and Stephen turns back to the window. Sophia is standing now, brushing dirt off her jeans. Jeans that fit far too well. Hugging curves that Stephen has absolutely no business noticing. Her honey blonde hair is pulled back in a ponytail, and there's a smudge of dirt on her cheek that makes her look younger, softer. As if sensing his gaze, she looks up. Their eyes meet across the distance. Even from here, Stephen can see her breath catch. Can almost hear her heartbeat quicken. The wind shifts, bringing her scent stronger, and his wolf surges forward with a possessive rumble. Mine, it says. Mate. No, Stephen tells it firmly. Absolutely not. But his wolf has never been good at listening. The full moon is 2 nights away, and Stephen is losing his mind. It's not just the moon though that's bad enough, pulling at his wolf, making him restless and aggressive. It's Sophia. She's everywhere. At breakfast with Tyler, smelling like sleep and something sweet. In the library, curled up in his favorite chair, reading mythology texts. In the garden, laughing at something Tyler said. In his thoughts, his dreams, his every waking moment. This morning he'd come downstairs to find her making coffee in his kitchen, wearing sleep shorts and a tank top that revealed far too much soft skin. She'd smiled at him, just a friendly good morning smile, and he'd nearly shifted right there. His wolf demanding he close the distance between them, pin her against the counter, bury his face in her neck, and he'd turned and left without coffee. Now it's evening, Tyler is asleep, and Stephen is trying to work in his study, trying and failing because he can hear Sophia moving around upstairs. Water running, she's in the shower. His wolf immediately supplies detailed imagery of water sliding over curves, steam and soap. And, stop. A knock on his door makes him jump. Mr. Owen? Of course. Of course she's here, smelling like vanilla body wash and clean skin, wearing leggings and an oversized sweater that slides off one shoulder, revealing her collarbone. Stephen grips the edge of his desk. Sophia, what do you need? I wanted to talk to you about Tyler. She steps into the office, and Stephen's space immediately feels too small. I've noticed some patterns in his behavior that I think we should discuss. Patterns? He's brilliant, we both know that. But there's something else. He has these moments where he seems overwhelmed. Like he's hearing or sensing things that I can't. and his emotions are incredibly intense. Joy, anger, frustration, he feels everything at like volume 10. Because he's a wolf cub learning to control heightened senses. Because every smell, every sound, every emotion is amplified by the beast inside him. Stephen can't say any of that. He's a sensitive kid, he manages. It's more than that. Sophia moves closer, and Stephen's wolf perks up with interest. I think he might be neurodivergent. Maybe highly sensitive person syndrome, or sensory processing issues. There are techniques we could use to help him manage. He's fine. Mr. Owen. Stephen. Just Stephen. Stephen, she says, and his name in her mouth does things to him it absolutely shouldn't. I'm not criticizing. I'm trying to help. If Tyler has sensory sensitivities, there are ways to make his environment more comfortable. Noise-canceling headphones for overwhelming situations, weighted blankets for anxiety, dietary changes that might help. I appreciate your concern. Stephen stands, needing to end this conversation before he does something stupid. But Tyler's needs are being met. Sophia's jaw sets. Are they? Because from where I'm standing, you're raising a boy who thinks he's broken because the world is too much for him. I'm offering solutions. And you're shutting me down without even. You've been here a week, Stephen snaps. You don't know my son. I know he cried yesterday because he heard something in the woods that scared him, and when I asked you about it, you said it was nothing. I know he won't sleep without checking every lock in the house. I know he has nightmares about fire and smoke, and that's enough. His voice comes out as a growl, an actual growl, and Sophia's eyes widen. For a moment, he sees fear flash across her face. Good. She should be afraid. She should run from this house and never look back. But she doesn't run. Instead, she steps closer. What are you afraid of? She asks softly. That I'll judge him? Judge you? I'm not here to hurt your family, Stephen. I'm here to help. You can't help with this. Try me. They're standing too close now. Stephen can feel the heat of her body, can smell the rapid flutter of her pulse, can see the way her pupils dilate slightly as she looks up at him. She's attracted to him. His wolf preens at the realization, even as Stephen curses internally. This can't happen. You should go, he says roughly. Stephen. Sophia. Please. Go. Hurt flashes across her face, but she nods and turns toward the door. Relief and regret war in Stephen's chest. She pauses at the threshold. For what it's worth, Tyler told me today that he feels safer with me here, that he doesn't feel like such a freak anymore because I don't look at him like he's wrong. She glances back. Maybe think about why you're so determined to keep everyone at a distance, because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're both lonely. And you don't have to be. Then she's gone, leaving Stephen alone with his wolf howling in protest. The next evening, Israel finds Stephen splitting firewood behind the house with excessive violence. Feel better? The beta asks. No. Stephen swings the axe again, splitting a log cleanly. Did you need something? Full moon's tomorrow night. Security is set. The pack will be in the east woods. But Stephen. Israel hesitates. Your control is slipping. I can smell it. Every shifter in a 10-mile radius can smell it. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're attracted to the human tutor, your wolf is screaming for her, and you're about to spend a full moon fighting your instincts instead of running them out. That's dangerous. I said I'm fine. And I'm saying that if you lose control tomorrow night, if your wolf decides it wants what it wants badly enough to override your human side, that girl upstairs becomes a target. Your target. Stephen drives the axe into the stump. I would never hurt her. Not intentionally. But wolves mate for life, Stephen, and yours seems to think it's found its match. You need to either claim her or put serious distance between you before the moon rises. She's human. Humans can become pack. No. Stephen rounds on him. Geneva was human. Look how that ended. Israel's expression softens. The fire wasn't your fault, wasn't it? I'm the one who bit her, who turned her against her will because I couldn't control myself. I'm the one who made her into something she never wanted to be. And when she couldn't handle it anymore, when the wolf made her crazy, she made her choice. Because I gave her no other option. Stephen's voice breaks. I loved her, and I destroyed her. I won't do that again. Sophia isn't Geneva. It doesn't matter. I'm not risking it. Israel studies him for a long moment. Then you need to send her away. Because keeping her this close while denying what you both feel, that's its own kind of cruelty. He leaves Stephen alone with his thoughts and his guilt, and the growing certainty that Israel is right. Tomorrow night, the moon will rise. His wolf will demand its freedom. And if Sophia is anywhere nearby, if he catches her scent on the wind. Stephen goes back inside and finds paper and pen. The letter is brief. Sophia, I need you to take Tyler to town tomorrow evening and stay there overnight. Book a hotel, expense it. There's a pack initiation ceremony that you cannot witness. Take him to dinner, to a movie. Keep him distracted. Do not come back until I call you Saturday morning. This is non-negotiable. Stephen. He slides it under her door and returns to his study, where he pours 3 fingers of whiskey, and doesn't let himself think about honey blonde hair and hazel eyes and a woman who looks at his broken son like he's something precious. His wolf howls mournfully. Stephen drinks and pretends he doesn't hear it. The note is waiting for her when she returns from putting Tyler to bed. Sophia reads it once, twice, 3 times. Pack initiation ceremony. The words stick. Pack. Like wolves. Like the wolf dog that follows Tyler everywhere. Like the howling she hears every night from the forest. Like the way Stephen sometimes moves too quickly, too silently. Like the way his eyes occasionally catch the light wrong, flashing silver gold instead of just gray. Sophia thinks of Tyler saying, "Dad says I have to learn control before I'm ready." Ready for what? She thinks of the staff that appear and disappear without warning, always around the same time each month. She thinks of the warning in the contract, private cultural practices and traditions. And she thinks of last night, when she'd looked out her window and seen figures moving through the woods. Large figures. Moving on 4 legs instead of 2. Sophia sits on her bed, note in hand, and faces a truth she's been avoiding for 2 weeks. The Owen family isn't human. Not entirely. And she has no idea what she's supposed to do with that information. Chapter 3. The Truth in the Moonlight. Sophia doesn't take Tyler to town. She knows she should. Stephen's note was clear, a command, really, not a request. But something in her rebels against being ordered away from her own home. And when did she start thinking of the Owen estate as home? More than that, she needs answers. So she tells Tyler they're having a movie marathon in the 3rd floor media room. A space she's discovered is essentially soundproofed, with thick walls and no windows facing the forest. She makes popcorn, queues up 3 Marvel movies, and watches as the sun sets beyond the curtained windows. Tyler is unusually restless, fidgeting through the first movie, his attention drifting constantly. "You okay?" Sophia asks during a bathroom break. "My skin feels weird," Tyler says, scratching at his arms. "Like it's too tight, and everything is too loud. The popcorn sounds like explosions." Sophia's heart clenches. She crouches to his level. "Does this happen a lot?" "Sometimes. Usually when the moon is full." He looks at her with those 2 bright eyes. "Dad says it's normal. That it'll get easier when I'm older." "What will get easier?" Tyler's mouth opens, then closes. "I'm not supposed to talk about it." "Tyler, can we just watch the movie, please?" She lets it go, but her mind races. Full moon, heightened senses, control that needs to be learned. By the time the 3rd movie starts, it's nearly 11 p.m., and Tyler has fallen asleep against her shoulder. Sophia carefully extracts herself and carries him to his room. He's heavier than he looks, solid muscle for an 8-year-old, and tucks him in. The wolf dog is already there, curled on the floor beside Tyler's bed. It lifts its massive head as Sophia enters, amber eyes watching her with unsettling intelligence. "Keep him safe," Sophia whispers. The animal's tail thumps once against the floor. "Agreement? Understanding?" Sophia shakes her head at herself. "It's just a dog. A very large, very wolf-like dog. But still just a dog." She checks the locks on Tyler's Windows habit now, since she learned about his nightmares, and slips out into the hallway. The house is silent. Too silent. Sophia realizes she hasn't seen any of the staff since this morning. The cook, the groundskeeper, even Israel, who's usually around, all gone. Pack initiation ceremony. She should go back to her room, should follow instructions, should mind her own business. Instead, she finds herself walking down the stairs, through the empty halls, toward Stephen's study. The door is open. The room is dark. Sophia flips on the light and immediately sees the destruction. The leather chair is shredded, stuffing everywhere. Deep gouges score the desk claw marks. Papers are scattered across the floor. And there's a smell, musky and wild, that makes her hindbrain scream danger. Looking for something? Sophia spins. Stephen stands in the doorway, and her breath catches. He's shirtless, wearing only torn jeans that hang low on his hips. His chest heaves like he's been running. Sweat gleams on his skin. His hair is wild, and his eyes are glowing, not reflecting light, actually glowing, amber gold, like embers in the darkness. Stephen? Her voice comes out whisper soft. I told you to leave. His voice is rougher than usual, almost a growl. I told you to take Tyler and go. I couldn't. He needed to be away from me. Stephen slams his fist against the doorframe, and the wood cracks. He stares at the damage, then at his hand, breathing hard. You need to go upstairs, Sophia. Lock your door. Don't come out until morning. What's happening to you? Nothing that concerns you. Bullshit. The word surprises both of them. Sophia rarely curses, but fear and adrenaline are making her bold. I'm not stupid, Stephen. The howling every month, Tyler's sensitivity, the way you all disappear during the full moon, the way your eyes are literally glowing right now. Stop talking. Are you going to hurt me? The question hangs between them. Stephen's whole body trembles. No, he finally says. Never, but I might not be able to control. He cuts himself off, turning away. Please. Just go. Sophia should listen. Every survival instinct she has is screaming at her to run. But she thinks of Tyler, sweet and wild. She thinks of the loneliness in Stephen's eyes. She thinks of the way her body responds to him, drawn like a compass to north. Tell me the truth, she says. Whatever it is, I can handle it. You can't. Try me. Stephen laughs, but there's no humor in it. You want the truth? Fine. He turns back to her, and his eyes are still glowing, still inhuman. I'm a werewolf. A shifter. So is Tyler, though he hasn't transformed yet. So is everyone who works here. This estate sits on packland, and tonight is the full moon, and every instinct I have is screaming at me to shift and run and hunt. He takes a step toward her. Sophia's back hits the wall. And the worst part? He's close now. So close she can feel the heat radiating from his skin. The absolute worst part is that my wolf has decided you're ours, that you smell like home and safety and everything we've been missing, that you're our mate. Sophia's heart is hammering so hard she's sure he can hear it. Mate? Wolves mate for life. When we find our mate, we know. Instantly. Completely. His hand comes up, hovering near her face but not quite touching. I knew the moment I opened the door and your scent hit me. My wolf knew. And it's been torture, having you here. So close. So perfect. And knowing I can never. He breaks off, backing away sharply. I'm losing control. You need to leave. Now. What happens if I stay? Sophia. What happens? I claim you. The words are raw, desperate. I bite you, mark you, make you mine in every way that matters. And you won't have a choice. Won't be able to consent. Because the moon makes us animals and animals don't ask permission. What if I want you to? The words are out before Sophia can stop them. Stephen freezes. You don't know what you're saying. Don't I? Sophia's mind is reeling, but underneath the shock is something else. Recognition. I felt it too. This pull between us. I thought I was going crazy, feeling so drawn to my employer. But it's not just attraction, is it? It's something more. You're human. So was Tyler's mother, according to the pictures. Pain flashes across Stephen's face. And look how that ended. Geneva couldn't handle what I made her. The wolf drove her mad. His voice breaks. She started the fire that killed her. Tried to take Tyler with her. I saved him, barely. But I couldn't save her. I won't do that to you. I won't destroy another person. He doesn't finish. But Sophia hears what he doesn't say. You don't know that I'd react the same way, she says softly. I won't risk it. So what then? We just pretend there's nothing between us? I stay here, raise your son, watch you tear yourself apart every full moon because you won't let yourself have what you want. Yes, the word is anguished, because the alternative is worse. They stare at each other, the air between them crackling with tension and want and impossibility. A howl rises from the forest, long and lonely. Stephen's body convulses, his hands elongate, fingers becoming claws, fur ripples along his forearms. Go, he gasps. Please, Sophia, go. This time, she listens. Sophia runs. Sleep doesn't come. Sophia lies in bed, door locked, listening to the sounds from below. Crashes, growls. At one point, the whole house shakes as something large slams into a wall. Then silence. Then, around 2 a.m., howling. Multiple voices, rising and falling in harmony. It's beautiful and terrifying and lonely all at once. Sophia gets up and goes to the window. The forest is bathed in moonlight, silver and ethereal. And moving through the trees, she sees them. Wolves. Dozens of them, larger than any natural wolf should be. They run and play and hunt, a coordinated pack moving as one organism. She watches them chase each other, tumble and wrestle, sees what might be joy in their movements. One wolf is larger than the others, darker. It moves with authority, power, and even from this distance, Sophia recognizes something in the way it carries itself. Stephen. As if sensing her gaze, the dark wolf stops, turns, looks directly up at her window. Their eyes meet across the distance. The wolf's howl is different from the others. Lower, more resonant, mournful. Sophia presses her hand against the glass. The wolf watches for another moment, then turns and disappears into the forest with its pack. Sophia stands at the window until dawn, watching, thinking, processing. Werewolves are real. Stephen is a werewolf. Tyler will be a werewolf. And Stephen thinks she's his mate. She should be terrified. Should be packing her bags, calling a cab, running as far from this supernatural nightmare as possible. Instead, she thinks about the gentleness in Stephen's eyes when he looks at Tyler. The way he's been so careful not to touch her, to maintain distance, fighting his own nature to protect her choice. The pain in his voice when he talked about his dead wife. He's not a monster. He's a man carrying too much guilt, too much responsibility, too afraid to let anyone close enough to help. And she, God help her, wants to help, wants to stay, wants to see where this impossible thing between them might lead. By the time the sun rises, Sophia has made her decision. She's staying. She's not running. And she's going to figure out a way to prove to Stephen that she's stronger than he thinks. That not all love stories end in tragedy. That sometimes, the impossible can become possible, if you're brave enough to try. Morning comes with a knock on her door. Sophia, who finally dozed off around 6, startles awake. Come in? The door doesn't open. It's Stephen. Can we talk, please? She gets up, still in her sleep shirt and shorts, and unlocks the door. Stephen looks exhausted. He's dressed now, jeans and a Henley, but his hair is still damp from a shower, and there are shadows under his eyes. He won't quite meet her gaze. I owe you an apology, he says to the floor, and an explanation, and probably a very generous severance package because I understand if you want to leave immediately. I'm not leaving. His head snaps up. What? I'm not leaving, Sophia repeats. Unless you're firing me? I know. But after last night, I understand a lot more about Tyler's needs, about why he struggles, about what he's going to go through. She crosses her arms. I can help him better now, if you'll let me. Stephen stares at her like she's grown a second head. You're not afraid. I'm terrified, Sophia admits. But not of you. Not really. I'm more afraid of walking away and wondering what if for the rest of my life. Sophia, can I meet them? Your pack? Why would you want to? Because they're part of your life. Part of Tyler's life. And if I'm going to be here, really be here, I should understand that. Stephen runs a hand through his hair. This is insane. You're human. You should be running. Yeah, well, Sophia smiles slightly. I've never been great at doing what I should. Despite everything, Stephen's mouth quirks. Almost a smile, I've noticed. So? Can I meet them? He studies her for a long moment, those silver eyes searching her face. You're serious. Completely. They're going to think I've lost my mind. Have you? Probably. But he's definitely smiling now, small and cautious but real. Okay, tonight, dinner with the pack. But Sophia? His expression sobers. This isn't a game. Once they know you know. Once you're part of this world. There's no going back to normal. You can't unknow what you know. Can't unsee what you've seen. I understand. Do you? Because my world is dangerous. There are other packs, not all friendly. There are hunters who would kill any human who knows our secret. There are rules and politics and risks that… Stephen. Sophia steps closer. I understand. And I'm choosing to stay anyway. He looks at her like she's something precious and impossible, like he wants to touch her but doesn't dare. Why? He finally asks. Why would you choose this? Because when you look at me I feel seen. Because your son needs someone who understands. Because I've been sleepwalking through life and you woke me up. Because when that wolf looked at me last night, I didn't see a monster. I saw loneliness. And I know what that feels like. Sophia doesn't say any of that. Instead, she says simply, because everyone deserves a chance. Even werewolves. Stephen's laugh is surprised and genuine. You're incredible, you know that? Heat rises in Sophia's cheeks. I'm really not. You are. He reaches out, then stops himself, hand hovering in the air between them. I should go. Let you get dressed. We'll talk more later. He turns to leave. Stephen? He pauses, looks back. Thank you for trusting me with the truth. Something warm and wondering crosses his face. Thank you for not running. After he leaves, Sophia sits on her bed and lets herself process everything. Werewolves, packs, mates, full moons, an entire hidden world existing alongside the mundane reality she's always known. And in the center of it all, a man who looks at her like she's something worth protecting. A boy who needs guidance through an impossible transformation. And a choice. Walk away from the safe, predictable life she'd planned, or step into the unknown. Sophia thinks of the wolf's mournful howl last night. Thinks of Stephen's careful distance, his fear of hurting her. Thinks of Tyler's bright eyes and wild spirit. And she knows with absolute certainty that she's already made her choice. She's staying. Whatever comes next, she's staying. Chapter 4. The pack meets the human. Stephen spends the entire day questioning his sanity. Bringing Sophia to pack dinner is unprecedented. Humans don't meet the pack unless they're being turned. And even then, it's usually after the bite, after they've committed to the transformation. But Sophia isn't being turned. She's not his mate. Not officially. Not in any way that matters beyond his wolf's insistent claims. She's Tyler's tutor. An employee. A human who happened to discover their secret, and somehow, impossibly, decided to stay. You're making that face again, Israel says, leaning against the kitchen counter. What face? The face that says you're overthinking everything, and probably having an existential crisis. Israel grins. It's very dramatic. Very alpha, in turmoil. I'm not in turmoil. You're introducing a human to the pack. A human you're clearly gone for. A human who smells like she wants to climb you like a tree, by the way. That's not turmoil? Stephen growls. Can you not talk about her scent? Why? Because it makes you think about how much you want to. Israel. Israel. Get to know her better? Israel's grin widens. I was going to say, get to know her better. What were you thinking about, boss? Stephen considers demoting his second in command. Is everything ready? Backyard set up, grills heating, packs arriving at 7. Israel sobers slightly. They're curious. And concerned. You haven't shown interest in anyone since Geneva. Now you're bringing a human around? People are going to have opinions. I don't care about their opinions. You should. You're the alpha. Your choices affect the whole pack. Israel holds up a hand before Stephen can respond. I'm not saying don't do this. I'm saying be prepared for pushback. Especially from Rebecca. Stephen grimaces. Rebecca, one of his senior pack members, had made her interest in becoming his mate very clear over the past year. She's strong, capable, pure-blooded shifter. Everything an alpha should want. Everything Stephen doesn't feel even a spark for. Rebecca will deal with it, Stephen says. Will she? Or will she make Sophia's life difficult? It's a valid concern. Pack hierarchy is complicated, and a human who has the alpha's attention but no official status, that's vulnerable territory. I'll make it clear that Sophia is under my protection, Stephen says. Anyone who harms her answers to me. Israel nods approvingly. Good. That should help. And boss? For what it's worth, I like her. Tyler's happier than I've seen him in years. And you're different. Less like you're carrying the world on your shoulders. I am carrying the world on my shoulders. That's what alphas do. Yeah. But maybe you don't have to carry it alone. Israel leaves before Stephen can formulate a response. By 7 p.m., the backyard is full of shifters. Stephen's pack isn't huge, 23 adults. A handful of children, but they're loyal, strong, and protective of their own. They mill around the yard, talking and laughing, the smell of grilling meat heavy in the air. Tyler is with the other pack kids, roughhousing in a way that would alarm human parents but is perfectly normal for wolf children. He's laughing, genuine and free, and Steven's chest tightens with love and worry. Soon, Tyler will shift, and everything will change. Alpha. Rebecca approaches, sleek and confident, in a way that draws eyes. She's beautiful, dark-haired, sharp-featured, powerful. I heard we have a special guest tonight. Tyler's tutor will be joining us, Steven says neutrally. Rebecca's smile doesn't reach her eyes. How interesting. Does she know what we are? She does. And you trust her with that knowledge? I do. I see. Rebecca moves closer, her hand landing on Steven's arm. Her touch is warm, familiar, and does absolutely nothing for him. I hope you know what you're doing. Humans are fragile and curious. That's a dangerous combination. Sophia can handle herself. Can she? Rebecca's voice drops. Or are you letting your wolf make decisions your human side will regret? Before Steven can respond, the back door opens. Sophia steps out, and Steven's breath catches. She's dressed simply jeans and a soft blue sweater that brings out the green in her hazel eyes, but she's stunning. Her honey blonde hair is down, falling in waves around her shoulders. She's nervous. He can see it in the way she holds herself, can smell it in the slight spike of adrenaline in her scent. But she's not running. She's not hiding. She's walking straight into a yard full of predators with her head high and her shoulders back. Steven has never wanted anyone more in his entire life. The pack falls silent as she approaches. Every eye tracks her movement. Steven hears someone inhale sharply, catching her scent, noting the way it mingles with his own from hours spent in his house. He moves to her side immediately. Everyone, this is Sophia Bennett, Tyler's tutor. Sophia lives on pack land and is under my protection. Anyone who threatens her threatens me. Understood? It's not a request. It's an alpha command, backed by power and authority. The pack murmurs acknowledgement. Rebecca's eyes narrow. Hi, Sophia says, her voice steadier than Steven expected. I know this is unusual. I appreciate you letting me into your space. Our alpha's word is law, Israel says, stepping forward with a friendly smile. You're welcome here, Sophia. I'm Israel, Steven's second. The grumpy-looking woman glaring at you is Rebecca. Ignore her. She glares at everyone. Rebecca's glare intensifies. A woman with kind eyes and gray-streaked hair approaches. I'm Patricia. I help with the pack children. Tyler's told us so much about you. All good things, I hope, Sophia says, relaxing slightly. He says you're the smartest person he's ever met, Patricia says warmly. And that you make learning fun. That's high praise from that boy. He makes teaching fun, Sophia replies. He's brilliant. More pack members introduce themselves. Sophia handles it well, polite and genuine, asking questions, remembering names. Steven watches her charm his pack one by one, sees the way the initial suspicion gradually softens. Even Rebecca can't find fault with Sophia's manners, though she clearly wants to. Tyler spots Sophia and runs over, colliding with her in a hug that nearly knocks her over. You stayed. Dad said you might leave, but you stayed. Of course I stayed, Sophia says, hugging him back. I told you I would. Even though we're weird? You're not weird. You're special. There's a difference. Tyler beams up at Steven. I like her. Can we keep her? Several pack members laugh. Steven feels his face heat. She's not a pet, Tyler. I know that, but can she stay? Forever? That's up to Sophia, Steven says, meeting her eyes. She holds his gaze. Something warm and knowing in her expression. I'm not going anywhere. His wolf rumbles approval. Dinner is surprisingly easy. Sophia sits between Steven and Tyler, fielding questions from curious pack members about her background, her education, her thoughts on living with shifters. She answers honestly but carefully, never revealing discomfort even when the questions get personal. So you're really okay with all this? Asks Thomas, one of the younger shifters. The shifting, the pack dynamics, the whole werewolf thing. I'm still processing, Sophia admits. But yeah, it's not that different from any other culture, really. You have traditions, hierarchies, ways of doing things. I'm just learning the rules. Today. Most humans can't handle knowing, Rebecca says coolly. They either run or they try to expose us. What makes you different? Sophia considers the question. I don't know that I am different. Maybe I've just spent my life feeling like an outsider bouncing between foster homes, never quite fitting in anywhere. This is different, but I've always been different. At least here. There's a reason for it. Something shifts in the pack's energy. Foster kid. Orphan. No family. Pack understands that. Pack is built on creating family where blood fails. You got no one? Patricia asks gently. No one, Sophia confirms. It's just me. Not anymore, Tyler announces. Now you have us. Sophia's eyes shine suspiciously bright. Yeah, I guess I do. Stephen's hand finds hers under the table. He doesn't plan it, his body just moves. Her fingers thread through his, warm and real and perfect. Rebecca notices. Her jaw tightens, but she says nothing. After dinner, the pack kids start a game of tag that quickly becomes a wrestling match. Tyler joins in, laughing and rowdy, and Sophia watches with a smile. He's good with them, Patricia says, settling beside Sophia. Usually takes him a while to warm up to new people, but with you? Instant trust. He's a sweet kid, Sophia says. He's had a hard few years. Lost his mama. Almost died in that fire. Stephen's done his best. But raising a half-shifter alone. Patricia shakes her head. It's not easy. Boy needs a mother figure. I'm not, Sophia starts. Not saying you are. Not yet anyway. Patricia pats her hand. But I see the way you look at each other, you and the Alpha. And I see the way he looks at you, like you're water and he's been dying of thirst. Sophia's face flushes. It's not like that. I just work for him. You keep telling yourself that, honey. Patricia walks away, leaving Sophia flustered. Stephen appears at her side moments later. You okay? Your pack is very direct. That's one word for it. He offers his hand. Walk with me. Sophia takes it, and they slip away from the party, into the quieter edges of the yard where the forest begins. Thank you, Stephen says once they're alone. For tonight, for staying, for being so gracious with them. They're your family, Sophia says simply. Of course I'd be gracious. Most humans wouldn't see it that way. I'm not most humans. No. Stephen stops, turning to face her. You're really not. They're standing close, the moonlight filtering through the trees, painting everything silver. Sophia's face is tilted up to his, her eyes dark and warm. Stephen could kiss her. Should kiss her. His wolf is howling for it, every instinct screaming to claim, to mark, to make her understand that she's his. But he doesn't. Because she deserves better than a broken alpha who can't promise he won't destroy her the way he destroyed his wife. I should get you back, he says roughly. It's getting late. Disappointment flashes across her face, quickly hidden. Right. Of course. They walk back in silence, hands still linked, both wanting more, and neither willing to take the first step. Later, alone in her room, Sophia stands at her window and watches the pack leave in ones and twos, heading back to their homes on pack land. She thinks about the way they moved around each other, comfortable, connected, family in every sense that matters. She thinks about Tyler's joy, Patricia's warmth, even Rebecca's suspicion. It's all real, all genuine. This isn't a cult or a threat. It's just people, unusual people, yes, but still people trying to live their lives and protect their own. And Stephen. Sophia touches her lips, imagining what didn't happen, what she wanted to happen. A knock startles her. She opens the door to find Tyler in his pajamas, his wolf dog beside him. Can't sleep? She asks. Did you have fun tonight? Tyler asks. Instead of answering. I did. Your pack is wonderful. They're your pack too now, if you want them to be. Sophia's throat tightens. Is that how it works? Dad said you're under his protection. That means you're pack adjacent. Not quite pack, but not totally outside either. It's like... Tyler struggles for the words. Like you're in the waiting room before the real thing. And the real thing would be? Being turned, becoming a shifter. Tyler looks up at her with solemn eyes. Is that what you want? To be like us? I don't know, Sophia admits. I haven't really thought about it. You should, because Dad likes you. Like really likes you. And if he bites you, you'll be stuck with us forever. Stuck? Okay, not stuck. But you'll be pack. And pack is forever. That's kind of a big deal. Sophia crouches to his level. Do you want me to be pack? Yeah. No hesitation. You make Dad smile. He hasn't smiled like that since Mom died. And you make me feel normal, like maybe being different isn't so bad. Being different is never bad, Tyler. It's what makes you special. That's what Mom used to say. Tyler's voice goes quiet. Before she changed. Before the wolf made her sad. What do you mean? Tyler looks at his wolf dog, then back at Sophia. Can I tell you a secret? Always. Mom didn't want to be a wolf. Dad bit her because she was dying, there was an accident, and the bite was the only way to save her. But she never wanted it. And after she changed, she got really sad. Really angry. She'd cry all the time, and sometimes she'd look at Dad like she hated him. Sophia's heart breaks. Oh, Tyler. The fire wasn't an accident, Tyler whispers. Mom started it. She wanted to make it stop. The wolf, the feelings, all of it. She thought if she burned the house down she'd be free. And you were inside. Tyler nods, tears streaming down his face. Dad saved me. Ran through the fire even though it burned him. But he couldn't save Mom. She wouldn't let him. Sophia pulls the boy into her arms, holding him while he cries. Understanding crashes over her Stephen's guilt. His fear of turning her. His desperate need to keep distance. Your dad blames himself, she says softly. He shouldn't. It wasn't his fault. Tyler pulls back, wiping his eyes. But he's scared. Scared if he cares about someone again, the same thing will happen. That's why he won't let himself be happy. And you're telling me this because? Because you should know. Before you decide if you want to be Pack. Tyler's eyes, so much older than 8, meet hers. Being with Dad means being a wolf. And not everyone can handle that. But I think you could. I think you're strong enough. What if I'm not? Then you leave, and Dad never forgives himself, and we both go back to being sad and lonely. Tyler says it matter-of-factly. Or you stay, and you figure it out together, and maybe we all get to be happy. He hugs her once more, then leaves, his wolf dog trailing behind. Sophia sits in the dark, processing. Stephen's wife died because he turned her against her will. Because the wolf drove her to madness and suicide. And now he's terrified of caring for Sophia because he's convinced the same fate awaits her. But Sophia isn't Geneva. She's choosing this with open eyes. She's staying knowing what it means. And if when the time comes, it will be her choice to accept the bite or not. Stephen needs to understand that. And Sophia needs to be brave enough to make him believe it. Chapter 5. Lines crossed. The days after the Pack dinner settle into a new rhythm. Sophia teaches Tyler in the mornings real lessons now, incorporating what she knows about his heightened senses and upcoming transformation. They study wolf behavior, Pack dynamics throughout history, even the mythology of shapeshifters across cultures. Tyler soaks it up like a sponge, finally having a framework to understand himself. Afternoons, they work on control exercises, meditation to manage overwhelming sensory input, breathing techniques for when emotions spike, physical activities to burn off excess energy, and evenings. Evenings are becoming dangerous. Stephen has been joining them for dinner every night. What started as a simple meal has evolved into something more: lingering conversations, shared laughter, moments of eye contact that last too long and mean too much. He's careful never to touch her, maintains his distance, but Sophia feels the pull between them like a physical thing, magnetic and undeniable. Tonight, Tyler goes to bed early, exhausted from a day of playing with the Pack kids. Sophia finds herself alone with Stephen in the library, both of them reading or pretending to read in comfortable silence. Can I ask you something? Sophia says finally. Stephen looks up from his book. Of course. Tyler told me about Geneva. About the fire. Every muscle in Stephen's body goes tense. Did he? I'm not asking you to talk about it if you don't want to. But I need you to know that I understand now. Why you're so careful with me. Why you keep pulling away. Sophia, let me finish. She sets down her book, meeting his eyes. What happened to Geneva was a tragedy. But it wasn't your fault. You saved her life, the only way you knew how. I made her into something she never wanted to be, Stephen says, his voice raw. I took away her choice. Because she was dying, you saved her, and she spent the rest of her life hating me for it. Hating what she'd become. He stands, pacing to the window. The wolf made her unstable. Depressed. Violent sometimes. She'd have episodes where she didn't recognize Tyler. Where she saw threats everywhere. I had to watch the woman I loved lose herself piece by piece, knowing it was my fault. It wasn't, It was. The words come out harsh. I bit her without consent, Sophia. In the moment, with her dying in my arms, it seemed like the only option. But I should have let her go. I should have let her die human rather than trap her in a body and mind she couldn't control. Sophia stands, moving closer. Did you love her? Yes. God, yes. Then you did what people who love each other do. You fought for her. You tried to save her. Sophia stops a few feet away, giving him space but holding his gaze. The fact that it didn't work doesn't make it wrong, doesn't it? Stephen's laugh is bitter. She died anyway, and she took her own life to do it. That's not fighting. That's giving up. That's mental illness, Sophia says gently. Depression. Probably PTSD from the transformation. Maybe other things. Did she have therapy, medication, support? Stephen's silence is answer enough. You didn't know, Sophia continues. You were dealing with something unprecedented, a human-turned shifter who couldn't handle it. How were you supposed to know what she needed? I should have known. I'm the alpha. I'm supposed to protect my pack, my family. And I failed. You're not omniscient, Stephen. You're just a man trying his best. Sophia takes another step closer. A good man. A man who's been carrying guilt that isn't his to carry. You don't understand. I understand that you're terrified of history repeating itself. That you look at me and see another person you might destroy. She's close enough to touch now. Close enough to feel the heat of his body. But I'm not Geneva. I know that. Do you? Because every time we have a moment, you pull away. Every time I think we might actually talk about this thing between us, you shut down. Her voice softens. I'm not fragile, Stephen, and I'm not going to break if you let yourself feel something. You don't know what you're asking. Then tell me. Explain it to me. Because right now, all I see is a man punishing himself for something that wasn't his fault and pushing away something that could be good because he's too afraid to try. Stephen turns to face her fully, and the look in his eyes steals her breath. Hunger, longing, desperation. You want to know what I'm afraid of? His voice is low, dangerous. I'm afraid that the moment I let myself have you, I won't be able to stop. That my wolf will take over and claim you before you've had a chance to truly understand what that means. I'm afraid that you'll wake up one day, transformed and bound to me for life, and realize you made a terrible mistake. And I'm afraid. His voice cracks. I'm afraid that I'll love you and lose you the same way I lost her. And I won't survive it a second time. The confession hangs between them, raw and bleeding. Sophia's heart pounds. You think you could love me? I think I already do. The words come out like they're being torn from him. I think I've been in love with you since you refused to run. Since you looked at my son like he was precious. Since you walked into a yard full of predators with your head high and your heart open. And that terrifies me more than anything else in my life. Stephen. No, let me finish. Because you need to understand. He moves closer, and Sophia can see him trembling with the effort of control. If we do this, if we cross this line, there's no going back. My wolf will claim you as its mate. The pack will expect us to formalize it. And eventually, if you want to truly be with me, you'll have to choose, stay human and watch me age slower than you, or accept the bite and become like me. I know. Do you really understand what the bite means? The transformation is agony, Sophia. 3 days of your body tearing itself apart and rebuilding. And even if you survive that, you'll be a wolf. You'll have instincts, urges, needs that you never had as a human. You'll be bound to the pack hierarchy. To me, to this life. Your old dreams, they'll all be gone. What if I told you I don't have dreams worth keeping? Sophia says quietly. What if I told you that for the first time in my life, I feel like I belong somewhere? That teaching, Tyler, being here with you, meeting your pack, it's the most real I've felt in years. You've known us for 3 weeks. So? Does time matter when something feels right? Yes, Stephen says desperately. Because infatuation fades. New relationship energy burns out. What happens in 6 months when the novelty wears off and you're stuck as a shifter, bound to a damaged alpha and his traumatized son? What if it doesn't fade? What if this is real? We can't know that. No, Sophia agrees. We can't, but we won't know anything if you keep running from it. They're inches apart now. Sophia can see the war in his eyes, want versus fear, need versus guilt. I'm not running, she whispers. I'm choosing to stay. Choosing to see where this goes. Can't you meet me halfway? For a long moment, Stephen just stares at her. Then, slowly, he raises his hand and cups her face. The contact is electric. Sophia's breath catches as his thumb brushes her cheekbone. His skin is so warm, almost hot, and the gentleness of his touch contrasts with the barely restrained power she can feel thrumming through him. You're making this very difficult, he murmurs. Good. His laugh is soft, almost broken. You're supposed to be sensible. You're supposed to protect yourself. Maybe I'm tired of being sensible. Sophia leans into his touch. Maybe I want to take a risk. The risk is me, Sophia. I'm dangerous. You're not dangerous to me. You can't know that. Yes, I can. She covers his hand with hers. Because I've seen the way you are with Tyler. The way you've been with me. You're careful, Stephen. So careful it hurts to watch sometimes. You're not gonna hurt me. Not intentionally. But what if? Sophia's voice is firmer now. You can't live in what ifs forever. At some point you have to take a leap of faith. I don't deserve that faith. That's not your call to make. It's mine. She looks up at him, letting him see everything she feels. And I have faith in you. I have faith in us. Even if you don't. Something breaks in Stephen's expression. The careful control, the rigid distance it cracks. He leans down, his forehead resting against hers. You're going to ruin me. Or maybe I'm going to help put you back together. His other hand comes up, framing her face, and Sophia's entire world narrows to this. His hands, his breath, his presence surrounding her. If we do this, he says, his voice barely above a whisper, I need you to promise me something. Anything. If it gets to be too much the pack, the transformation, me, you'll tell me. You'll be honest. And if you need to leave, I'll let you go. No matter how much it kills me. Stephen, promise me, Sophia. Because I can't do this, can't let myself hope, if there's even a chance I'm trapping you the way I trapped Geneva. Sophia sees the fear in his eyes, the genuine terror that he'll somehow repeat history. And she understands that this is what he needs, the reassurance that she has agency, choice, freedom. Even if it means leaving him. I promise, she says softly. If it becomes too much, I'll tell you. I won't suffer in silence. I won't let it destroy me. And you'll leave if you need to? Yes. Even though the thought of leaving now, after everything, makes her chest ache. I'll leave if I need to. The tension in his shoulders eases slightly. Okay. But Stephen? I don't think I'm going to need to. I think I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. His eyes close. When they open again, they're glowing faintly amber, his wolf rising to the surface. You're sure about this? I'm sure about you. That's all it takes. Stephen closes the distance and kisses her. It's gentle at first, tentative, questioning. But Sophia responds immediately, rising on her toes, her hand sliding into his hair, pulling him closer. The gentleness evaporates. Stephen's control fractures, and suddenly he's kissing her like a man drowning, like she's air and he's been suffocating. His hands move from her face to her waist, pulling her flush against him. Sophia gasps at the contact. At the heat and hardness of his body, at the way he consumes her. She's been kissed before. But never like this. Never with such desperate intensity. Such barely leashed hunger. Stephen breaks away, breathing hard, his eyes fully amber now. I should stop. Don't you dare. He groans and kisses her again, deeper this time. His hands slide under her sweater, touching bare skin, and Sophia arches into him. The logical part of her brain that says, this is moving too fast, too soon, shuts off completely. She wants this. Wants him. Has wanted him since that first day when he opened the door and looked at her like she was something unexpected and perfect. Stephen lifts her effortlessly, setting her on the edge of his desk. Sophia wraps her legs around his waist, pulling him closer, and he makes a sound that's half growl, half moan. Sophia. Her name is a prayer, a plea, a warning. If we don't stop now, then don't stop. His control shatters. What happens next is a blur of heated kisses, desperate touches, whispered names. Stephen's mouth finds her throat, and Sophia tilts her head back, giving him access. She feels his teeth graze her pulse point, not biting, just tasting, and her whole body shivers. Not yet, he murmurs against her skin. Not until you're ready, not until you're sure. I'm sure. Not tonight. He pulls back, and Sophia sees the effort it takes him. Tonight is for this, just this. And he proceeds to kiss her senseless, mapping every inch of exposed skin, learning what makes her gasp and sigh and moan. His hands are everywhere, careful, reverent, worshipful, like she's something precious. By the time they finally pull apart, both breathless and disheveled, Sophia feels like she's been taken apart and put back together. "I should let you sleep," Stephen says, his voice rough. "I don't think I can sleep after that." His smile is slow and satisfied and completely male. "Good. Because I won't be sleeping either. Thinking about me? Always." He brushes a strand of hair from her face. "You've ruined me for anything else." Sophia's heart soars. "Is that a bad thing?" "No." His expression softens. "It's terrifying and wonderful and more than I thought I'd ever have again." "Then let yourself have it. Have me. Have us." "I'm trying." He helps her down from the desk, steadying her when her legs wobble. "God, I'm trying." They walk upstairs together, hands linked, and part at Sophia's door with one more lingering kiss. "Good night, Stephen." "Good night, Sophia." He touches her face one more time. "Thank you." "For what?" "For not giving up on me." He leaves before she can respond, disappearing down the hallway to his own room. Sophia enters her room and leans against the closed door, touching her kiss-swollen lips. Everything has changed. She's crossed the line from employee to something more. From outsider to someone who belongs. And despite all the risks, all the unknowns, all the ways this could go wrong, Sophia has never felt more right about anything in her life. Chapter 6. The First Shift. 3 days later, Stephen wakes to Tyler screaming. He's moving before he's fully conscious, his wolf responding to the distress call of his cub. He crashes through Tyler's door to find his son curled on the floor, thrashing and crying. "It hurts. Dad, it hurts." Stephen drops to his knees, gathering Tyler into his arms. The boy is burning up, his skin slick with sweat. His eyes flash amber, then brown, then amber again. No. Not yet. He's too young. But Stephen can see the signs. Tyler's bones are shifting under his skin, trying to reshape themselves. His teeth are elongating into fangs. His hands spasm, fingers trying to become claws. "I've got you," Stephen says, forcing his voice to stay calm. "I've got you, son. Just breathe." "Make it stop." Tyler sobs. "Please. Make it stop." "I can't. But I can help you through it." Stephen looks up to find Sophia standing in the doorway, her face pale. "Call Israel. Tell him first shift. He'll know what to do." Sophia doesn't waste time with questions. She runs. Tyler convulses in Stephen's arms, his body fighting itself. Too young. Most half-shifters don't experience first shift until 9 or 10. Tyler is only 8. His body isn't ready for this. But the wolf doesn't care about readiness. Israel arrives within minutes, Patricia close behind. They take in the situation with grim efficiency. "We need to get him to the shift room," Israel says. Now. The shift room is a reinforced space in the basement, designed for exactly this situation. Padded walls, no windows, temperature controlled. A safe place for new shifters to transform without hurting themselves or others. Stephen carries Tyler down, the boy's screams echoing through the house. Sophia follows, her hand pressed to her mouth, tears streaming down her face. "Sophia, you shouldn't." Stephen starts. "I'm not leaving him." There's no time to argue. Stephen lays Tyler on the thick mat in the center of the room. The boy's body is convulsing harder now, bones cracking and reshaping in ways that make Stephen's stomach turn even after years of witnessing transformations. "It's going to be okay," Stephen tells his son, stroking his sweat-soaked hair. "You're strong. You can do this." "Hurts," Tyler gasps. "Dad." His spine arches impossibly, and Tyler screams again. His shirt tears as his body expands, muscles building too quickly. Fur begins to sprout along his arms in patches. Sophia makes a choked sound. "This is normal," Patricia says quietly, moving to stand beside her. "It looks horrible, but it's normal. His body is learning. The first time is always the hardest." "How long?" Sophia whispers. "Hours. Maybe longer since he's so young." Tyler's screams continue for what feels like an eternity. His body twists and reforms, caught between human and wolf, unable to complete the transformation. His face elongates slightly, then snaps back to human. His hands become paws, then hands again. Stephen holds him through it all, whispering encouragement, lending what strength he can. His own wolf is agitated, wanting to shift in sympathy, wanting to show Tyler how it's done. But Tyler needs his father right now, not another wolf. Listen to me, Stephen says, his voice firm. Stop fighting it. The pain comes from resistance. Let your body do what it needs to do. Can't, Tyler gasps. You can. Feel the wolf inside you? Stop pushing it away. Let it come forward. Scared. I know. But I'm right here. I won't leave you. Tyler's eyes amber now, fully wolf meet his father's. Promise? I promise. Something shifts in Tyler's expression. The terror eases slightly, replaced by trust, and his body finally completes the transformation. It happens in a rush, bones snapping into new configurations, muscles flowing like water, fur spreading across skin. Tyler's scream becomes a howl, high and young and afraid. And then, lying on the mat where an 8-year-old boy had been, is a wolf cub. He's small, maybe 40 pounds, with Tyler's dark coloring and bright amber eyes. His fur is fluffy and slightly uneven, like he hasn't quite figured out how it all works yet. He wobbles when he tries to stand, legs not quite coordinating. Stephen's chest is so tight he can barely breathe. His son, his cub. Finally a wolf. Tyler, he says softly. You did it. You shifted. The cub whines, looking up at Stephen with confusion and fear. I know it's scary. I know everything is different, smells, sounds, the way your body moves. But you're okay. You're perfect. Tyler takes a tentative step forward, then another. His legs tangle and he falls, yelping in surprise. Sophia makes a soft sound. Stephen looks back to see her smiling through tears. He's beautiful, she whispers. The cub's head snaps toward her voice. He tilts his head, studying her with those two intelligent eyes. Then, moving more carefully this time, Tyler pads over to Sophia. He bumps his head against her leg, the wolf equivalent of a hug. Sophia drops to her knees and wraps her arms around him. You're so brave. You know that? So brave. Tyler's tail wags slightly. Can he understand us? Sophia asks, looking at Stephen. Every word. The wolf and the human are the same mind, just different forms. Stephen moves closer, placing a hand on Tyler's back. He just can't respond in words right now. How long will he stay like this? First shift usually lasts a few hours. His body needs to adjust. Stephen runs his fingers through Tyler's fur. And then we'll teach him how to shift back. What if he can't? It's Israel who answers. He will. It's instinct. Like breathing. They settle in to wait. Patricia leaves to get water and food, shifting burns massive amounts of energy. Israel stays, his presence calming and steady. Tyler explores the room in awkward, stumbling movements, sniffing everything, his tail wagging when he discovers his own wolf dog waiting outside the door. That's Storm, Stephen explains. Your companion. He's been waiting for you to shift so you could run together. Tyler yips excitedly, pawing at the door. Not yet, Stephen says firmly. First you learn control, then you get to run. The cub whines but backs away from the door. Sophia watches everything with wonder and lingering fear. Stephen catches her eye and mouths. You okay? She nods, but he can see the shock in her eyes. This is what she'd be signing up for. This pain, this transformation, this complete remaking of self. Could she really handle it? 6 hours later, Tyler shifts back to human. The return transformation is faster but still painful. The cub's body convulses, bones breaking and reforming, fur retreating beneath skin. Tyler's human screams replace the wolf's whines. And then he's a boy again, naked and shaking and exhausted. Stephen wraps him in a blanket, holding him close. You did so well. I'm so proud of you. That was horrible. Tyler mumbles against his chest. The first time always is. It gets easier, I promise. When can I do it again? Stephen laughs, relieved. If Tyler wants to shift again, he's not traumatized. Not for a few days. Your body needs to rest. Patricia appears with food protein heavy, designed to help with recovery. Tyler devours it while Stephen explains what comes next, learning to control the shift, training to fight in wolf form, understanding pack dynamics as an actual member rather than just an alpha son. Can Sophia help? Tyler asks. I'm not sure how. I want her to see me as a wolf. I want her to know that's part of me too. Tyler looks at Sophia, who's been sitting quietly in the corner. You're not scared, are you? I'm terrified, Sophia admits. But not of you. Never of you. Of what then? Of how much that hurt. of how young you are to go through something like that. Her voice breaks. You're just a baby. I'm not a baby, Tyler protests. I'm a wolf now. You're both, Stephen says. And that's okay. Tyler yawns hugely. Can I sleep now? Yes. In your own bed. Real sleep. Israel helps Stephen get Tyler upstairs and settled. The boy is asleep before his head hits the pillow, Storm curled protectively at his feet. Stephen stands in the doorway for a long moment, just watching his son breathe, his cub, his wolf. He's crossed a threshold. There's no going back to the child he was. You okay? Sophia's voice is soft behind him. Stephen pulls the door mostly closed and turns to face her. I don't know. He runs a hand through his hair. He's so young, Sophia. Too young for this. But he got through it. Because you were there. Barely. Did you see him? The pain he was in? I saw a little boy being incredibly brave. I saw a father who never left his side. Sophia steps closer. You did everything right, Stephen. It didn't feel right. It felt like torture. Because it was, but necessary torture. He's a shifter. This is part of his life now. She hesitates. This would be part of my life too. If I chose it. Stephen's stomach drops. You saw what it's like, what you'd have to go through. I did. And? Sophia is quiet for a long moment. Ask me again when I'm not exhausted and emotionally wrung out. When I can think clearly. That's fair. But Stephen's heart sinks. She's reconsidering. Of course she is. Who would willingly choose that kind of pain? They walk to her room in heavy silence. At her door, Sophia pauses. Can I ask you something? Anything. Was it worth it? For Geneva? Even with how things ended, was becoming a shifter worth it? Stephen considers the question. For me? Yes. Being a wolf is part of who I am. I can't imagine existence without it. But for Geneva? He shakes his head. No. She never wanted it. It was forced on her, and she resented it every day until she died. That's the difference between a willing transformation and a forced one. And if someone went into it willingly, knowing what to expect, then they'd have a much better chance of adapting. He meets her eyes. But that doesn't make the transformation less painful. It doesn't make the adjustment easier. It just means you chose it. Choice matters. Choice is everything. Sophia nods slowly. Thank you. For being honest. Always. He touches her face, unable to help himself. Get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow. Stephen? For what it's worth? She leans into his touch. Watching you with Tyler today, the way you held him through that, the way you never left his side, that was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. You're an amazing father. The words hit him square in the chest. I don't feel like one. I feel like I'm failing him constantly. You're not. You're giving him exactly what he needs. She kisses his palm. And you're teaching me what real love looks like. Messy and painful and absolutely worth it. She slips into her room before Stephen can respond, leaving him standing in the hallway with his heart in pieces. That night, Stephen dreams of fire. It's the same nightmare he's had for 3 years. The house burning, Geneva screaming, Tyler's terrified cries, the smell of smoke and burning flesh, the impossible choice of who to save when you can't save everyone. In the dream, he always chooses Tyler, always saves his son, and he always watches Geneva burn. But tonight the dream changes. Tonight, when he runs back into the flames for Geneva, he finds Sophia instead. She's standing in the fire, calm and unafraid, her eyes meeting his with perfect trust. It doesn't have to end this way, she says. Not if we choose differently. I can't lose you. Stephen gasps, reaching for her. You won't. I'm not her, Stephen. I'm not Geneva. I'm choosing this with open eyes. The fire is the past. Let it go. She takes his hand. And the flames don't burn her. Don't burn him. They walk out of the inferno together. And when Stephen looks back, the house is whole. Unburned. Perfect. How? He asks. Because this time, you're not alone. Sophia smiles. This time, we face it together. Stephen wakes with tears on his face and hope in his heart, and the absolute certainty that he's falling in love with a woman brave enough to walk through fire for him. The question is, can he be brave enough to let her? Chapter 7, The Decision. Sophia spends the next 2 days researching. If she's going to make this decision, this life-altering, irreversible decision, she needs information. Real information. not just romantic notions about running under the full moon and being with Stephen forever. She corners Israel in his office, a converted game room on the second floor. "I need you to be brutally honest with me," she says. Israel looks up from his laptop, eyebrows raised. "About? What it's really like. Being a shifter. Especially for someone who was turned rather than born." Understanding crosses his face. "You're considering it. I'm considering everything, which means I need facts, not fairy tales." Israel closes his laptop, giving her his full attention. "Fair enough. What do you want to know?" "Everything. Start with the transformation process." Tyler's first shift lasted hours. "Would mine be the same?" "Worse," Israel says bluntly. Tyler's half-shifter, his body was already predisposed to the change. For a full human, the initial transformation after the bite takes anywhere from 48 to 72 hours. Sophia's stomach drops. 3 days? 3 days of agony while your entire genetic structure rewrites itself. Your bones break and reshape, your organs shift, your senses amplify to levels that can drive people temporarily insane. Some turned shifters describe it as dying and being reborn. He pauses. Geneva screamed for 2 solid days. And after? Once the transformation is complete? Then comes the adjustment period. Learning to control the shift, managing heightened senses, dealing with the wolf instincts that now share your brain. For some people, it's relatively smooth. For others, he shakes his head. It's like having a wild animal living in your skull, constantly fighting for control. How long does that last? Depends on the person. Some adjust in months, some take years, and a small percentage never fully adjust. They're stuck in a constant battle between human and wolf, unable to find balance. What happens to them? Israel's expression is grim. They either go rogue, lose themselves to the wolf completely, or they end up like Geneva. The mental strain becomes too much. Sophia processes this. What percentage are we talking about? How many turned shifters fail to adjust? Maybe 15% have serious problems, 5% become true casualties, death or permanent insanity. He leans forward. But Sophia, those are usually people who were turned against their will, who went into it traumatized or unwilling. Choice matters. A lot. Stephen said the same thing. He's right. Willing transformations have much better outcomes. But it's not a guarantee. Israel studies her. You're really thinking about this? About letting Stephen bite you? I don't know. Maybe. I just need to understand what I'd be signing up for. Okay. Then let's talk benefits too, because it's not all nightmare fuel. Israel ticks off points on his fingers. Enhanced senses, you'll see, hear, and smell things humans can't. Increased strength and speed. Accelerated healing. Extended lifespan, shifters age about half as fast as humans once we hit maturity. And the pack. Built-in family. Loyalty. Belonging. And the downsides beyond the initial transformation? Loss of privacy. Pack hierarchy means everyone knows everyone's business. Monthly full moons where you have to shift whether you want to or not. The constant hunger, shifters burn calories like crazy. You'll eat twice what you do now. And the instincts. Israel's voice is serious now. The wolf wants what it wants. Territorial, possessive, aggressive. You'll have urges you never had as a human. Like, to hunt, to fight, to mark your territory, to protect your pack with violence if necessary. He pauses. And if Stephen is your mate, to be near him constantly. Mated wolves don't do well with separation. Sophia hadn't considered that. How not well? Physical pain, anxiety. In extreme cases, depression or illness. The mate bond is powerful, Sophia. It's not just romance, it's a biological imperative. Once you're bonded, you need each other. That sounds codependent. To humans, maybe. To wolves, it's survival. We're pack animals. We're not meant to be alone. Israel tilts his head, studying her. Is that a deal breaker? I don't know yet. Sophia thinks about Stephen, about the pull she already feels toward him. Would that intensify? Become overwhelming? What else? Children. If you and Stephen have kids, they'll be shifters. You'd be raising wolf cubs, dealing with first shifts, teaching control. It's not easy. Tyler turned out okay. Tyler has a strong alpha father and was born half wolf. Your kids would be the same half shifter from a turned mother and born shifter father. But the genetics are tricky. Sometimes the wolf is dominant, sometimes dormant. You won't know until they hit puberty. Sophia's head spins with information. This is a lot. It's a life-changing decision. It should be a lot. Israel's expression softens. Look, I like you. Tyler adores you. And Stephen is happier than I've seen him in years. I want this to work. But I also want you to go into it with eyes open. I appreciate that. One more thing. Israel hesitates. Geneva. She's the ghost in this room. The reason you're so careful. The reason Stephen is terrified. But you're not her, Sophia. You're stronger, more stable, more willing. Don't let her tragedy become your fear. How do I know I won't end up like her? You don't. None of us knows our future. But you can control how you prepare, how you choose, how you fight for what you want. He stands, moving to the window. Geneva was turned while dying in a car accident. She woke up in a hospital, already changing, with no preparation and no consent. She resented Stephen for it, resented Tyler for existing, resented the wolf for taking her humanity. That resentment poisoned everything. And you think because I'd choose it, I'd be different. I think because you're choosing it for the right reasons, you'll be different. Geneva was turned to save her life. You'd be turned to build a life. That's a huge distinction. Sophia nods slowly, absorbing everything. One last question, she says. If you were me, human, falling for an alpha, facing this choice, would you do it? Israel smiles. I'm not you. But I can tell you this. I've never regretted being a shifter for even a moment. Even the painful parts. Even the difficult parts, it's worth it to be part of something bigger than myself. To have pack, family, purpose. He meets her eyes. The question isn't whether it's worth it in general. It's whether it's worth it to you. That afternoon, Sophia finds Patricia in the garden, tending to late-season vegetables. Can I help? Sophia asks. Course, honey. Grab some gloves. Patricia hands her a basket. We're harvesting the last of the tomatoes before the frost. They work in companionable silence for a while before Patricia speaks. You're thinking about the bite. It's not a question. Sophia shouldn't be surprised. Shifter senses probably picked up on her anxiety days ago. Is it that obvious? To us? Yes. You smell like confusion and fear and determination all mixed together. Patricia straightens, pressing a hand to her lower back. Want to talk about it? Israel gave me the facts. I was hoping you could give me something else. Like what? The emotional truth. What it's really like, day to day, being a turned shifter. Patricia considers this, then gestures to a bench at the edge of the garden. They sit, and she's quiet for a long moment. I was turned 30 years ago, Patricia finally says. My husband was a shifter. He bit me on our wedding night because I asked him to. I wanted to be part of his world. To share everything with him. What was it like? The transformation? Hell. Pure hell. I screamed myself hoarse. And Thomas, my husband, he held me through every second of it. Afterward, I was angry. So angry at him for not warning me how bad it would be. At myself for asking. At the world for making it necessary. Patricia smiles softly. We didn't speak for a week after I could finally shift back to human. But you stayed together? We did. Because under the anger was love. And once I adjusted, once I learned to control the wolf, I understood what I'd gained. She looks at Sophia. I'm 73 years old, honey. I look and feel 50. I'm going to live another 100 years at least. I've raised 6 children, helped raise 17 grandchildren, and I'm part of a pack that would die for me. That's what the bite gave me. But, Geneva didn't want it. That's the difference. Patricia's voice is gentle but firm. She loved Stephen, but she loved her humanity more. When he took that from her, even to save her life, he destroyed what she valued most. She couldn't forgive him, couldn't forgive herself for surviving, couldn't forgive the wolf for existing. How do I know I won't feel that way? You don't. But honey, you already live in this world. You already know what shifters are, what we do, how we live. You're making an informed choice. Geneva never had that. Sophia plucks a tomato from the basket, turning it in her hands. What if I can't handle it? What if the wolf is too much? Then you fight. You lean on your pack. You let Stephen help you. Patricia covers Sophia's hand with her own. And you remember that being a shifter doesn't erase who you are. It adds to it. I'm still Patricia. Still the woman who loves gardening and baking and fussing over children. I just happen to also be a wolf who can run 50 miles without getting tired. Do you ever regret it? Not once. Not even during the transformation, when I wanted to die just to make the pain stop. Because I look at my life now, at my family, my pack, the years I still have ahead, and I know it was worth every second of agony. She squeezes Sophia's hand. But that's my truth. You need to find yours. How? By being honest with yourself. Why do you want this? Is it for Stephen? For Tyler? For the pack? Patricia's eyes are kind but penetrating. Or is it for you? Sophia opens her mouth to answer, then closes it. She doesn't know. Think about it, Patricia says, standing. Because if you're doing this for someone else, it won't sustain you through the hard parts. You need to want it for yourself. That evening, Sophia finds herself in the library, surrounded by books on wolf behavior, shifter mythology, and transformation accounts. One book in particular catches her attention. A journal, leather-bound and worn, with Geneva's name embossed on the cover. Sophia knows she shouldn't read it. It feels like a violation, but she needs to understand. She opens to a random page. Day 47 post-transformation. The wolf is screaming at me again. It wants out, wants to run, wants to hunt, but I'm terrified of letting it take control. What if I can't shift back? What if I hurt someone? Stephen says it gets easier, but I don't believe him. Every day I wake up feeling less like myself, and more like a stranger wearing my skin. Sophia turns the page. Day 103. I tried to hold Tyler today, and the wolf surged forward, saw him as prey. I had to lock myself in the bathroom until Stephen came home. I'm a danger to my own son. What kind of mother can't hold her child? Another entry. Day 156. Stephen is being so patient, so understanding. It makes me hate him more. He did this to me. He turned me into a monster and now expects me to be grateful for surviving. I wasn't supposed to survive. The accident should have killed me. I should be dead, not trapped in this nightmare. Sophia's hands shake as she reads entry after entry, Geneva's descent into depression, resentment, self-loathing. The wolf became her enemy. Something to be fought rather than integrated, and with no one to help her see it differently. She'd spiraled. The final entry is dated 2 days before the fire. I can't do this anymore. The wolf has won. I'm not Geneva anymore. I'm just a hollow shell being puppeted by an animal. Tyler deserves better. Stephen deserves better. They both deserve someone who can love them without resenting every breath she takes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But this is the only way I can be free. Tears stream down Sophia's face. This is what Stephen lives with, the knowledge that the woman he loved hated what he made her. That his act of salvation became her torture. You shouldn't be reading that. Sophia jumps. Stephen stands in the doorway, his face unreadable. I'm sorry. I needed to understand. And do you? He moves into the room, taking the journal from her hands. Do you understand why I'm terrified of doing the same thing to you? Yes. But Stephen. Sophia stands, facing him. I also understand that she was alone. That she saw the wolf as an enemy instead of a part of herself. That she had no support system, no preparation, no choice. None of that changes the outcome. It changes everything. Sophia's voice is firm. I've spent the last 2 days learning everything I can about what the bite means. I've talked to Israel about the transformation, to Patricia about adjusting. I've read accounts from dozens of turn shifters. And you know what I've learned? What? That the people who succeed, who thrive as shifters, are the ones who choose it. Who go into it willing and prepared. Who see the wolf as a gift, not a curse. She steps closer. Geneva wasn't given that chance, but I have it, and I'm not her. I know you're not. Do you? Because you're still looking at me like I'm fragile, like I'm going to break. Because I can't lose you. The words explode out of him. I can't watch another person I love destroy themselves because of what I am. I can't do it again, Sophia. Then don't do it the same way. Sophia reaches for his hands. Don't turn me because you have to. Don't turn me to save my life. Let me choose it, Stephen. Let me walk into it with eyes open and heart willing. And if you can't handle it, then I'll fight. With you beside me. With the pack supporting me. With every tool and resource I can find. She squeezes his hands. I'm not saying it'll be easy, but I'm saying it's possible. Stephen searches her face, warring emotions clear in his eyes. Why would you risk it? You could have a normal life. find a normal man, have a normal family. I don't want normal, I want this. I want you, Tyler, the pack, all of it, wolves included. You say that now. I say it now, and I'll say it after the transformation, and I'll say it when I'm 150 years old and still running beside you. Sophia's voice is fierce. I'm not making this decision lightly, Stephen. I'm making it because for the first time in my life, I've found where I belong. And I'm not letting fear, yours or mine, take that away. Stephen stares at her, and Sophia sees the moment something shifts in him. The fear doesn't disappear, but hope edges past it. You're sure? I'm sure. When? Sophia takes a deep breath. After the next full moon. I want to see Tyler's second shift first. I want to be certain I understand what I'm asking for. And I want time to prepare mentally, physically, emotionally. That's 3 weeks. 3 weeks to be absolutely sure, to ask every question, to make peace with my choice. She touches his face. And 3 weeks for you to accept that I'm not going to change my mind. Stephen leans into her touch, his eyes closing. I'm terrified. So am I. But I'm more terrified of walking away and wondering what if for the rest of my life. He opens his eyes, and they're glowing amber. If we do this, if I bite you, I'm claiming you as my mate. Officially. No going back. I know. The pack will expect a mating ceremony. It's tradition. Okay. And once the bite heals, once you've transformed, you'll be bound to me for life. Literally. Our lifespans will sync. Our health will be linked. If I die, you'll feel it. Stephen. Sophia smiles. You're trying to scare me off. Is it working? Not even a little. He laughs, the sound raw and relieved. Then he pulls her into his arms, holding her so tightly she can barely breathe. You're insane, he murmurs into her hair. Probably. And I love you for it. Sophia's heart stops. What? Stephen pulls back, meeting her eyes. I love you. I've been trying not to, trying to keep distance, trying to protect us both. But I love you, Sophia. And if you're really willing to do this, to become pack, to be my mate god, I will spend the rest of my very long life making sure you never regret it. Tears spill down Sophia's cheeks. I love you too. He kisses her, then deep and claiming and full of promise. And Sophia kisses him back, pouring 3 weeks of longing and fear and hope into it. When they finally break apart, both breathless, Stephen rests his forehead against hers. 3 weeks, he says. 3 weeks, she confirms. And then you're mine. And you're mine. It's a vow. A promise. The beginning of something impossible and perfect, and absolutely terrifying. And Sophia has never been more certain of anything in her life. Chapter 8. 3 weeks. The next 3 weeks are the longest and shortest of Stephen's life. He wants to rush them, get to the mating ceremony, the bite, the moment Sophia becomes his in every way that matters. But he also wants to freeze time, to savor these last days of her humanity, to give her every possible chance to change her mind. She doesn't change her mind. Instead, she throws herself into preparation with the same intensity she brings to teaching Tyler. She trains with Israel every morning, building strength and endurance. She runs with the pack in human form, learning their patterns and hierarchy. She sits with Patricia and other turn shifters, absorbing their experiences and advice. And every evening, she comes to Stephen, and they talk. About everything. About his childhood as a born shifter, learning control from his father. About the death of his parents in a territorial dispute with a rival pack. About becoming alpha at 25, younger than tradition dictated, and having to prove himself to older, stronger wolves. About Geneva, the good parts this time, not just the tragedy. How they met at a charity gala, how she'd been drawn to his intensity, how they'd fallen fast and hard. How she'd laughed like music and danced in the rain and made him feel human in the best possible way. How he'd thought that love would be enough. It wasn't her fault. Stephen says one night, lying beside Sophia in her bed, they haven't made love yet, both agreeing to wait until after the mating ceremony. But they sleep together now, tangled in each other's arms. She tried. God, she tried so hard to make it work. But the wolf was too strong. And she was too fragile. And I didn't know how to help her. You did everything you could, Sophia murmurs, her fingers tracing patterns on his chest. Did I? Sometimes I wonder if I just gave up. If I should have fought harder, found better help, tried different approaches. Stephen. You can't save someone who doesn't want to be saved. But what if she did want to be saved? What if she was crying out for help and I just didn't hear it? Sophia props herself up on one elbow, meeting his eyes. Did you love her? Yes. Did you try to help her? Every day. Did you force her to stay? Trap her? Hurt her? No. Never. Then you did what you could. The rest was her choice. Sophia's voice is gentle but firm. You can't carry guilt for someone else's decision to give up. I carry it anyway. I know. And I love you for it, for caring that much, for feeling that deeply. But Stephen, you need to let it go. Because if you keep living in Geneva's tragedy, you'll never be able to fully embrace our future. He pulls her down, kissing her forehead. How did you get so wise? Years of therapy after foster care trauma, she says wryly. Turns out being abandoned repeatedly teaches you a lot about letting go of things you can't control. I'm sorry you went through that. Don't be. It made me who I am. It taught me that family isn't about blood, it's about choice. And I'm choosing you. This pack. This life. Stephen's heart is so full it aches. 3 more days. 3 more days, she agrees. And then I'm yours. You're already mine. The ceremony just makes it official. Possessive much? But she's smiling. You have no idea. His eyes glow amber. My wolf has been going crazy knowing you're not marked yet. It wants to claim you now. What's stopping you? Tradition. Respect. The fact that the pack would be pissed if I bit you before the ceremony. He nips at her ear. Not hard enough to break skin. But after the ceremony, when we're alone, I'm going to make you mine in every possible way. Sophia shivers, arousal spiking in her scent. Promises. Not a promise. A guarantee. The second full moon arrives with Tyler much more prepared. He shifts smoothly this time, the transformation taking only 20 minutes instead of hours. His wolf form is more coordinated. Confident. He runs with the pack for the first time, staying close to Stephen but exploring, playing, learning. Sophia watches from the house, and Stephen can feel her eyes on him even in wolf form. The mate bond is already forming, pulling them together even before the bite. When he shifts back to human at dawn, Tyler is exhausted but exhilarated. That was amazing, he says, bouncing despite his fatigue. Can we do it again tomorrow? Only during full moons until you're older, Stephen reminds him. Your body needs time to adjust. But I want to shift whenever I want, like you do. You will, when you're ready. Control comes with age and practice. Tyler pouts but accepts it. Then his expression brightens. Only 3 more days until Sophia's ceremony. I know. Are you nervous? Terrified. Why? You love her. She loves you. What's scary about that? From the mouths of babes, I'm afraid of hurting her, of the transformation being too much. Tyler considers this seriously. Sophia's strong. Stronger than people think. She'll be okay. How do you know? Because she stayed. When she found out about us, about what we are, she didn't run. She asked questions and learned and decided we were worth it. Tyler hugs his father. Anyone who thinks we're worth it is strong enough for anything. Stephen holds his son close, drawing strength from his certainty. When did you get so smart? I have a really good tutor. The mating ceremony is set for the night before the full moon. Tradition dictates that new mates seal their bond under the moon's power, then run together as wolves for the first time the next night, which means Sophia will transform during the full moon, her first shift guided by lunar power and Stephen's presence. The pack spends 3 days preparing. The clearing in the heart of Packland is decorated with flowers and candles. Patricia and the other pack females help Sophia prepare ritual baths, traditional dress, blessings. Stephen barely sees her for those 3 days, which is also tradition. The separation before bonding makes the reunion more powerful. It also drives him absolutely insane. You're pacing again. Israel observes on the evening of the ceremony. I'm not pacing. You've worn a groove in the floor. That's definitely pacing. Israel grins. Nervous? What if she changes her mind? She won't. What if the transformation is too much? Then we'll help her through it. What if I'm making a terrible mistake? Then you're making it for the right reasons. Israel claps a hand on Stephen's shoulder. Brother, I've known you for 15 years. I've never seen you this happy. Whatever happens, it's worth the risk. Is it? Because if this goes wrong, it won't go wrong. Sophia isn't Geneva. You need to let that go. Everyone keeps saying that. Because it's true. Geneva was turned to save her life. Sophia is choosing this to build a life. Completely different scenarios. Stephen knows Israel is right. But the fear still sits heavy in his chest. The ceremony begins at moonrise. The entire pack gathers in the clearing, forming a circle around the sacred space. Candles flicker in the darkness, and the air smells of pine and earth and magic. Stephen stands at the center, dressed in traditional ceremonial garb, leather, and furs that mark him as Alpha. His heart pounds as he waits. Then Sophia appears. She's breathtaking. Her dress is simple, white linen that flows like water, leaving her shoulders and arms bare. Her honey blonde hair is loose, falling in waves down her back. She wears no jewelry except for a silver pendant that Patricia gave her, a wolf symbol that marks her as pack chosen. But it's her face that stops Stephen's heart. She's glowing with certainty, with joy, with love so fierce it makes his wolf howl in triumph. She walks toward him through the assembled pack, her steps steady and sure. When she reaches the center of the circle, she takes his hands. "You came," he says stupidly. "Did you think I wouldn't? I hoped. I feared." He breaks off, overwhelmed. Sophia smiles. "Breathe, Alpha. I'm not going anywhere." The pack elder, a woman named Vera who's been a shifter for over a century, steps forward. "We gather tonight to witness the bonding of Alpha and chosen mate. Stephen Owen, do you claim this woman as your own?" "Though," Stephen says, his voice strong. "I claim Sophia Bennett as my mate, my partner, my equal. I vow to protect her, provide for her, and love her for all the years we're given." "Sophia Bennett, do you accept this claim?" Sophia's eyes never leave Stephen's face. "I do. I accept Stephen Owen as my mate, my partner, my equal. I vow to stand with him, fight beside him, and love him for all the years we're given." "Then let the bond be sealed." Vera hands Stephen a ceremonial knife, silver, ancient, used in bonding ceremonies for generations. He takes Sophia's hand and makes a small cut across her palm, then does the same to his own. Blood wells, bright red in the candlelight. They press their palms together, blood mingling. "By blood we bind," Vera intones. "What was two is now one. What was alone is now pack. What was human is now—" "Wait," Sophia interrupts. The clearing goes silent. Stephen's heart stops. "Sophia," he manages. She squeezes his hand, their blood still mingling. "I'm not afraid. But before we finish this, I need to say something." "Okay." She turns to address the pack. "I know some of you have doubts about me, about whether I can handle this life, this transformation, about whether I'm strong enough to be Alpha mate." Her voice is clear, confident. "And honestly, I have doubts too. This is terrifying. I'm about to become something I've never been, join a world I barely understand, bind myself to a man I've known for less than 2 months." Murmurs ripple through the pack. Stephen's stomach twists. "But I've also never been more certain of anything," Sophia continues. "Because all of this, it's not just about Stephen. It's about Tyler, who needs someone to understand him. It's about this pack, who welcomed me when they could have rejected me. It's about finally finding a place where being different isn't a flaw, it's a feature." She looks back at Stephen, her eyes shining. "And yes, it's about you. About the way you look at me like I'm something precious. About the way you've been so careful with me, so patient, even when your wolf was screaming to claim me. About the way you love your son and lead your pack and carry the weight of the world on your shoulders because you think it's your duty." Tears stream down her face now. "I'm not Geneva. I won't be what she was. But I will be your partner, your mate, your fierce protector. I will love Tyler as my own. I will fight for this pack. And I will embrace the wolf when it comes, because becoming a shifter means I get to be with you forever." The clearing is silent except for Sophia's voice. "So yes, I accept this claim. I accept this bond. I accept this transformation. And I do it with eyes open and heart willing." She turns back to Vera. "Now finish the ceremony." Vera's eyes are wet, but she smiles. "By blood we bind, by moon we seal, by love we transform. Let the claiming be complete." She nods to Stephen. "This is it. The moment everything changes." Stephen pulls Sophia close, tilting her head to expose her neck. He can feel her pulse racing, smell her adrenaline and arousal and love all mixed together. "I love you," he whispers against her skin. "I love you too. Now bite me." His fangs extend, and Stephen bites down. Sophia gasps, but doesn't pull away. His venom flows into her bloodstream, carrying his essence, his wolf, his claim. The bond snaps into place immediately, a golden thread connecting their souls, their lives, their futures. He can feel her. Not just physically, but emotionally. Her love, her determination, her slight fear, her absolute certainty. She's his, finally, completely, irrevocably his. Stephen releases her neck and licks the wound, sealing it. The bite mark will scar 2 perfect crescents that mark her as alpha mate. How do you feel? He asks. Sophia touches her neck, swaying slightly. Like I just drank lightning. Is that normal? The venom is entering your system. You'll feel strange for a few hours before the transformation starts. He catches her as her knees buckle. I've got you. The pack erupts in howls, celebration, acceptance, joy. Sophia Bennett is now Sophia Owen, alpha mate and pack member. And in approximately 6 hours, the transformation will begin. Stephen carries her to their bedroom now, not his, not hers, but theirs. The venom burns through her veins like fire and ice combined. Her senses are already sharpening. She can hear the pack celebrating outside, smell Stephen's scent stronger than ever, feel every texture against her hypersensitive skin. It's starting faster than I expected, Stephen says, laying her gently on the bed. Is that bad? No, just means your body is receptive to the change. He brushes hair from her face. Israel and Patricia are on standby. Tyler's with the pack kids. Everything's ready. How long? Until the transformation? Based on how quickly the venom is spreading, maybe 4 hours until the pain starts. Then 48 to 72 hours of actual shifting. Sophia nods, trying not to panic. 3 days. She has 3 days of agony ahead of her. Hey. Stephen cups her face. Look at me. You're not alone. I will be with you every second. Every scream. Every tear. Every moment of pain, I'll be right there. Promise. I promise. He kisses her softly. And when you come out the other side, you'll be the most beautiful wolf I've ever seen. How do you know? Because you're already beautiful. The wolf will just make it more obvious. Despite everything, Sophia laughs. Smooth talker. I have my moments. They lie together, savoring the calm before the storm. Sophia memorizes this moment, the weight of Stephen's arms around her, the sound of his heartbeat, the feeling of being completely, utterly safe. Because soon, everything will change, and there's no going back. Chapter 9. The breaking. The pain starts exactly 4 hours after the bite. Sophia wakes from a light doze to fire spreading through her veins. It's not gradual. One moment she's drowsy and warm. The next she's screaming as her entire body ignites from the inside. Stephen. She doesn't recognize her own voice, raw and animal. He's there instantly, his hands cool against her burning skin. I'm here. I've got you. It hurts, oh God. It hurts. I know, baby. I know. He gathers her into his arms as she convulses. Israel. Patricia. They appear in seconds, both moving with practiced efficiency. Patricia has supplies, cold compresses, water, towels. Israel carries what looks like restraints. We need to move her to the shift room, Israel says. Not yet. Let her stay comfortable as long as possible. Stephen's voice is tight with barely controlled emotion. Sophia's back arches as another wave of pain crashes through her. She can feel it now, something foreign moving through her bloodstream, rewriting her DNA strand by strand. Her bones ache like they're being squeezed in a vice. Make it stop, she gasps. Please, Stephen, make it stop. I can't. But I'm here. I'm right here. Time becomes meaningless. Minutes or hours pass, Sophia can't tell. The pain builds in waves, each crest higher than the last. Her skin feels too tight, like it's trying to split apart. Her teeth ache, her jaw cramping as her facial structure begins to shift. We need to move her now, Patricia says gently. Before she starts breaking bones. Stephen lifts Sophia like she weighs nothing and carries her to the basement. The shift room is exactly as she remembers from Tyler's transformation. Padded walls, soft lighting, temperature controlled. But now she's the one who'll be screaming herself hoarse here. He lays her on the mat and she immediately curls into a ball, trying to escape pain that comes from within. How long has it been? Stephen asks. 6 hours since the bite, Israel replies. She's progressing fast. Too fast? No. Just means her body isn't fighting it. That's good. Sophia barely hears them. Another wave hits and she screams, her voice breaking. She feels her shoulder blade crack, actually hears it break, and the pain is so intense she can't breathe. Sophia, listen to me. Stephen's face fills her vision. You need to breathe. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Come on, baby. Breathe with me. She tries. God, she tries. But the pain is everywhere, and breathing feels impossible when her ribs are shifting, her lungs reorganizing, her entire skeletal structure breaking down to rebuild itself. I can't do this. Yes, you can. You're the strongest person I know. I'm not. Her spine cracks with a sound like gunfire, and Sophia's scream tears from her throat. I want it to stop. Make it stop. I know you do. But you have to ride it out. Let your body do what it needs to do. I hate you, she sobs. I hate you for doing this to me. She sees pain flash across Stephen's face, but his voice stays steady. That's okay. You can hate me. Just keep breathing. Time dissolves into an endless cycle of pain and screaming and brief moments of exhausted silence. Sophia's body betrays her in every possible way. Her bones break and reshape, her muscles tear and rebuild, her organs shift and change. At some point she vomits. Patricia is there immediately, cleaning her up, murmuring soothing words Sophia can't process. At some point, her fingers start to extend, bones lengthening grotesquely. She stares in horror, as claws begin to emerge from her nail beds. That's good, Stephen says. That means it's working. The wolf is coming through. I don't want the wolf, Sophia screams. I want it out. Get it out of me. You're okay. You're doing so well. Stop lying. She lashes out, her newly formed claws catching Stephen's arm, drawing blood. Horror washes over her. Oh God, I'm sorry, I didn't mean. It's fine. It's already healing. See? He shows her the wounds already closing. You can't hurt me, Sophia. But she's hurting him in other ways. She can see it in his eyes, the fear that she's going through what Geneva went through, that she'll resent him, that he's destroying another person he loves. I don't hate you, she manages during a brief lull. I'm sorry I said that. I don't. Pain cuts off her words as her jaw begins to elongate. I know. Pain makes people say things they don't mean. No. She grabs his hand, holding on like an anchor. I love you. Even though this hurts, even though I want to die, I love you. Stephen's eyes shine suspiciously bright. I love you too. Then the pain intensifies again, and Sophia is lost to it. Day 2 is somehow worse than day 1. Sophia's body is caught between forms. Not human, not wolf, but a grotesque mixture of both. Her face is elongated but not fully muzzled. Her hands are clawed but still recognizably human. Fur grows in patches across her skin. She catches sight of herself in the reflective surface of a metal tray, and immediately looks away, nauseated. She's a monster, a thing that shouldn't exist. Don't look, Stephen says, moving the tray out of sight. This is the hardest part, the in-between. Once your body commits fully to wolf form, it'll be easier. When? Her voice is barely recognizable, roughened by hours of screaming. Soon. Your body is fighting the final transition. You need to let go. Stop trying to hold on to your human form. I can't. If I let go, I won't be me anymore. Yes, you will. The wolf doesn't erase who you are, Sophia. It just adds to it. But she doesn't believe him. How can she, when her body is tearing itself apart, when every instinct screams that this is wrong, unnatural, impossible? Tyler appears in the doorway, his face pale and scared. Buddy, you shouldn't be here, Stephen says. I want to see her. I want to tell her it's okay. Stephen looks at Sophia, questioning. She nods weakly. Let Tyler see what he insisted she could handle. The boy approaches slowly, his eyes wide. Up close. Sophia knows she must look horrifying, half human, half beast, covered in sweat and blood from where her changing skin split. Hi, Tyler says softly. Hi. The word comes out garbled, her changing mouth making speech difficult. I know it hurts. I know you're scared. Tyler sits beside her, fearless despite her monstrous appearance. But you're still you, I can tell. Your eyes are still the same. Sophia wants to argue, but looking at Tyler's earnest face, she finds she can't. The wolf isn't bad, Tyler continues. It's just different. Like learning a new language, or trying a new food. Scary at first, but then it becomes normal. What if I can't do it? Sophia whispers. You can. Because you're brave. And because we need you. Tyler takes her clawed hand in his small human one. I need you. So you have to make it through. Okay? Something shifts in Sophia's chest. Not physically, emotionally. Tyler needs her. Stephen needs her. The pack is waiting for her. She's not doing this alone. And maybe, just maybe, that makes all the difference. Okay, she rasps. I'll try. Tyler hugs her, uncaring of her monstrous appearance, and something in Sophia breaks open. Not painfully this time, but like a dam releasing. She stops fighting, stops trying to hold onto her human form, stops resisting the wolf that's been trying to emerge for 2 days, and her body responds immediately. The transformation accelerates. Her bones snap and reshape faster now, her muscles flowing like water into new configurations. Fur spreads across her skin in a wave. Her face elongates fully, jaw reshaping into a muzzle. The pain is still there, still intense, but somehow more bearable because she's not fighting it anymore. Stephen pulls Tyler back, giving Sophia space as her body completes the final changes. That's it, he says, his voice thick with emotion. Let it happen, let the wolf come. Sophia's world narrows to sensation, the feeling of power building in her limbs. Enhanced senses exploding into awareness. Instincts she's never had before surging forward. And then, with a final crack of bone and tear of skin, it's done. The pain stops. Sophia blinks, and everything is different. She's a wolf. The knowledge comes with complete certainty. Sophia can feel 4 legs beneath her, a tail, ears that swivel independently. Her body is covered in fur, she can feel the weight and warmth of it. But more than that, she can sense things she never could as a human. Sounds are sharper, layered with meaning. She can hear Stephen's heartbeat, Tyler's rapid breathing, Patricia moving in the hallway upstairs. She can hear the pack outside, dozens of heartbeats, voices, movements. Smells are even more overwhelming. She can identify every person who's been in this room recently by scent alone. Can smell emotions. Stephen's relief and love, Tyler's excitement, Israel's approval. And she can feel the bond with Stephen golden and warm, and absolutely unbreakable. It pulses between them like a living thing. She tries to stand and immediately falls over. Her legs don't work the way they should. There are 4 of them, and they're arranged all wrong. And Stephen shifts. One moment he's human, the next he's a massive black wolf with silver-gray eyes. He's huge, easily twice her size, powerful and commanding and undeniably alpha. He moves to her side, nudging her gently with his muzzle. The message is clear. I've got you. Follow my lead. Sophia struggles to her feet again, focusing on mimicking his stance. 4 legs, weight distributed evenly, tail for balance. It feels impossible and natural all at once. She takes a tentative step, then another. Her legs tangle and she falls again. Stephen makes a sound that's almost like a laugh, a chuffing noise deep in his chest. Sophia would glare if she knew how. Instead, she tries again. This time she manages 3 whole steps before her coordination fails. Progress. Tyler claps his hands, delighted. She's doing it, Dad, she's walking. Over the next hour, Sophia learns the basics of being a wolf. How to move, how to communicate through body language and sounds, how to process the overwhelming sensory input. And gradually she becomes aware of something else. She's not just a wolf. She's still herself. Sophia is still here. Still thinking. Still aware. The wolf hasn't erased her humanity, it's merged with it. She's both. Human and wolf. Sophia and beast. 1 mind, 2 forms. Relief crashes over her so intensely she whimpers. Stephen nuzzles her, his presence comforting and solid. Through the mate bond, she feels his joy, his pride, his overwhelming love. She made it. She survived. And she's still herself. Learning to shift back to human takes another full day. Stephen coaches her through it, demonstrating the mental process of calling her human form forward. It's harder than she expected. The wolf is comfortable now, reluctant to give up control. But eventually, with focus and determination, Sophia feels her body begin to change again. This transformation is faster, less painful. Her bones reshape smoothly, fur retracting, muscles flowing into familiar configurations. Within minutes, she's human again, naked, exhausted, and covered in the sweat and fluids of transformation, but human. Patricia immediately wraps her in a blanket, while Israel hands Stephen clothes for both of them. How do you feel? Stephen asks. Human now too. Sophia takes stock. Her body aches like she's run a marathon. And she's starving. And her mind feels strange, too big for her skull, full of new instincts and senses. But she's alive. She's whole. She's pack. Like I've been hit by a truck, she says honestly. But also, good? Is that weird? Not weird. That's the endorphins from a successful transformation. Stephen pulls her into his arms, holding her like she's something precious. You did it. God, Sophia, you did it. I did. She laughs, the sound slightly hysterical. I'm a werewolf. That's insane. Welcome to the pack, alpha mate, Israel says, grinning. Patricia hugs her gently. I'm so proud of you, honey. That was one of the smoothest turn transformations I've seen. It was? Sophia's pretty sure she screamed for 2 solid days. You stayed present. You didn't lose yourself to the pain. And you let the wolf in instead of fighting it. Patricia's eyes are warm. That's what makes the difference. Tyler launches himself at Sophia, hugging her fiercely. I knew you could do it. Wait until you try running, it's the best thing ever. I can barely walk as a wolf. Running might be ambitious. Dad will teach you. He's really good at running. Sophia looks at Stephen over Tyler's head. His expression is soft, vulnerable, grateful. Thank you, he mouths. For what? She whispers back. For being brave enough to choose this, to choose us. Sophia pulls him into the hug with Tyler, the 3 of them holding each other in the aftermath of her transformation. This is her family now. Her pack. Her life. And despite the pain, despite the fear, despite every moment she thought she'd break, she wouldn't change a single thing. That night, finally alone in their bedroom, Stephen holds Sophia like she might disappear. I'm not going anywhere, she murmurs against his chest. I know. But after the last 3 days, watching you suffer, knowing I caused it. His voice breaks. I need to feel that you're okay. That you're really here. I'm here. I'm okay. Better than okay. She tilts her head up to look at him. And you didn't cause my pain, Stephen. You gave me a gift. This being a wolf, being your mate, being packed, this is everything I wanted. Even though it hurt? Even though it hurt. Some things are worth suffering for. He kisses her then, deep and desperate and claiming. And this time there are no barriers between them. No wait until after the ceremony. No we should be careful. No fear of hurting her. She's pack now. She's his mate. She's strong enough to handle everything he is. And as Stephen makes love to her with a passion that borders on feral, as their bodies move together and their bond flares gold and electric, Sophia understands what Patricia meant. The transformation wasn't just physical. It was spiritual, emotional, fundamental. She's not the same person who accepted Stephen's bite 3 days ago. She's more. Stronger. Fiercer. Whole in a way she's never been before. And as Stephen whispers his love against her skin, as she feels their bond pulse with shared pleasure and joy, Sophia knows with absolute certainty, this is where she belongs. This is who she was always meant to be. And the best part? This is just the beginning. Chapter 10. First run. The full moon rises the next evening, and Stephen watches Sophia pace nervously in their bedroom. What if I can't shift on command? She asks for the 3rd time. What if I get stuck between forms? You won't. You shifted back and forth twice yesterday with no problems. Stephen catches her hand, pulling her to a stop. You're ready for this. Running with the pack is different from practicing in the basement. It's better. You'll see. He kisses her forehead. The moon will help. It calls to the wolf, makes the transformation easier, more natural. Tyler's shifting too, right? Yes. It'll be his 2nd full moon run. He'll stick close to us. Sophia takes a deep breath. Okay. I can do this. You can do this. They walk downstairs together, finding Tyler already waiting by the back door. He's bouncing with excitement, his eyes flashing amber in anticipation. Finally. I thought you guys would never come down. Tyler grabs Sophia's hand. Wait until you feel the moon pull. It's amazing. If you say so, Sophia says, but she's smiling. The pack is gathering in the yard, 23 adults and 5 children, all preparing for the run. They greet Sophia with respect now, acknowledging her as alpha mate. Even Rebecca, who'd been coldly polite at best, offers a genuine nod of approval. You made it through, Rebecca says. Not everyone does. Welcome to the pack, truly. Thank you. Israel approaches, grinning. Ready for your first hunt? Hunt? Sophia's eyes widen. We're hunting? Deer usually, maybe elk if we're lucky. Don't worry, instinct kicks in. He winks. Trust your wolf. The moon rises higher, and Stephen feels the familiar pull. His wolf surges forward, eager and demanding. Beside him, Sophia gasps. I feel it, she whispers. The moon. It's like it's calling to me. Let it call. Let the wolf answer. Stephen is already shifting, his body flowing into wolf form with practiced ease. All around them, the pack shifts. It's a ripple effect, one person becoming wolf, then another, then another. The air fills with the sound of bones cracking and reforming. The smell of transformation magic. Tyler shifts quickly, his small wolf form appearing with barely a whimper of discomfort. Sophia is the last to change. Stephen watches as she closes her eyes, reaching for her wolf. The transformation is slower than his, less practiced, but smooth. Her body flows into wolf form, sleek and golden brown, smaller than most but perfectly proportioned. She's beautiful. Sophia opens her eyes, now amber and wild, and looks at Stephen. He sees the wonder in her expression, the joy of being wolf under the full moon. Ready? He asks through the pack link. It's not telepathy exactly, more a sense of emotion and intent that wolves can share. Sophia's tail wags uncertainly. I think so. Stay close. Follow my lead. Stephen throws his head back and howls. The pack joins in, a chorus of voices that echoes through the forest. Sophia adds her voice higher, less practiced, but genuine. Then they run. Running with the pack is freedom. Stephen has done this 1,000 times, but tonight feels different. Tonight, his mate runs beside him, learning the rhythm of the hunt, discovering the joy of being wolf. Sophia is clumsy at first, her coordination still developing. She stumbles over roots, misjudges, jumps, falls behind. But she doesn't give up. She pushes harder, learning with each stride. Tyler runs on her other side, his small wolf form keeping pace with encouraging yips and playful nudges. The pack moves as one organism through the forest, following scent trails, chasing the thrill of the hunt. They're not truly hunting yet, just running, burning off the moon's energy, reveling in being wolves. But then, Israel catches a scent, and the energy shifts. Deer, 3 of them, downwind. The pack spreads out, instinct taking over. They've done this hundreds of times. The careful approach, the coordinated attack, the quick kill. Sophia picks up on the change immediately. Stephen feels her confusion through the bond. What's happening? Hunt, stay with me, watch and learn. He can feel her hesitation, her human conscience warring with wolf instinct. But as they creep closer to the deer, as the scent of prey fills her nostrils, something shifts. The wolf in Sophia wakes fully. Her pupils dilate, her muscles coil. A growl builds in her chest, low and primal and hungry. That's it, Stephen encourages. Trust your instincts. The pack moves. Israel takes point, the fastest runner. Patricia and 3 others flank left, cutting off escape. Stephen leads the right flank, Sophia at his side. The deer sense them too late. The hunt is quick and clean. Israel brings down the largest buck, breaking its neck instantly. 2 others fall to coordinated pack attacks. The 3rd escapes. But that's intentional, they never take the whole herd. Sophia watches it all with wide eyes, her body trembling. Stephen can feel her shock, her instinctive revulsion at the violence, her wolf's excitement at the kill. It's okay, he sends through the bond. This is natural. This is what wolves do. The pack feeds, alpha first. Stephen approaches the kill, but instead of eating, he tears off a choice piece and brings it to Sophia. For you need to eat. The wolf needs to be fed. Sophia stares at the raw meat. Her human side is horrified. But her wolf is starving. Driven by instincts older than civilization, the wolf wins. Sophia eats, and Stephen feels her surprise through the bond. It tastes good. Better than good. Her wolf is satisfied, content, pleased. See? You're a natural. After the pack eats, they run again. But this time, Sophia isn't struggling. She's flowing. Her body finally understanding the rhythm of being wolf. She keeps pace with Stephen easily, her movements becoming more confident with each stride. They run for hours, until the moon starts to set, and the pack begins to tire. Tyler shifts back first, his small body exhausted. Patricia retrieves him, carrying the sleeping boy in her arms. One by one, the pack shifts back to human, retrieving stashed clothes, heading home. Stephen leads Sophia to a quiet clearing, away from the others. Under the moonlight, with the forest around them, and the taste of hunt still in their mouths, he shifts back to human. Sophia follows. Her transformation smooth now. Practiced. They stand naked in the moonlight, looking at each other. And Stephen has never seen anything more beautiful. That was incredible, Sophia breathes. Her eyes are still more amber than hazel, the wolf still close to the surface. I've never felt so alive. That's the wolf. That's the gift. I understand now. Why Geneva might have struggled. Sophia moves closer. It's overwhelming. All those instincts, those urges, the hunger, the aggression, the need to hunt and kill. For someone who wasn't prepared, who didn't want it, it would be torture. But for me? Sophia's smile is fierce, wild. It's freedom. I've spent my whole life feeling like something was missing, like I was broken somehow, not quite fitting anywhere. But this, she gestures at herself, at him, at the forest. This is what I was missing. This is who I was meant to be. Stephen's throat tightens with emotion. You're sure? No regrets? None. Not a single one. She steps into his arms. Thank you for this. For trusting me enough to turn me, for believing I could handle it. I was terrified you couldn't. I know. But I did. And I'm going to keep doing it, every full moon. For the rest of our very long lives. She kisses him, tasting of wildness and moon and belonging. I love you, Stephen Owen, my mate, my alpha. I love you, Sophia Owen. He holds her close, breathing in her scent now mixed with wolf, with pack, with his own claim. My mate, my love, my life. They make love there in the clearing, under the setting moon, wolves made human but still wild, still fierce, still connected by bonds deeper than words. And when they finally return to the house as dawn breaks, finding Tyler asleep in their bed having crawled in during the night, they curl around him together, a family, a pack, complete. The next 2 weeks pass in a blur of teaching and learning, and settling into new rhythms. Sophia adapts to being a shifter faster than anyone expected. She masters control quickly, learning to shift at will rather than only during the full moon. She trains with Israel daily, building wolf form strength and fighting skills. And she continues tutoring Tyler, now with a deeper understanding of what he's experiencing. Your senses are going to keep getting stronger, she tells him one afternoon during a lesson. You'll need coping mechanisms. Want to learn meditation? Is that the sitting still thing? I'm not good at sitting still. You will be, because it's how you'll manage when everything gets too loud or too bright or too much, Sophia demonstrates, and Tyler miraculously follows along. Stephen watches from the doorway, his heart so full it aches. This is what he dreamed of after Geneva died. A partner who understands. A mother figure for Tyler who gets what being a young shifter means. A mate who doesn't just tolerate his wolf but embraces her own. You're staring again, Israel says, appearing beside him. I'm allowed to stare at my mate. True. But you're doing that sappy thing where you look like you're about to cry. I'm not. Stephen breaks off because he is, actually, on the verge of tears. Happy tears. But still, it's okay to be happy, boss. You deserve it. Do I? After everything with Geneva. Stop. Israel turns to face him fully. Geneva's death was a tragedy. But it wasn't your fault. And it doesn't mean you don't deserve happiness now. You saved her life. You tried to help her adjust. You loved her. That she couldn't handle it isn't a reflection on you. Isn't it? I'm the one who bit her. To save her life. And you know what? Looking at Sophia, at how well she's adapting, it's clear the problem wasn't the transformation process. It was Geneva's mental state, her unwillingness, her trauma. None of which you could have fixed. Stephen knows Israel is right. He's known it logically for years. But finally, watching Sophia thrive, he feels it emotionally too. Geneva's tragedy wasn't his fault. And he deserves this happiness. Thank you, he says quietly. For what? For being my friend, my brother, for talking sense into me when I'm spiraling. Israel claps his shoulder. That's what second-in-commands are for. That and doing all the boring pack administration you hate. They watch Sophia and Tyler for another moment, heads bent together over a book, both so focused they don't notice being observed. She's good for you, Israel says. For both of you. For the whole pack, honestly. People are happier, lighter. I've noticed. Even Rebecca has stopped glaring at her. That's saying something. Stephen laughs. Rebecca just respects strength. Once Sophia survived the transformation and proved she could handle being alpha mate, Rebecca accepted her. Whatever the reason, it's working. You've got a good thing here, Stephen. A family. Don't let guilt or fear mess it up. I won't. And he means it. That evening, after Tyler is asleep, Stephen finds Sophia in the library. She's curled in his favorite chair, their favorite chair now, reading one of the pack history books. She looks up when he enters, her smile bright and welcoming. Hey. Tyler's down. Finally. He wanted 3 stories, 2 glasses of water, and detailed explanations of why he couldn't shift and sleep in the woods. Sophia laughs. He really loves being a wolf. He does. Thanks to you. I didn't do anything special. You made him feel normal, like being a shifter wasn't something wrong or shameful. Stephen sits on the arm of the chair, running his fingers through her hair. You gave him confidence. He already had it. I just helped him see it. They sit in comfortable silence for a moment before Stephen speaks again. I need to tell you something. Sophia marks her page and sets the book aside, giving him her full attention. Okay. I've been thinking about Geneva a lot lately. About how different everything is with you. And I realized something. He takes her hand. I loved Geneva. I'll always love who she was before the transformation. But what we had, it wasn't sustainable. We were too different, wanted different things. Even if she'd survived, even if she'd adjusted, I don't think we would have made it long term. Stephen, let me finish. I'm not saying this to diminish what we had or to make her death easier. I'm saying it because I need you to know. What we have is different. Better. We're partners in every sense. You understand, my wolf. You're an equal leader to the pack. You're everything I didn't know I needed. Tears shimmer in Sophia's eyes. I don't know what to say. Say you'll stay, forever. Even when things get hard, even when we fight, even when the wolf feels like too much. Promise me you'll stay and we'll figure it out together. I promise. She pulls him down into the chair with her, settling against his chest. I'm not going anywhere, Stephen. This is my home. You're my home. Good. Because I'm not letting you go. Possessive alpha. You knew what you were signing up for. She laughs, the sound filling him with warmth. I did. And I wouldn't change a thing. They stay like that, wrapped around each other, until the moon rises, and the wolves inside them stir with contentment. This is peace. This is happiness. This is everything Stephen thought he'd lost forever. And he's never letting it go. Chapter 11. Shadows in the woods. Sophia wakes to the sound of howling. Not the usual pack howls, playful, communicative, safe. This is different. Aggressive. Threatening. Foreign. She's out of bed before she's fully conscious, her wolf surging forward in response to the challenge. Beside her, Stephen is already moving, throwing on clothes with practiced efficiency. Stay here, he says, his voice alpha command rough. Like hell. Sophia pulls on jeans and a shirt. I'm alpha mate. Whatever this is, I'm facing it with you. Stephen looks like he wants to argue, but another howl cuts through the night, closer now, definitely on pack land, and he nods sharply. Stay behind me. And Sophia, if I tell you to run, you run. No arguments. Stephen, promise me. She sees the fear in his eyes, the memory of losing Geneva. I promise. They rush downstairs to find Israel already there, shirtless and tense, his eyes glowing amber. We've got company. 6 wolves on the eastern border. They're not backing down. 6? Stephen's jaw tightens. That's a hunting party, not scouts. What does that mean? Sophia asks, though her wolf already knows. Hunting parties mean aggression, territory claims, violence. It means someone's testing our borders. Seeing how we respond. Israel looks at Stephen. Orders? Wake the pack. Full defensive positions. No one shifts unless I give the command. Stephen turns to Sophia. Go check on Tyler. Make sure he's safe. She wants to argue, wants to stay with him, but the mate bond carries his genuine fear for their son. She runs upstairs, finding Tyler already awake, standing at his window with Storm growling beside him. I heard them, Tyler says, his young face serious. They don't sound friendly. They're not. But your dad's handling it. Sophia moves to the window, looking out at the forest. In the moonlight she can see shapes moving through the trees, large, aggressive, clearly wolf. and they're heading toward the house. Sophia. Tyler's voice is small. Are we in danger? She won't lie to him. Maybe. But we're pack. We protect each other. That's what being pack means. Tyler nods, trying to be brave. But he's still a child, barely 8. Only 2 months into being a shifter. He shouldn't have to deal with threats and territory disputes. Movement outside catches her attention. The strange wolves have broken through the tree line, standing at the edge of the yard. They're huge, bigger than most of Stephen's pack, clearly full-blooded shifters. Their eyes glow with challenge and hunger. Stephen emerges from the house in wolf form, massive and black and radiating alpha power. His pack follows Israel, Patricia, Rebecca, and a dozen others, forming a defensive line between the house and the intruders. The largest of the strange wolves steps forward. Even from this distance, Sophia can see the scars marking its face and body. This is a fighter, a wolf who's survived battles. You need to be down there, her wolf insists. Our mate needs us, our pack needs us. But Tyler. Storm nudges her leg, then moves to stand protectively in front of Tyler. The wolf dog's message is clear. I'll protect the cub. You protect the pack. Sophia makes a split-second decision. Tyler, stay in this room. Lock the door. Storm will keep you safe. Do not come out until your dad or I come get you. Understand? But no arguments. This is alpha mate command. She's never used that authority before, never pulled rank on Tyler. But his eyes widen and he nods. Be careful, he whispers. Always. Sophia runs downstairs and out into the yard, shifting as she goes. The transformation is faster now, taking only seconds. She emerges from the house as a wolf, golden brown and sleek, and takes her place beside Stephen. He turns to her, surprise and pride and fear mixing in his expression. You should be inside. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Beside my mate. The scarred wolf's attention shifts to Sophia. Its lips pull back in what might be a smile or a threat. When it speaks through the pack link, its voice is rough and mocking. So this is the famous alpha mate. The human who thought she could become wolf. Sophia's hackles rise. I didn't think. I became. And I'm pack now, which means I defend pack land. Brave words for a newborn pup. The scarred wolf circles slowly, assessing. I am Garrett, beta of the Newton pack. My alpha sent me with a message for Stephen Owen. Then deliver it and leave, Stephen growls. You're trespassing. Your land borders ours. The boundaries were drawn decades ago, when both packs were smaller. Now the Newton pack is growing. And we need more territory. The boundaries stand. They were agreed upon by both alphas. Your father agreed. You were just a pup then. Garrett's tone is dismissive. My alpha, Silas Newton, believes it's time to renegotiate. He offers you a choice. Cede the eastern forest to us peacefully, or we'll take it by force. The clearing erupts in growls from Stephen's pack. Rebecca steps forward, teeth bared. We don't surrender territory to anyone. Then you'll fight for it. Garrett sounds almost pleased. Silas expected you'd refuse. He's given you 3 days to evacuate the eastern territory. After that, any wolves found there will be considered hostile. That's half our hunting ground. Israel snarls. We can't survive on half the territory. Not our problem. Garrett turns back to Stephen. 3 days, Owen. Make your choice. Tell Silas to come himself if he wants to negotiate, Stephen says, his voice pure alpha command. I don't deal with betas. Silas doesn't negotiate with weaker packs. He conquers them. Garrett's laugh is sharp and cruel. 3 days. And Owen? We know about your son. Half-shifter, barely trained. How long do you think he'd last in a real fight? The threat is clear. Sophia's wolf lunges forward before she can stop herself, a snarl ripping from her throat. She places herself between Garrett and the house where Tyler waits. Touch him and you die, she projects with every ounce of authority she possesses. Garrett studies her with interest. Protective, good. You'll need to be. He turns, gesturing to his wolves. 3 days. Think carefully, Owen. The Newton wolves retreat into the forest, their howls echoing through the night, not a goodbye, but a promise of violence to come. The pack gathers in the main house, tension thick enough to cut. Sophia has shifted back to human, Tyler tucked safely against her side. The boy is trying to be brave, but she can feel him trembling. We can't give them the eastern territory, Rebecca argues. It sets a precedent, shows weakness. And we can't fight them, Patricia counters. The Newton pack has 40 wolves to our 23. We'd be slaughtered. There has to be another option, Israel says, looking at Stephen. Stephen stands at the window, staring out at the forest, his shoulders tight with tension. He hasn't spoken since the Newton wolves left. Stephen? Sophia approaches carefully, placing a hand on his back. Talk to us. They threaten Tyler. His voice is flat, controlled, which is somehow more frightening than rage. Garrett specifically mentioned our son. That's not about territory. That's personal. Why would they make it personal? Because Silas Newton hates me. Stephen turns to face the pack. 20 years ago, when I was young and stupid, I dated his sister, Lydia. She wanted to become my mate, join our pack. Silas forbade it, said she wouldn't lower herself to a smaller pack. We tried to run away together. What happened? Sophia asks, though she's not sure she wants to know. Silas caught us, challenged me to a fight. I was 20, barely trained. He nearly killed me. Stephen's hand goes unconsciously to his side, where a long scar marks his ribs. Lydia stopped him, begged him to spare me. He did, but only after making me swear to never contact her again. She was mated off to another alpha within the month. He's held a grudge for 20 years? Rebecca sounds incredulous. He's held a grudge because he thinks I shamed his family. Pursuing Lydia, making her want to leave her pack for mine in his eyes. That's unforgivable. Stephen's expression is grim. He's been waiting for an excuse to come after me. The territory dispute is just that, an excuse. So what do we do? Israel asks. We can't fight them directly. We'd lose. Stephen starts pacing. But we can't surrender territory either. The pack needs that hunting ground to survive. Challenge, Sophia says suddenly. Everyone turns to her. If this is personal between you and Silas, make it an alpha challenge. Winner takes the disputed territory. That's suicide, Patricia says gently. Silas is older, more experienced, and he's been alpha for 30 years. Stephen, you're strong, but I'll lose, Stephen finishes. Yeah. I know. Then we find another way, Sophia insists. We contact the Council of Alphas. There are laws about territory disputes, right? Mediation processes. The council won't intervene in regional disputes unless both alphas request it, Israel explains. And Silas won't request it. He wants this fight. The room falls silent, everyone trying to think of solutions that don't end in bloodshed. Tyler speaks up, his voice small but clear. What if we evacuate? Move the whole pack somewhere else? And abandon our land, our home? Rebecca shakes her head. That's not how wolves work, pup. We don't run. But if staying means dying, then we die defending what's ours. Rebecca's voice softens slightly. I know that sounds harsh, but it's pack law. Our ancestors died for this land. We don't surrender it. There has to be another way, Sophia says desperately. She looks at Stephen. Talk to Silas, face to face. Appeal to whatever humanity he has left. He doesn't have any, not for me. But Stephen considers it. Although, maybe there's something he wants more than revenge. Like what? Like his sister, Lydia. Stephen turns to Israel. Find out where she is now, who she's mated to, if she's happy. Why? Because if she's not happy, if her mating was forced, maybe she'd be willing to help us. Stephen's expression is calculating now. Strategic. Silas cares about his sister. If she asked him to back off, he might listen. That's a lot of ifs, Israel points out. It's better than certain death. Israel nods. I'll make some calls, see what I can find out. The pack disperses slowly, heading back to their homes with instructions to stay alert, stay armed, and keep children close. Only Sophia, Stephen, and Tyler remain. Dad? Tyler's voice wavers. Are we going to die? Stephen drops to his knees, pulling his son into a fierce hug. No, I won't let that happen, I promise. But if they attack, then we fight. And we win. Because we're Owen Pack, and we protect our own. Tyler nods against his father's shoulder, trying to be brave. Sophia joins the hug, wrapping her arms around both of them. Through the mate bond, she can feel Stephen's fear, his determination, his love for their son. We'll figure this out, she sends to him. Together. I won't lose you, he sends back. Either of you. I'll die first. You won't die. None of us will. We're going to find a way through this. She hopes she's right. Because in 3 days, if they haven't found a solution, the Newton pack will come. And this time, they won't be delivering messages. They'll be coming for blood. Chapter 12. Old Wounds. Israel returns the next morning with information. His expression grim. Found her, he says, dropping a folder on Stephen's desk. Lydia Newton. Well, Lydia Morrison now. She was mated to Gregory Morrison, Alpha of the Northern Ridge Pack. Was? Sophia catches the past tense. She's sitting in on the meeting, having earned her place as alpha mate and strategic partner. Gregory died 3 years ago. Hunting accident. Israel's tone suggests it wasn't an accident. Lydia's still there with the pack, but from what I can gather, she's basically a prisoner. Morrison's son, Derek, is alpha now, and he keeps her around as a trophy, I guess. Proof of their alliance with the Newton pack. Stephen's jaw tightens. Where is she? Northern Ridge Territory. About 6 hours from here. Israel pulls out a map, marking the location. But Stephen, getting to her won't be easy. Derek keeps her under close watch, and if Silas finds out you're trying to contact her, he'll escalate. I know. Stephen studies the map. But if Lydia can convince Silas to back off, it's worth the risk. Is it? Sophia asks quietly. Stephen, this woman was your first love. You tried to run away with her. Are you sure going to see her is about saving the pack and not about unfinished business? Stephen looks at her, sees the worry in her eyes, not jealousy exactly, but concern. Geneva asked me the same thing once. I told her what I'll tell you. Lydia was a long time ago. What I feel for you is different, deeper, real in ways what I had with her never was. But I knew her well enough to know she has influence over Silas. If anyone can stop this, it's her. Then we go together, Sophia says firmly. No. Too dangerous. I'm alpha mate. Where you go, I go. Sophia. Don't. Her voice is sharp. Don't try to protect me by leaving me behind. I'm not fragile. I'm not Geneva, and I won't sit here while you walk into potential danger. Stephen stares at her, seeing the steel in her spine, the determination in her eyes. His wolf rumbles approval. Strong mate. Fierce mate. Perfect mate. Fine, he concedes. We go together. Israel. You're in charge while we're gone. If anything happens, I'll protect Tyler with my life, Israel says. You know that. I do. But if the Newton pack attacks before we return, I'll evacuate the pack to the safe house. We practice the drills. Everyone knows what to do. Stephen nods, trying to ignore the fear clawing at his chest. He's leaving his son, his pack, during a threat. Everything in him screams it's wrong. But staying means certain war. Going might give them a chance at peace. We leave in an hour, he says. The drive north is tense and quiet. Sophia sits in the passenger seat, her hand in Stephen's, occasionally squeezing when the silence gets too heavy. They've left Tyler with explicit instructions to stay close to Israel and Storm, to practice his shifting, to be ready to run if needed. The boy had been scared but brave. Come back safe, he'd whispered, as he hugged them goodbye. Stephen had promised, though he wasn't sure he could keep it. Tell me about her, Sophia says as they cross into Northern Ridge territory. Lydia. What was she like? Curious question. I need to know what we're walking into. And, Sophia hesitates. I need to understand what she meant to you, so I know what to expect. Stephen considers how to explain. She was fire and rebellion. Silas kept her on a tight leash, traditional alpha brother. Very controlling. She hated it. Wanted freedom. I was young and idealistic and thought I could give her that. Did you love her? I thought I did. But looking back, I think we loved the idea of each other more than the reality. She saw me as escape. I saw her as adventure. He glances at Sophia. Nothing like what I feel for you. Which is home. You feel like home. Like I can finally stop running and just be. He lifts her hand, kissing her knuckles. Lydia was a wildfire. You're the hearth that keeps the cold away. Sophia's eyes shine suspiciously bright. That's really romantic for someone who claims he's not good with words. I have my moments. They drive in more comfortable silence after that, until they reach the Northern Ridge Pack compound. It's larger than Owen territory, sprawling estate with multiple buildings, training grounds, and a massive lodge that serves as pack headquarters. 2 wolves in human form intercept them at the gate. Both are large, muscular, clearly guards, State your business, the larger one demands. Stephen Owen, Alpha of Unpack. I'm here to see Lydia Morrison. The guards exchange glances. Alpha Derek didn't mention expecting visitors. He's not expecting me. But Lydia will want to see me. Tell her I'm here about her brother. Wait here. One guard disappears into the lodge, while the other watches them with suspicious eyes. Sophia stays close to Stephen, her wolf alert and ready despite her calm exterior. 15 minutes later, the guard returns with a woman. Stephen's breath catches. Lydia. She's older, they both are, but still beautiful. Dark hair shot through with silver, sharp features. Eyes that once sparkled with mischief now weary and cautious. She wears expensive clothes that look uncomfortable. And there's a tightness around her mouth that speaks of years of suppressed emotion. Stephen, she says, her voice carefully neutral. This is unexpected. Lydia. Thank you for seeing me. Her eyes shift to Sophia, assessing. And this is? Sophia Owen, my mate. Something flashes across Lydia's face, surprise, relief, regret. It's gone too quickly to identify. I see. Well, come in. We shouldn't talk out here. She leads them into the lodge, through halls decorated with hunting trophies and pack memorabilia, to a private sitting room. Once the door is closed, her careful composure cracks slightly. What are you doing here, Stephen? If Derek finds out, is he that controlling? He's worse than his father was, worse than Silas. She sinks into a chair, suddenly looking every one of her 40-plus years. I am essentially a prisoner here, a symbol of the alliance between our packs, kept around to remind everyone of the Newton pack's power. I'm sorry, Stephen says, and means it. I didn't know. How could you? We haven't spoken in 20 years. You moved on, built a life, found love. Her eyes land on Sophia again, genuine warmth in them this time. I'm glad. You deserve happiness. So do you, Sophia says gently. And I'm sorry you haven't found it. Lydia laughs bitterly. Wolves like me don't get happiness. We get duty and alliance and the illusion of choice. She shakes her head. But you didn't come here to discuss my failed life. What's this about Silas? Stephen explains the situation, the territory dispute, the threat to Tyler, the impossible choice between surrendering land or facing a war they can't win. Lydia's expression grows darker with each word. That bastard. He's still holding a grudge after all these years? Apparently, he won't negotiate, won't listen to reason. The only thing I could think of was to come to you, see if you could convince him to back off. Lydia stands, pacing. Stephen, I haven't spoken to my brother in 5 years. He's made it clear he doesn't care what I think or want. Why would he listen to me about this? Because despite everything, he loves you. You're the only family he has left. Love? Lydia's laugh is sharp. He doesn't love me, he owns me. There's a difference. Then help us another way, Sophia says. You know him, you know how he thinks. What would make him back down? Lydia stops pacing, considering. Silas cares about 3 things: power, reputation, and legacy. The territory grab is about power expanding his pack's reach. But if you could threaten his reputation somehow, show that attacking your pack would make him look bad to other alphas. How? Stephen asks. He's one of the most respected alphas in the region. Respected and feared aren't the same thing. Most alphas tolerate Silas because he's strong, but they don't like him. He's aggressive, territorial, refuses to cooperate with the council. Lydia's eyes sharpen with thought. If you could get other alphas to publicly support your pack, to make it clear that an attack on Owen would be seen as aggression against the larger shifter community, he might back down to avoid making enemies, Stephen finishes. That could work. It's your only real option besides surrendering or fighting. Lydia moves to a desk, pulling out paper and pen. I'll write you a list of alphas who might be sympathetic. Some of them owe me favors. Use my name, it might help. Thank you, Sophia says. This means everything. Lydia hands the list to Stephen, then hesitates. There's something else. Something you should know about Silas. What? He's sick. Some kind of wasting disease that's eating away at him slowly. He's been hiding it, but I heard from one of his pack members. He's desperate to secure his legacy before he dies. She meets Stephen's eyes. That's why he's pushing now. He wants to expand the pack's territory, secure their power, before he's gone. How long does he have? A year. Maybe 2. Lydia's voice softens. I don't condone what he's doing. But understand, He's a dying man, trying to ensure his pack survives after he's gone. That makes him more dangerous and more desperate. Stephen processes this, strategic implications, clicking into place. If other alphas knew he was dying, they'd be circling, waiting to take advantage. He can't afford to look weak right now. Exactly. Which means, if you can gather enough support, threaten to expose his illness, or make him look like a bully going after a smaller pack, he'll back down. The reputation hit would be too costly. You're giving me ammunition to use against your own brother. My brother stopped caring about me years ago. And what he's doing, threatening a child, that crosses a line even for him. Lydia's expression hardens. Do what you need to do, Stephen. Protect your family. They're halfway home when Sophia finally speaks. She still loves you. Stephen glances at her, surprised. What? Lydia. She still has feelings for you. I could see it in how she looked at you, how she helped us without hesitation. Sophia keeps her voice neutral, trying not to let insecurity show. I'm not jealous. I'm just observing. Sophia. It's okay, I understand. First loves leave marks. And she's the road not taken, the what if. Of course there's still something there. There isn't. Stephen pulls the car over to the side of the road, turning to face her fully. Whatever feelings Lydia and I had, they died 20 years ago. We were kids playing at rebellion. What we have, what you and I have, that's real. That's forever. How can you be sure? Because when I saw her today, I felt nothing but pity. She's trapped in a life she never wanted. And I'm grateful, so fucking grateful that we didn't run away together. Because if we had, I wouldn't have Tyler. I wouldn't have you. I wouldn't have this life that feels right in a way nothing with Lydia ever did. He takes Sophia's face in his hands. You're my mate. My partner. The mother of my son. And soon, if we're lucky, the mother of our children. You're everything, Sophia. Everything. And no ghost from my past is going to change that. Sophia kisses him, pouring relief and love and trust into it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted. You're allowed to have feelings. Just tell me about them instead of letting them fester. He kisses her forehead. We're a team, remember? No secrets, no walls. No secrets, no walls, she agrees. They drive the rest of the way home in comfortable silence, both thinking about the challenge ahead. They have names now, potential allies, a strategy, but they also have a ticking clock. 2 more days until Silas's deadline, and no guarantee their plan will work. They arrive home to find the pack gathered in the main house, tension radiating from every wolf. What's wrong? Stephen asks immediately. Israel steps forward, his expression grim. They came back. 3 Newton wolves, including Garrett. They weren't delivering messages this time. What were they doing? Hunting. On our land. They killed 2 deer in the eastern forest, left the carcasses as a warning. It's a direct challenge. Hunting on another pack's territory is one of the gravest insults in wolf culture. It's saying, your land is our land, your prey is our prey, you're too weak to stop us. Anyone hurt? Sophia asks. No. They ran when we confronted them. But Israel hesitates. They got close to the house, Stephen. Tyler was outside with the other pups. They could have, but they didn't, Stephen says, though his heart is pounding. Where's Tyler now? Inside. Shaken but safe. Stephen finds his son in the library, curled up in the window seat with Storm. Tyler's eyes are red from crying, though he's clearly trying to be brave. Hey, Stephen says softly, sitting beside him. Israel told me what happened. They were huge, Dad. And they looked at me like... Tyler's voice trembles. Like they wanted to hurt me. They were trying to scare us. That's all. It worked. Tyler wipes his eyes angrily. I'm supposed to be a wolf. I'm supposed to be brave. But I was terrified. Being brave doesn't mean not being afraid. It means being afraid and facing it anyway. Stephen pulls Tyler close. You did exactly right. You stayed with the pack. You didn't engage. You got to safety. That's smart, not cowardly. Sophia appears in the doorway, and Tyler immediately reaches for her. She joins them in the window seat. The 3 of them huddled together. We have a plan, Sophia tells Tyler. A way to stop the Newton pack without fighting. Will it work? We're going to make sure it does, Stephen says, with more confidence than he feels. Because the alternative war with a pack twice their size, with his son as a potential target, is unthinkable. They will make this work. They have to. Chapter 12. Old Wounds. Israel returns the next morning with information, his expression grim. Found her, he says, dropping a folder on Stephen's desk. Lydia Newton. Well, Lydia Morrison now. She was mated to Gregory Morrison, Alpha of the Northern Ridge Pack. Was? Sophia catches the past tense. She's sitting in on the meeting, having earned her place as alpha mate and strategic partner. Gregory died 3 years ago. Hunting accident. Israel's tone suggests it wasn't an accident. Lydia's still there with the pack. But from what I can gather, she's basically a prisoner. Morrison's son, Derek, is alpha now, and he keeps her around as a trophy, I guess. Proof of their alliance with the Newton pack. Stephen's jaw tightens. Where is she? Northern Ridge Territory. About 6 hours from here. Israel pulls out a map, marking the location. But Stephen, getting to her won't be easy. Derek keeps her under close watch, and if Silas finds out you're trying to contact her, he'll escalate. I know. Stephen studies the map, but if Lydia can convince Silas to back off, it's worth the risk. Is it? Sophia asks quietly. Stephen, this woman was your first love. You tried to run away with her. Are you sure going to see her is about saving the pack and not about unfinished business? Stephen looks at her, sees the worry in her eyes, not jealousy exactly, but concern. Geneva asked me the same thing once. I told her what I'll tell you. Lydia was a long time ago. What I feel for you is different, deeper, real in ways what I had with her never was. But I knew her well enough to know she has influence over Silas. If anyone can stop this, it's her. Then we go together, Sophia says firmly. No, too dangerous. I'm alpha mate. Where you go, I go. Sophia, don't. Her voice is sharp. Don't try to protect me by leaving me behind. I'm not fragile. I'm not Geneva. And I won't sit here while you walk into potential danger. Stephen stares at her, seeing the steel in her spine, the determination in her eyes. His wolf rumbles approval. Strong mate, fierce mate, perfect mate. Fine, he concedes. We go together. Israel. You're in charge while we're gone. If anything happens, I'll protect Tyler with my life. Israel says. You know that. I do. But if the Newton pack attacks before we return, I'll evacuate the pack to the safe house. We practice the drills. Everyone knows what to do. Stephen nods, trying to ignore the fear clawing at his chest. He's leaving his son, his pack, during a threat. Everything in him screams it's wrong, but staying means certain war. Going might give them a chance at peace. We leave in an hour, he says. The drive north is tense and quiet. Sophia sits in the passenger seat, her hand in Stephen's, occasionally squeezing when the silence gets too heavy. They've left Tyler with explicit instructions to stay close to Israel and Storm, to practice his shifting, to be ready to run if needed. The boy had been scared but brave. Come back safe, he'd whispered as he hugged them goodbye. Stephen had promised, though he wasn't sure he could keep it. Tell me about her, Sophia says as they cross into Northern Ridge Territory. Lydia, what was she like? Curious question. I need to know what we're walking into, and… Sophia hesitates. I need to understand what she meant to you, so I know what to expect. Stephen considers how to explain. She was fire and rebellion. Silas kept her on a tight leash. Traditional alpha brother, very controlling. She hated it, wanted freedom. I was young and idealistic, and thought I could give her that. Did you love her? I thought I did, but looking back, I think we loved the idea of each other more than the reality. She saw me as escape. I saw her as adventure. He glances at Sophia. Nothing like what I feel for you. Which is… home. You feel like home. Like I can finally stop running and just be. He lifts her hand, kissing her knuckles. Lydia was a wildfire. You're the hearth that keeps the cold away. Sophia's eyes shine suspiciously bright. That's really romantic for someone who claims he's not good with words. I have my moments. They drive in more comfortable silence after that, until they reach the Northern Ridge Pack compound. It's larger than Owen Territory, sprawling estate with multiple buildings, training grounds, and a massive lodge that serves as pack headquarters. 2 wolves in human form intercept them at the gate. Both are large, muscular, clearly guards. State your business, the larger one demands. Stephen Owen, Alpha of Owen Pack. I'm here to see Lydia Morrison. The guards exchange glances. Alpha Derek didn't mention expecting visitors. He's not expecting me. But Lydia will want to see me. Tell her I'm here about her brother. Wait here. One guard disappears into the lodge while the other watches them with suspicious eyes. Sophia stays close to Stephen, her wolf alert and ready despite her calm exterior. 15 minutes later, the guard returns with a woman. Stephen's breath catches. Lydia. She's older, they both are, but still beautiful. Dark hair shot through with silver. Sharp features. Eyes that once sparkled with mischief, now weary and cautious. She wears expensive clothes that look uncomfortable, and there's a tightness around her mouth that speaks of years of suppressed emotion. Stephen, she says, her voice carefully neutral. This is unexpected. Lydia. Thank you for seeing me. Her eyes shift to Sophia. Assessing. Sophia Owen. My mate. Something flashes across Lydia's face. Surprise, relief, regret. It's gone too quickly to identify. I see. Well, come in. We shouldn't talk out here. She leads them into the lodge, through halls decorated with hunting trophies and pack memorabilia, to a private sitting room. Once the door is closed, her careful composure cracks slightly. What are you doing here, Stephen? If Derek finds out, is he that controlling? He's worse than his father was. Worse than Silas. She sinks into a chair, suddenly looking every one of her 40-plus years. I'm essentially a prisoner here, a symbol of the alliance between our packs, kept around to remind everyone of the Newton pack's power. I'm sorry, Stephen says, and means it. I didn't know. How could you? We haven't spoken in 20 years. You moved on, built a life, found love. Her eyes land on Sophia again, genuine warmth in them this time. I'm glad. You deserve happiness. So do you, Sophia says gently, and I'm sorry you haven't found it. Lydia laughs bitterly. Wolves like me don't get happiness. We get duty and alliance, and the illusion of choice. She shakes her head. But you didn't come here to discuss my failed life. What's this about, Silas? Stephen explains the situation, the territory dispute, the threat to Tyler, the impossible choice between surrendering land or facing a war they can't win. Lydia's expression grows darker with each word. That bastard. He's still holding a grudge after all these years? Apparently, he won't negotiate, won't listen to reason. The only thing I could think of was to come to you, see if you could convince him to back off. Lydia stands, pacing. Stephen. I haven't spoken to my brother in 5 years. He's made it clear he doesn't care what I think or want. Why would he listen to me about this? Because despite everything, he loves you. You're the only family he has left. Love. Lydia's laugh is sharp. He doesn't love me. He owns me. There's a difference. Then help us another way, Sophia says. You know him. You know how he thinks. What would make him back down? Lydia stops pacing, considering. Silas cares about 3 things: power, reputation, and legacy. The territory grab is about power, expanding his pack's reach. But if you could threaten his reputation somehow, show that attacking your pack would make him look bad to other alphas. How? Stephen asks. He's one of the most respected alphas in the region. Respected and feared aren't the same thing. Most alphas tolerate Silas because he's strong, but they don't like him. He's aggressive, territorial, refuses to cooperate with the council. Lydia's eyes sharpen with thought. If you could get other alphas to publicly support your pack, to make it clear that an attack on Owen would be seen as aggression against the larger shifter community, he might back down to avoid making enemies, Stephen finishes. That could work. It's your only real option besides surrendering or fighting. Lydia moves to a desk, pulling out paper and pen. I'll write you a list of alphas who might be sympathetic. Some of them owe me favors. Use my name, it might help. Thank you, Sophia says. This means everything. Lydia hands the list to Stephen, then hesitates. There's something else. Something you should know about Silas. What? He's sick. Some kind of wasting disease that's eating away at him slowly. He's been hiding it, but I heard from one of his pack members. He's desperate to secure his legacy before he dies. She meets Stephen's eyes. That's why he's pushing now. He wants to expand the pack's territory, secure their power, before he's gone. How long does he have? A year. Maybe 2. Lydia's voice softens. I don't condone what he's doing. But understand he's a dying man, trying to ensure his pack survives after he's gone. That makes him more dangerous and more desperate. Stephen processes this, strategic implications clicking into place. If other alphas knew he was dying, they'd be circling, waiting to take advantage. He can't afford to look weak right now. Exactly. Which means if you can gather enough support, threaten to expose his illness, or make him look like a bully going after a smaller pack, he'll back down. The reputation hit would be too costly. You're giving me ammunition to use against your own brother. My brother stopped caring about me years ago. And what he's doing threatening a child that crosses a line even for him. Lydia's expression hardens. Do what you need to do, Stephen. Protect your family. They're halfway home when Sophia finally speaks. She still loves you. Stephen glances at her, surprised. What? Lydia. She still has feelings for you. I could see it in how she looked at you, how she helped us without hesitation. Sophia keeps her voice neutral, trying not to let insecurity show. I'm not jealous. I'm just observing. Sophia. It's okay. I understand. First loves leave marks. And she's the road not taken, the what if. Of course there's still something there. There isn't. Stephen pulls the car over to the side of the road, turning to face her fully. Whatever feelings Lydia and I had, they died 20 years ago. We were kids playing at rebellion. What we have, what you and I have, that's real. That's forever. How can you be sure? Because when I saw her today, I felt nothing but pity. She's trapped in a life she never wanted, and I'm grateful, so fucking grateful that we didn't run away together. Because if we had, I wouldn't have Tyler. I wouldn't have you. I wouldn't have this life that feels right in a way nothing with Lydia ever did. He takes Sophia's face in his hands. You're my mate. My partner. The mother of my son. And soon, if we're lucky, the mother of our children. You're everything, Sophia. Everything. And no ghost from my past is going to change that. Sophia kisses him, pouring relief and love and trust into it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted. You're allowed to have feelings. Just tell me about them. Instead of letting them fester. He kisses her forehead. We're a team, remember? No secrets, no walls. No secrets, no walls, she agrees. They drive the rest of the way home in comfortable silence, both thinking about the challenge ahead. They have names now, potential allies, a strategy, but they also have a ticking clock. 2 more days until Silas's deadline. And no guarantee their plan will work. They arrive home to find the pack gathered in the main house, tension radiating from every wolf. What's wrong? Stephen asks immediately. Israel steps forward, his expression grim. They came back. 3 Newton wolves, including Garrett. They weren't delivering messages this time. What were they doing? Hunting. On our land. They killed 2 deer in the eastern forest. Left the carcasses as a warning. It's a direct challenge. Hunting on another pack's territory is one of the gravest insults in wolf culture. It's saying, your land is our land. Your prey is our prey. You're too weak to stop us. Anyone hurt? Sophia asks. No. They ran when we confronted them. But Israel hesitates. They got close to the house, Stephen. Tyler was outside with the other pups. They could have, but they didn't. Stephen says, though his heart is pounding. Where's Tyler now? Inside, shaken but safe. Stephen finds his son in the library, curled up in the window seat with Storm. Tyler's eyes are red from crying, though he's clearly trying to be brave. Hey, Stephen says softly, sitting beside him. Israel told me what happened. They were huge, Dad. And they looked at me like... Tyler's voice trembles. Like they wanted to hurt me. They were trying to scare us. That's all. It worked. Tyler wipes his eyes angrily. I'm supposed to be a wolf. I'm supposed to be brave. But I was terrified. Being brave doesn't mean not being afraid. It means being afraid and facing it anyway. Stephen pulls Tyler close. You did exactly right. You stayed with the pack. You didn't engage. You got to safety. That's smart, not cowardly. Sophia appears in the doorway, and Tyler immediately reaches for her. She joins them in the window seat, the 3 of them huddled together. We have a plan, Sophia tells Tyler. A way to stop the Newton pack without fighting. Will it work? We're going to make sure it does, Stephen says with more confidence than he feels. Because the alternative war with a pack twice their size, with his son as a potential target, is unthinkable. They will make this work. They have to. Chapter 13. Gathering Allies. The next morning, Sophia and Stephen begin making calls. The list Lydia provided has 12 names, alphas from packs throughout the region. Some small like Owen. Others larger and more influential. Each call follows the same pattern: explain the situation, mention Lydia's name, request support. The responses are mixed. Silas Newton is a bully, says Alpha Catherine of the Riverside Pack. But he's a powerful bully. I won't risk my pack by standing against him. I sympathize, says Alpha Thomas of the Highland Pack. But territory disputes are between the involved packs. I can't interfere. By noon, they've been rejected by 7 alphas and have 4 more to call. This isn't working, Stephen says, frustrated. He's pacing his office, phone in hand, looking every inch the stressed alpha. No one wants to risk Silas's anger. We still have 4 names left, Sophia reminds him. And we only need a few strong allies to make this work. The 8th call is to Alpha Victoria of the Crescent Moon Pack, one of the largest and most respected packs in the region. Stephen Owen. Victoria's voice is warm but cautious. I wondered when I'd hear from you. News of your territory dispute has reached my ears. Then you know what we're facing. I do. And I also know Silas Newton is dying. There's a pause. He's getting desperate, aggressive, taking risks he wouldn't normally take. That makes him dangerous. Will you help us? Why should I? My pack is secure. We have no conflict with the Newton pack. Sophia leans toward the phone. Because today it's us. Tomorrow it could be you. If Silas gets away with this, with bullying a smaller pack into surrendering territory, he sets a precedent. Other alphas will follow his example. The whole region becomes unstable. And you are? Sophia Owen. Stephen's mate and alpha mate of Owen Pack. Ah yes, I heard you returned recently. How are you adjusting? Victoria's tone is genuinely curious. I'm thriving. Because I chose this. I chose my pack. My mate. My life. Sophia's voice strengthens. But Silas is threatening to take that choice away. He's threatening our home, our family, our son. And if he succeeds, what message does that send? That might makes right. That smaller packs don't deserve protection. Victoria is quiet for a long moment. You make a compelling argument. And Lydia was right to send you to me. She and I were friends once, before her brother ruined her life. Another pause. I'll support you. Publicly. I'll make it known that an attack on Owen Pack is an attack on the stability of our region. Relief floods through Sophia. Thank you. Thank you so much. Don't thank me yet. One alpha's support might not be enough to stop Silas. You need more allies. We're working on it. Then work faster. You have less than 2 days before his deadline. Victoria's voice softens slightly. For what it's worth, I hope you succeed. We need alphas like Stephen, young, progressive, willing to adapt. The old ways of might and conquest need to die with alphas like Silas. After Victoria hangs up, Stephen pulls Sophia into a fierce hug. You were incredible. The way you argued our case. I just told the truth. And Victoria's right, we need more allies. The next 3 calls yield 2 more supporters, Alpha Caleb of the Moonridge Pack and Alpha Lolita of the Forest View Pack. Both are smaller packs who've dealt with Silas's aggression before, and are willing to stand against him. 3 out of 12, Israel says, reviewing the results. Is that enough? It has to be, Stephen says. We're out of time and out of options. Then we make it enough, Sophia says. We call Silas. We tell him 3 respected alphas are backing us. We make him understand that attacking us means making enemies across the region. And if he doesn't care, then we fight. Sophia's voice is steady, though her heart is pounding. And we accept whatever happens. But we don't surrender. We don't abandon our home. Stephen looks at her with such pride and love that Sophia's breath catches. When did you become so fierce? When I had something worth fighting for. That evening they call Silas Redwood. The alpha answers on the 3rd ring, his voice rough and commanding. Owen. Calling to accept my terms? No, calling to offer you a choice. Stephen puts the phone on speaker so Sophia can hear. Back off the territory dispute or face consequences. Silas laughs, a sound like grinding stone. Consequences? From you? I have 40 wolves to your 23. What consequences could you possibly threaten me with? Political ones. I have the support of Alpha Victoria, Alpha Caleb, and Alpha Lolita. They've all agreed that your aggression toward my pack destabilizes the region. If you attack us, you make enemies of them too. The line goes quiet. When Silas speaks again, his voice is colder. Victoria, she always was a bleeding heart. And the other 2 are small-time alphas afraid of their own shadows. Their support means nothing. It means you'll be seen as a bully, as an aggressor, as a dying alpha making desperate grabs for power before he loses control. Stephen's voice is hard. Yes, I know about your illness, and I know you can't afford to show weakness right now. Who told you? Silas cuts himself off. Lydia, that traitorous bitch. Your sister is trying to prevent a war. You should thank her. My sister stopped being family when she chose you over her pack. Silas's breathing is labored now, audibly struggling. You think 3 Alpha's support will stop me? I built my reputation on strength. I won't be intimidated by. He breaks off in a coughing fit. When he speaks again, his voice is weaker. The deadline stands. 2 days, Owen. Evacuate the Eastern Territory or face the consequences. He hangs up. Stephen and Sophia look at each other, the weight of failure heavy between them. It didn't work, Sophia says quietly. No. It didn't. Stephen runs a hand through his hair. He's too proud. Too desperate. He'd rather die fighting than back down. Then what do? We prepare for war. The pack spends the next day preparing. Weapons are distributed, silver blades that can harm shifters, though using silver is considered a last resort. Fighting positions are assigned. Escape routes are mapped. The pack's children, elderly, and those unable to fight are moved to a secure location 3 hours away. Tyler refuses to go. I'm not leaving, he says stubbornly, his 8-year-old face set in determination. I'm part of this pack. I fight with my pack. You're a child, Stephen says, trying to stay patient. Your job is to stay safe. I'm a wolf, and wolves protect their territory. Tyler. Dad, please. Tyler's eyes shine with tears he's trying not to shed. If something happens to you or Sophia, I need to be here. I can't. His voice breaks. I can't lose anyone else, not like I lost Mom. Stephen's resistance crumbles. He pulls Tyler into a hug. Okay. You stay. But you stay with Israel. And you follow orders. No heroics. I promise. Sophia watches them, her heart breaking and swelling all at once. This is her family. Her pack. Worth fighting for. Worth dying for, if necessary. That night, unable to sleep, Sophia finds herself in the library. She's pulled Geneva's journal again, morbid curiosity or a need to understand, she's not sure which. But this time, she reads the very first entries, before the transformation, when Geneva was human, and in love. Day 1. Met someone today. Stephen Owen. He's intense, magnetic, dangerous in a way that should scare me but doesn't. He looked at me like I was the only person in the room. I can't stop thinking about him. Day 30. I'm in love. Completely, irrevocably in love. Stephen makes me feel alive, wild, free. He says I'm his mate, that wolves mate for life. I don't fully understand what that means, but I want to. I want everything with him. Day 89. He told me the truth tonight, about what he is, a werewolf, a shapeshifter. I should run. I should be terrified, but all I feel is excitement. He's offering me a world I never knew existed, and I want in. Sophia turns the page, finding Geneva's last entry before the accident that changed everything. Day 124. We're getting married next month. I can't wait to spend forever with him. Stephen says being a shifter means we could have 200 years together. 200 years of love and adventure and building a life. I feel like the luckiest woman alive. The next entry is dated 3 weeks later. Written in shaky handwriting. Day 145. I'm a monster. Stephen saved my life by biting me, but he destroyed who I was. I'm not Geneva anymore. I'm this thing, this beast that I can't control. He says it gets easier. He's lying. Nothing about this will ever be easy. Sophia closes the journal, tears streaming down her face. Geneva had wanted this once, had chosen Stephen with open eyes and an eager heart, but the transformation broke something in her, changed her in ways she couldn't recover from. You're not her. Sophia looks up to find Stephen in the doorway. I keep reading her journal, looking for answers, Sophia admits, trying to understand how someone who loved you so much could end up hating you. She didn't hate me. She hated what I made her. Stephen sits beside her. And maybe that's the same thing. It's not. You gave her the only option you had to save her life. She chose to see it as a curse, instead of a gift. Sophia takes his hand. I won't do that. Whatever happens tomorrow, whether we win or lose, Live or die, I'll never regret choosing this life with you. Even if we lose, even if Silas takes our territory, destroys our pack, even then, because I'd rather have one day of fighting beside you than a lifetime of safety without you." Stephen kisses her, deep and desperate, and claiming, "I love you, so fucking much." "I love you too." Sophia pulls back, meeting his eyes. "And tomorrow, we show Silas Redwood exactly what he's up against when he threatens our family." Dawn breaks on the day of Silas's deadline. The pack gathers at first light, 23 adult shifters ready to defend their territory. They're outnumbered, outmatched, possibly facing their deaths. But they stand together, united and defiant. Stephen addresses them, his voice carrying the weight of alpha command. "Today, the Redwood pack comes. They expect us to surrender, to run, to show our bellies like frightened pups." He pauses, meeting the eyes of each pack member. "But we are unpack. We bow to no one. This is our land, our home, and we will defend it with everything we have." The pack howls in response, a battle cry that echoes through the forest. Sophia stands beside Stephen, Tyler on her other side, and feels the bond between them all. Pack. Family. Worth dying for. The sun rises higher, and they wait. At precisely noon, the Redwood pack emerges from the forest. 40 wolves, massive and battle-scarred, led by the largest wolf Sophia has ever seen. Silas Redwood in his prime must have been terrifying. Even dying, even diminished, he's a force of nature. The two packs face each other across the clearing, predators sizing up prey. Alphas measuring strength. Silas shifts to human first, the transformation revealing a man in his 60s, gray-haired and gaunt but still radiating power, his eyes pale gold, ancient fix on Stephen. "Last chance, Owen. Surrender the Eastern Territory. Save your pack." Stephen shifts to human, standing naked and unafraid. "No. This land is ours. Earned by my father, defended by my pack. You want it? You'll have to take it from our dead hands." Silas's mouth curves in something like a smile. "So be it." He raises his hand, signaling the attack. And 40 Redwood wolves charge. Chapter 14, The Battle. Everything happens at once. The Redwood wolves surge forward like a tidal wave of fur and fangs. Stephen shifts mid-stride, his pack following suit, and the two forces collide in an explosion of violence. Stephen's strategic mind clicks into overdrive even as his wolf revels in the fight. He'd positioned his pack carefully, strongest fighters at the front, mid-range defenders protecting the flanks, Tyler and 2 other young wolves in the center with Israel as their guardian. Sophia fights beside him, her golden brown wolf moving with grace she shouldn't have after only 6 weeks of being a shifter. She's smaller than most of the Redwood wolves, but she's fast, using her size to her advantage. She darts under a massive gray wolf's attack, sinking her teeth into its leg, then dancing away before it can retaliate. "Stay close." Stephen sends through the mate bond. "Don't take unnecessary risks." "Same to you," she sends back. And there's a fierce joy in her voice that makes his heart swell even in the middle of battle. Israel has 3 Redwood wolves circling him, trying to get to Tyler. The beta fights with brutal efficiency, taking wounds but giving worse. Rebecca joins him, her rust-colored wolf a blur of teeth and claws. Between them, they create an impenetrable barrier around the young wolves. Garrett, the scarred Redwood beta, makes a beeline for Stephen. They've been building to this beta versus alpha, a challenge within the larger battle. They collide with bone-jarring force. Garrett is bigger, heavier, more experienced, but Stephen is faster, driven by the need to protect his family. They tear at each other, rolling through the dirt, both seeking the killing bite. Stephen feels Garrett's teeth close on his shoulder, feels the hot pain of tearing muscle. His wolf roars in fury and pain, but he uses the position to his advantage, twisting, using Garrett's own momentum to flip him, going for the throat. Garrett releases him, barely escaping the death blow. They circle each other, both bleeding, both assessing. Around them, the battle rages. Patricia is fighting 2 wolves at once, her smaller frame struggling against their combined weight. One of the younger Owen wolves, Thomas, goes down hard, a Redwood wolf standing over him victoriously. "No." Stephen's wolf howls, but he can't help Thomas. Can't help Patricia. He's locked in combat with Garrett, and breaking away would expose his throat. Then Sophia is there, launching herself at the wolf standing over Thomas. She's a quarter the size of her opponent, but her attack is so fierce, so unexpected, that she actually knocks the larger wolf off balance. Thomas scrambles away, injured but alive. The redwood wolf rounds on Sophia, snarling in rage. Too large, too experienced, too strong. Stephen's blood goes cold. He makes a split-second decision, leaves himself open to Garrett's attack, trusts his pack to see it and respond. Because Sophia is about to die, and he won't let that happen. He lunges for the wolf attacking Sophia. Garrett seizes the opportunity, his teeth closing on Stephen's hind leg. Pain explodes through his body as bone cracks, but Stephen doesn't stop. He crashes into the wolf, threatening Sophia, his larger mass and fury driving it away from his mate. Behind you. Sophia's voice screams through the bond. Stephen spins, but too slow. Garrett is coming for the kill. Teeth aimed at his throat. Israel appears from nowhere, slamming into Garrett with devastating force. The two betas go down in a tangle of snapping jaws and tearing claws. Stephen struggles to stand on his injured leg. Around him, the battle is turning. His pack is losing. Too outnumbered. Too overpowered. 5 of his wolves are down. He can see them breathing, injured but alive. But how long before injuries become deaths? Silas hasn't even joined the fight yet. The ancient Alpha stands at the edge of the clearing in human form, watching with satisfaction as his pack destroys Stephen's. This is it. They're going to lose. Stephen is going to watch his pack be scattered, his territory taken, possibly his son killed. No, his wolf snarls. Never. Stephen gathers his strength, preparing for one last desperate attack on Silas. If he can kill the Alpha, the redwood pack will have to retreat, regroup. It might give his pack time to escape. He limps forward, ignoring the pain in his leg, Sophia moving to support his injured side. What are you doing? She sends. Panicked. Ending this. One way or another. Stephen, no. A howl cuts through the battle. Not a redwood howl. Not a Owen howl. A stranger's howl. Everyone freezes, both packs, all wolves, even Silas. Because that howl carries power, authority, the unmistakable resonance of an alpha. From the forest a new pack emerges. 20 wolves, sleek and powerful, led by a silver-gray wolf that radiates dominance. The newcomers spread out, forming a line between the two fighting packs. The silver wolf shifts to human. A woman, maybe 50, with steel-gray hair and eyes like ice. Victoria, Alpha of the Crescent Moon Pack. Enough, she says, her voice cutting through the clearing like a blade. This battle ends now. Silas shifts to human, fury written across his gaunt face. You have no right to interfere, Victoria. I have every right. This territory dispute threatens the stability of our entire region. Victoria stands tall, unintimidated. I'm invoking council law. Section 7. Paragraph 3. Any territory dispute that threatens civilian populations or regional peace can be mediated by a neutral alpha of standing. This is between my pack and Owen. No. It's between your ego and Stephen's survival. Victoria's voice is hard. I've watched you bully smaller packs for 20 years, Silas. I've tolerated it because you kept it within reason. But this? She gestures at the battlefield, at the injured wolves. This is excessive. This is you trying to secure a legacy by destroying another alpha's home. Careful, Victoria. I have more wolves than you. Do you? Right now, in this moment, you have 40 wolves who are exhausted from fighting. I have 20 fresh wolves ready to defend Owen Pack if necessary. Victoria's smile is cold, and before you threaten me, know that Alpha Caleb and Alpha Lolita are waiting just beyond the ridge with their packs. Combined, we have 60 wolves to your 40, so please, continue with your aggression. See how that works out for you. Silas's face twists with rage. You're bluffing. On cue, 2 more howls echo through the forest. Caleb and Lolita, confirming their presence. Silas looks around at his tired pack, at the 3 groups of fresh wolves now surrounding them, at Stephen's pack still standing despite injuries. For the first time, Stephen sees fear cross the ancient alpha's face. This isn't over, Silas growls. Yes, it is. Victoria moves closer. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to take your pack and leave Owen territory. The boundaries stand as they were. No more threats, no more intimidation. In return, I won't tell the council about your illness. Silas's eyes flash. How? I have my sources. And I know that if the council learns you're dying, they'll start circling. Other alphas will see opportunity. Your pack will be vulnerable. Victoria's voice softens slightly. I don't want to destroy you, Silas. But I will protect the balance of our region. Go home. Spend your remaining time securing your pack's future through alliances and strategy, not violence. The silence stretches. Every wolf waits for Silas's response. Finally, the old alpha shifts back to wolf form. He howls not a challenge, but a retreat. His pack responds, gathering their injured, falling into formation. Garrett limps past Stephen, his scarred face showing grudging respect. This isn't over, Owen. But you fought well. Your mate too. Then the redwood pack is gone, disappearing into the forest as quickly as they came. Stephen's legs give out. The adrenaline crash hits him all at once, and he collapses. Sophia is there immediately, shifting to human, cradling his wolf head in her lap. You're okay, she says, tears streaming down her face. We're okay. We survived. Victoria shifts back to human, accepting a robe from one of her wolves. Quite the mate you have there, Owen. She's the one who called me this morning, convinced me to bring backup instead of just moral support. Stephen shifts to human, looking up at Sophia in amazement. You did what? I called Victoria at dawn. Told her we needed more than political support, we needed physical presence. That Silas wouldn't back down to words, only force. Sophia's hands shake as she touches his face. I know I should have told you. But you would have said it was too risky. And I couldn't just wait for us to die. Stephen pulls her down and kisses her. You saved us. You brilliant, incredible, perfect woman. You saved all of us. We saved each other, Sophia corrects. That's what pack does. The aftermath of battle is always chaos. Injuries need tending. Wolves need shifting back to human. Adrenaline needs processing. Victoria's pack helps their medic assessing the wounded while their fighters secure the perimeter. Tyler finds them, his small human body launching into Stephen's arms. Dad, I thought I was so scared. I'm okay. We're all okay. Stephen holds his son close, breathing in his scent, reassuring himself Tyler is safe. You followed orders? Israel wouldn't let me fight even when I wanted to. He said my job was to survive, and to watch and learn. Tyler pulls back, his eyes suspiciously bright. I learned that fighting is scary, and I never want to do it again. Good. That's the right lesson. Israel limps over, his human form sporting numerous cuts and a spectacular black eye. That was insane. I thought we were done for. We would have been without Victoria. Stephen clasps his second shoulder. Thank you. For protecting Tyler. For fighting Garrett when I couldn't. That's what pack does. Israel grins despite his injuries. Plus someone has to keep you from doing stupid heroic things. The pack gathers slowly, accounting for everyone. 5 wolves are seriously injured but will heal with time and rest. No deaths. Considering what they faced, it's miraculous. Patricia approaches, limping but smiling. We did it. We actually did it. We did. Sophia agrees. Though I think I'm going to be sore for a week. Try a month, Patricia laughs. But you earned those bruises, alpha mate. You fought like you were born to it. Rebecca is the last to approach. The rust-colored shifter has been standoffish with Sophia since the mating ceremony. But now she offers a genuine nod of respect. You proved yourself today. Not just as Stephen's mate, but as a warrior, a strategist, a leader. You have my loyalty. Thank you, Sophia says, understanding the significance of that statement. Victoria watches it all with approval. When Stephen approaches to thank her, she waves it off. Your mate did the heavy lifting. She's the one who convinced me this was worth risking my pack for. How did she convince you? She said that if I let Owen pack fall because I was too afraid to act, I'd be no better than Silas. That real leadership means protecting those who can't protect themselves. Victoria smiles. She shamed me into doing the right thing. I respect that. I owe you a debt. Yes, you do. But we'll discuss terms later. Right now, your pack needs you. Victoria shifts back to wolf form, her pack following suit. We'll patrol the borders tonight. Make sure Silas doesn't change his mind and come back. Rest. Heal. You've earned it. As Victoria's pack melts into the forest, Stephen surveys his pack injured, exhausted, but alive and triumphant. Speech. Someone calls. Alpha, give us a speech. Stephen shifts to human, standing despite his broken leg. The pack quiets, all eyes on him. Today, we faced impossible odds. We were outnumbered, outmatched, staring down death. But we stood together. We fought together. And we survived together. His voice strengthens. That's what pack means. Not just fighting side by side, but trusting each other, supporting each other, sacrificing for each other. He looks at Sophia, at Tyler, at every member of his pack. Some of you were born into this pack, some of you chose it, but all of you, every single one of you proved today that unpack is worth fighting for, worth dying for. And I am honored, so deeply honored to be your alpha. The pack howls, a sound of victory, and relief, and joy. Tyler tugs on Steven's hand. Can we go home now? I'm tired. Yeah, buddy, we can go home. They walk back to the house together, Steven limping, Sophia supporting him, Tyler between them, the pack following. They're battered and bloody and victorious. And for the first time in 3 years, Steven feels peace. His pack is safe, his territory is secure, his family is whole. This is what he fought for, what Geneva never got to have. And he's going to spend every remaining day of his very long life being grateful for it. Chapter 15. Healing. The next 3 days pass in a blur of recovery. Sophia's body aches in ways she didn't know were possible. Every muscle is bruised, every bone sore. Her wolf healing is working cuts close faster than they should. Bruises fade in hours instead of days, but she's still learning to trust the process. Steven's broken leg heals within 48 hours, the bone knitting back together with shifter efficiency. By day 3, he's walking without a limp, though Sophia catches him favoring it when he thinks no one's watching. The pack settles back into routine slowly. Training sessions resume, but gentler. Patrols continue, but with Victoria's wolves providing backup, life returns to normal, or as normal as it gets after nearly dying. Tyler has nightmares the first 2 nights. Sophia hears him crying and goes to comfort him, finding the boy tangled in his sheets, Storm pressed anxiously against his side. I keep seeing the big wolves coming for us, Tyler whispers as Sophia holds him. What if they come back? They won't. Victoria made sure of that. And if they do, we'll be ready. I was so scared, Sophia. I wanted to fight, but I was too scared. Being scared doesn't make you weak, it makes you smart. She strokes his hair. Your dad and I were scared too, but we fought anyway, because that's what you do when you love someone. You push through the fear. Do you think Mom was scared, before the fire? The question catches Sophia off guard. I think she was, but not of the fire. I think she was scared of not being strong enough to keep going. Tyler is quiet for a long moment. I'm glad you're not like her. I'm glad you're strong. Your mom was strong too, Tyler, just in different ways, and she loved you so much. I know. But I love you too. Is that okay? To love you both? Sophia's throat tightens. It's more than okay. It's perfect. You're allowed to love as many people as your heart can hold. Tyler falls asleep against her, and Sophia stays until she's sure he's settled. When she returns to her bedroom, she finds Steven standing at the window, staring out at the forest. He called you Mom earlier, Steven says without turning, when he was half asleep. He said stay Mom, before he realized what he said and corrected himself. How do you feel about that? Grateful, terrified, unworthy. He turns to face her. Geneva was his mother. I don't want him to forget her. He won't. But Steven, he needs a mother figure now. Someone who's here, present, alive. Sophia moves to him. I'm not trying to replace Geneva, but I am trying to be what Tyler needs. Is that okay? It's more than okay. Steven pulls her close. You're everything we need, both of us. They stand together, watching the moon rise, both thinking about how close they came to losing everything. On the 4th day after the battle, Victoria returns with news. Silas Redwood is dead, she announces without preamble. The words land like stones. Steven, Sophia, and Israel are in the office when Victoria arrives, and they all freeze. When? Steven asks. 2 days ago. Heart failure, according to his pack doctor. His illness finally caught up with him. Victoria sits, accepting the tea Patricia brings. His son, Jonathan, is Alpha now. He sent a formal message requesting peace talks. Jonathan. Steven's expression is unreadable. He's reasonable. Not like his father. He's also weak. Taking over a pack when the previous Alpha died in disgrace, his position is precarious. Victoria sips her tea. Which works in your favor? Jonathan wants to make peace, solidify alliances, show he's a better leader than Silas. He's offering a formal treaty. What kind of treaty? Mutual non-aggression. shared hunting rights in the buffer zone between territories, and Victoria pauses. A formal apology for his father's actions. Sophia blinks. An apology? Jonathan recognizes that Silas was in the wrong. The territory grab was unjustified, the threats to your family inexcusable. He wants to make amends. Stephen leans back in his chair, processing. And in return? Support. When other packs inevitably challenge his leadership, he wants assurance that unpack won't join them. That you'll respect his authority as Alpha. That's all? That's all. He's trying to clean up his father's messes. Make the Redwood pack respectable again. Victoria sets down her tea. I've advised him that you're a reasonable Alpha. That if he approaches you with honesty and respect, you'll respond in kind. Was I wrong? No, you weren't wrong. Stephen looks at Sophia, then Israel. What do you think? I think we'd be fools to keep fighting when peace is offered, Israel says. The pack needs time to recover. Another battle would destroy us. I agree, Sophia adds. And showing mercy to Jonathan, acknowledging that he's not his father, that sends a message to other packs too. That we're strong enough to choose peace. Stephen nods slowly. Set up the meeting. Neutral ground. I'll hear what Jonathan has to say. The peace talks happen 5 days later in Victoria's territory, neutral ground where both packs can meet safely. Jonathan Redwood is younger than Sophia expected, maybe 35, with his father's golden eyes but none of his cruelty. He looks tired, worn down by the burden of sudden leadership. Alpha Owen, Jonathan says, offering his hand. Thank you for meeting with me. Alpha Redwood, Stephen replies, shaking it. My condolences on your father's passing. Thank you. Though we both know his death solved problems for both our packs. Jonathan's honesty is refreshing. I won't pretend my father was a good man in his final years. The illness made him paranoid, aggressive, desperate. He hurt a lot of people, including your family. I'm here to make that right. They sit, Jonathan with Garrett at his side, Stephen with Sophia and Israel. Victoria presides as neutral mediator. I'm offering a formal treaty, Jonathan says, sliding papers across the table. Non-aggression pact, shared resources in the buffer zone, mutual defense if either pack is threatened by outside forces. In return, I ask for your political support when not if other alphas challenge my leadership. Stephen reads through the treaty carefully. Sophia watches Jonathan, trying to assess his sincerity. His scent is clean, honest, with no underlying deception. His body language is open, non-threatening. He means what he says. There's one thing missing, Stephen says finally. What's that? Lydia, your aunt. I want assurances that she'll be freed from the Northern Ridge pack, allowed to choose her own path. Jonathan's eyebrows rise. That's not my jurisdiction. She's with the Morrison pack. But you have influence with Derek Morrison. Your packs are allied. Stephen's voice is firm. Lydia helped prevent a war. She deserves freedom. Make it happen, and I'll sign your treaty. Jonathan studies Stephen for a long moment. You still care about her. After all these years. I care about justice. Lydia is a prisoner. That's wrong, regardless of pack politics. Fair enough. Jonathan nods. I'll talk to Derek. I can't promise he'll agree, but I'll try. That acceptable? It is. They sign the treaty. Formal, binding, witnessed by Victoria. When it's done, Jonathan extends his hand again. I hope we can be more than just non-aggressive neighbors, he says. My father ruled through fear. I want to build something better. Alliance is based on mutual respect. Then prove it, Stephen says, but he shakes Jonathan's hand. Actions, not words. Understood. As the Redwood pack leaves, Garrett pauses beside Sophia. You fought well, Alpha Mate. Better than most born wolves I've seen. Thank you. Your pack is lucky to have you. Protect them fiercely. He nods once, then follows his Alpha. Sophia watches them go, feeling the weight of the past 2 weeks finally lifting. It's over. Really, truly over. We did it, she says, taking Stephen's hand. You did it. You saved us, negotiated peace, protected our family. Stephen pulls her close. I couldn't have done this without you. That's what mates do. We save each other. Victoria approaches, smiling. You two are sickeningly adorable. But effective. I'm impressed. Thank you, Sophia says sincerely. For everything. We'd be dead without your help. You would have found another way. You're resourceful. Victoria's expression grows serious. But Sophia, a word of advice? Being alpha mate isn't just about fighting and strategy. It's about politics, alliances, knowing when to show mercy and when to be ruthless. You're learning, but you have a long way to go. I know. Will you help me? Teach me? Victoria's smile returns. I thought you'd never ask. Come visit Crescent Moon territory next month. I'll introduce you to other alpha mates. Show you how this works on a larger scale. I'd like that. They return home to find the pack preparing a celebration. News of the treaty has spread, and everyone wants to mark the end of the conflict with food, music, and joy. Tyler runs to greet them, Storm at his heels. Did we really make peace? No more fighting? No more fighting, Stephen confirms. Good. Because I'm a lover, not a fighter. Tyler's serious expression makes both Stephen and Sophia laugh. Where did you hear that? Patricia. She says I have a gentle soul. Tyler looks between them. Is that bad? Should I be tougher? You're perfect exactly as you are, Sophia says, ruffling his hair. The world needs gentle souls as much as it needs fighters. The celebration lasts into the night. Pack members share stories, laughter, relief. Children play without the shadow of war hanging over them. Even Rebecca smiles, relaxed for the first time since Sophia met her. Around midnight, Sophia finds herself on the back porch, watching the pack through the windows. Stephen joins her, wrapping his arms around her from behind. What are you thinking? He asks. That 3 months ago, I was a lonely tutor living in a tiny apartment, wondering if I'd ever find a place to belong. She leans back against him. Now I'm a werewolf alpha mate who just helped negotiate a peace treaty between warring packs. Life is weird. Good weird or bad weird. The best weird. She turns in his arms. I love this life, Stephen. I love you, Tyler, the pack, all of it. Even the scary parts. There will be more scary parts. Being a shifter, being alpha mate, it's not always celebrations and victory. I know, but we'll face them together. She kisses him softly. That's what makes it worth it. Not the power, or the immortality, or the cool wolf form. It's having people having a family worth fighting for. I love you, Stephen says, his voice rough with emotion. So much it terrifies me sometimes. Good. Because I love you just as terrifyingly much. They stand together under the stars, the sounds of their pack celebrating inside, and Sophia knows with absolute certainty. This is home. This is family. This is forever. And she wouldn't change a single thing. Later that night, after the party winds down and Tyler is asleep, Sophia and Stephen finally have a moment alone. I have something to tell you, Sophia says, her heart pounding. Stephen immediately looks concerned. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Actually, something's very right. She takes his hands. I'm pregnant. The world stops. Stephen stares at her, mouth open, completely speechless. I found out yesterday. Sophia continues, words tumbling out. I wasn't sure how to tell you with everything happening. And I know it's fast, we've only been mated for 2 months, but shifter pregnancies happen faster than human ones, and… Stephen kisses her, cutting off her nervous rambling. When he pulls back, there are tears streaming down his face. We're having a baby? We're having a baby. I'm going to be a father again. He laughs, the sound somewhere between joy and disbelief. We're going to have a baby. Are you happy? Happy? Sophia, he breaks off, pulling her close. I'm terrified and thrilled and so fucking happy I can barely breathe. A baby, our baby. Tyler's going to be a big brother. He's going to be insufferable about it. In the best way. Stephen places his hand on her still flat stomach. How far along? About 4 weeks. The pack doctor confirmed it this morning. She says everything looks healthy, normal for a shifter pregnancy, which means you'll be showing in a few weeks, and the baby will come in about 6 months instead of 9. 6 months, Sophia repeats, letting it sink in. That's so fast. Shifter bodies don't waste time. Stephen's smile is radiant. God, Sophia. A baby. We're going to have a baby. They stay like that, wrapped around each other, marveling at this new miracle. Life keeps moving forward, past tragedies, past fears, past pain. And ahead? Ahead lies possibility. A new life, a growing family, a future full of hope. Sophia has never been happier. Chapter 16. Secrets and Surprises. Stephen wants to shout the news from the rooftop. His mate is pregnant. He's going to be a father again. Tyler is going to have a sibling, but Sophia makes him wait. Let's keep it between us for a few more weeks, she says. At least until I'm past the first trimester. Shifter pregnancies might be faster, but they're also riskier in the early stages. I don't want to get everyone's hopes up, and then, she doesn't finish, but Stephen understands. Miscarriage rates among shifters are higher than humans, especially for turned shifters in their first pregnancy. Her body is still adjusting to being wolf. Adding pregnancy to the mix is risky. Okay, he agrees. We wait. But the moment you're ready, I'm telling everyone. Deal. Keeping the secret proves harder than expected. Stephen catches himself staring at Sophia constantly, his hand drifting to her stomach, his wolf purring with satisfaction every time he catches her scent, now subtly different, carrying the undertone of new life. Israel notices within 3 days. Okay. What's going on? The beta asks, cornering Stephen in his office. You've been acting weird. Happy weird. But definitely weird. I don't know what you're talking about. You're smiling at random moments. You keep watching Sophia like she might disappear. And this morning you actually hummed while doing paperwork. Paperwork, Stephen. Nobody hums during paperwork. Israel leans forward. So spill, what's happening? Stephen tries to hold out. He really does. But Israel has known him for 15 years, and the beta is relentless. Sophia's pregnant, Stephen finally admits. But you can't tell anyone. She wants to wait until it's safer to announce. Israel's face splits into a massive grin. Holy shit, congrats man, that's incredible. I know. I still can't quite believe it. How far along? 4 weeks, which means she's got about 5.5 months to go. Shifter timing, fast but efficient. Israel claps Stephen's shoulder. This is good news, really good news. The pack needs this new life, hope, a future that's not just about surviving. I know, but Israel, don't. I won't tell anyone, promise. Israel mimes, zipping his lips. But fair warning, people are going to figure it out soon. Shifter noses, remember? Once her scent changes enough, everyone will know. He's right. By week 6, Patricia pulls Sophia aside during a pack dinner. Honey, I don't mean to pry, but Patricia's eyes are knowing and kind. Are you expecting? Sophia glances at Stephen, who nods permission. Yes, but we're trying to keep it quiet for now. Just until you're sure everything's okay, I understand. Patricia hugs her gently. Congratulations. This pack is going to spoil that baby rotten. Word spreads anyway, despite their attempts at secrecy. Shifters are terrible at keeping secrets when enhanced senses are involved. By week 7, the entire pack knows. And they rally around Sophia with protective fervor. Rebecca starts teaching Sophia defensive techniques specifically designed for pregnant shifters. You're more vulnerable now. Need to know how to protect yourself and the baby if threatened. The younger pack members start building a nursery, arguing cheerfully about color schemes and furniture placement. Thomas, the wolf Sophia saved during the battle, brings her hand-carved toys he's been making in secret. For the baby. Whenever they arrive, Tyler is the last to officially find out, and his reaction is everything Stephen hoped for. I'm going to be a big brother? Tyler's eyes are huge. Really? Like a real big brother? Really, Sophia confirms. What do you think about that? Tyler considers seriously. I think I need to practice being responsible. Big brothers have to set good examples. That's very mature of you. And I need to teach them about being a wolf. And about not climbing out of windows during class. And, Tyler pauses. Wait, will they be like me? Half shifter? Probably, Stephen says. Your biological mother was human. Sophia is a turned shifter. The genetics are similar. So, they'll have to learn control too. I can help with that. Tyler is practically vibrating with excitement. I'm going to be the best big brother ever. He throws himself at Sophia, hugging her carefully around the middle. Thank you for making our family bigger. Sophia's eyes fill with tears. Pregnancy hormones, making her more emotional than usual. Thank you for being the best son I could ask for. Even though I'm not really yours, you are really mine. Biology doesn't determine family, love does. She kisses the top of his head. You're my son, Tyler, in every way that matters. Stephen watches them. His heart so full it aches. This is everything he lost with Geneva. Everything he thought he'd never have again. A mate who loves his son as her own. A growing family. Hope for the future. Week 10 brings complications. Sophia wakes in the middle of the night, gasping in pain. Stephen is awake instantly, his wolf sensing distress. What's wrong? Cramping, sharp. Sophia clutches her stomach. Stephen. Something's not right. Terror floods through him. I'm calling the doctor. Dr. Lolita Chen, the pack's physician, and a skilled shifter healer arrives within 20 minutes. She examines Sophia while Stephen paces, his wolf howling with fear and helplessness. The baby's fine, Dr. Chen finally announces. Heartbeat is strong. But Sophia, your body is struggling with the pregnancy. You're still adjusting to being a shifter. Adding pregnancy on top of that is putting strain on your system. What does that mean? Sophia asks, her voice small. It means bed rest for the next 2 weeks. Minimal shifting your wolf form puts too much stress on the pregnancy right now. And no training, no fighting, nothing strenuous. For 2 weeks? At minimum, we'll reassess then. But Sophia, I need you to take this seriously. Your body is doing something incredibly difficult, maintaining a pregnancy while still adapting to shifter physiology. If you don't rest, you could lose the baby. The words hit like a physical blow. Stephen moves to Sophia's side immediately, taking her hand. I'll rest, Sophia says. Whatever it takes. After Dr. Chen leaves, they lie together in the dark. Sophia is crying quietly, trying to hide it. I'm scared, she whispers. What if my body can't do this? What if being turned is making the pregnancy impossible? Then we'll deal with it, together. Stephen holds her close. But Sophia, you're strong. Stronger than anyone I've ever met. Your body survived the transformation. It can survive this. Geneva was turned and she had Tyler. Geneva was turned while already pregnant. Her body was doing both at once. That's different from your situation. And she did survive it. She carried Tyler full term and delivered him healthy. But Sophia breaks off. She died years later from mental illness, not from pregnancy complications. Stephen tips her face up, making her meet his eyes. You're not her. Your body is not her body. And you're going to be fine. Promise? I promise to do everything in my power to make sure you and our baby are safe and healthy. The rest is up to your incredibly stubborn will and your wolf's determination. He kisses her forehead, and both of those are formidable. Sophia manages a weak smile. You really think I'm going to be okay? I know you are. Because you're Sophia Owen. You survived foster care, you survived transformation, you survived a pack war. A little pregnancy complication isn't going to take you down. A little complication? Dr. Chen said bed rest. Okay. A medium-sized complication. Point stands. This time her smile is genuine. I love you. I love you too. Now sleep. Doctor's orders. The next 2 weeks are the longest of Stephen's life. Sophia chafes at the restrictions, hating being stuck in bed while the pack trains and patrols and lives. Stephen works from their bedroom, conducting pack business from a chair beside the bed so she's not alone. Tyler visits constantly, reading to her, telling her about his lessons, showing her his progress with shifting control. I can hold wolf form for 2 hours now, he announces proudly. Israel says that's really good for someone my age. That's incredible, sweetheart. Sophia smiles from her nest of pillows. I'm so proud of you. When you're better, can you teach me more about constellations? I want to know all the stories. Absolutely, as soon as Dr. Chen clears me. Patricia brings meals, ensuring Sophia eats enough to support both her and the baby. Israel handles the day-to-day pack administration, keeping things running smoothly. Rebecca leads training sessions, her unexpected gentleness with Sophia revealing a softer side none of them knew existed. The pack closes ranks, protecting their alpha mate and future cub with fierce devotion. On day 14, Dr. Chen returns for the follow-up exam. Well? Sophia asks anxiously as the doctor listens to the baby's heartbeat. Much better. The rest did what I hoped. Your body has adjusted. The pregnancy is stable. Doctor. Chen smiles. You can resume normal activities. Gentle training only, no shifting for another few weeks. But the crisis has passed. The relief is overwhelming. Sophia bursts into tears, happy tears this time, and Stephen holds her while she cries. We're okay, she says against his chest. The baby's okay. I told you. Stubborn will wins every time. That evening, the pack gathers for dinner. Sophia is there dressed, mobile, glowing with health and happiness. Tyler sits on one side of her, Stephen on the other, and the three of them look like what they are: a family. Israel raises his glass. To Sophia, the toughest alpha mate I've ever met. And to the new Owen cub, who's already causing trouble before they're even born. The pack cheers, glasses clinking, laughter filling the house. Sophia looks around at the faces of her pack, her family, and feels complete in a way she never has before. This is home. This is love. This is everything worth fighting for. Week 15 brings an unexpected visitor. Lydia arrives unannounced, driving up to the house in a beat-up sedan with all her belongings in the back seat. "I'm free," she says when Stephen opens the door. "Jonathan convinced Derek to release me from the Morrison pack. I'm officially a rogue wolf with no pack affiliation." "Lydia," Stephen steps aside. "Come in. What are you going to do?" "I don't know. Start over somewhere. Find a pack that will take me. Maybe travel for a while. See the world I've missed while being a prisoner." She looks around the house. "But I wanted to stop here first, to thank you." "Thank me? For caring enough to negotiate for my freedom." "You didn't have to. I'm nothing to you, a ghost from the past who caused you pain." Lydia's voice is thick with emotion. "But you fought for me anyway. That means everything." Sophia appears from the kitchen, her small baby bump just beginning to show. "Lydia, it's good to see you." Lydia's eyes go to Sophia's stomach, widening with understanding. "You're pregnant." "I am. About 4 months along now. Congratulations, both of you." Lydia's smile is genuine. "You're going to be wonderful parents. You already are, from what I've seen with Tyler. Stay for dinner," Sophia offers. "The pack would love to meet you." "I don't want to impose." "You're not imposing. You're pack adjacent, that makes you family." Sophia takes Lydia's hand. "Stay, please." Lydia stays. Dinner is warm and welcoming, the pack treating Lydia with curiosity but kindness. She tells stories of the last 20 years, the good moments mixed with the bad, the ways she survived being a political prisoner, her dreams for the future. "I think I'll head west," she says over dessert. "Find a coastal pack. Somewhere warm where the ocean meets the forest. Start fresh. If you need references, pack connections, anything, let me know," Stephen offers. "I will, thank you." Lydia looks between Stephen and Sophia. "You two are good together. Better than we ever were. I'm glad you found each other." "So am I," Sophia says, taking Stephen's hand. Lydia leaves the next morning, driving toward her new life with hope and freedom. Stephen watches her go, and feels the last piece of his past finally settle into place. Geneva is gone, mourned and remembered, but no longer a shadow over his happiness. Lydia is free, no longer a source of guilt or what-ifs. And ahead is Sophia, Tyler, their unborn child, and a future bright with possibility. For the first time in years, Stephen feels complete, whole. Home. Chapter 17. The First Crisis. Sophia's pregnancy progresses smoothly for the next month. Her wolf form remains stable when she shifts carefully, infrequently, always with Dr. Chen's supervision. The baby grows steadily, and by week 19, Sophia can feel small flutters of movement that make her cry with joy every single time. "That's our baby," she tells Stephen, pressing his hand to her stomach. "Feel that? They're saying hello." Stephen's face lights up with wonder every time the baby moves. "Hello, little one. We're waiting for you." Tyler talks to the baby constantly, telling them stories about being a wolf, about the pack, about all the adventures they'll have together. "And when you're old enough, I'll teach you how to shift," Tyler says seriously, his small hand on Sophia's belly. "It's scary at first, but I'll be there." Big brothers protect their siblings. Life settles into a comfortable rhythm. Sophia resumes teaching Tyler, adapting her lessons as her pregnancy progresses. The pack prepares for the new arrival, finishing the nursery, stockpiling supplies, planning a welcoming ceremony for when the baby is born. Everything is perfect. Until week 20, when Tyler collapses during training. Sophia is in the library when Israel bursts through the door, his face pale. "It's Tyler. Something's wrong." She's moving before he finishes speaking, running as fast as her pregnant body allows. Outside, she finds Tyler on the ground, convulsing, his eyes rolled back in his head. "What happened?" Sophia drops to her knees beside him, her healer training from her human days kicking in. She checks his airway. His pulse both clear, but his heartbeat is erratic. He was practicing shifting, Rebecca says, her voice shaken. He shifted to wolf, then back to human. Then he just collapsed. Stephen arrives seconds later, shifting from wolf to human in mid-stride. Tyler, son, can you hear me? Tyler's eyes flutter open, unfocused and confused. Dad? I don't. What happened? You collapsed. Stephen gathers him carefully. We're getting you to Dr. Chen. Now. They rush Tyler to the Pack doctor's office, a converted building on Pack land equipped for shifter medicine. Dr. Chen takes one look at Tyler and immediately starts running tests. His vitals are unstable, she says, frowning at the monitors. Heart rate is all over the place, temperature fluctuating, and his wolf signature. She breaks off, pulling Stephen aside. Sophia can't hear what they're saying, but she sees Stephen's face go white. No, he says. That's not possible, he's too young. What? Sophia demands, joining them. What's not possible? Dr. Chen looks grim. Tyler's wolf is becoming dominant. His human side and wolf side are fighting for control, and it's tearing his body apart. But he's only 8. Half-shifters don't go through dominant shifts until puberty. Usually no. But Tyler is special. His wolf is unusually strong for a half-breed, and the stress of the past few months, the territory war, the near-death experience, the changes in family structure, it's accelerated his development. Dr. Chen pulls up scans on her computer. See this? His wolf essence is trying to become permanent. If we don't stabilize him, he'll be stuck between forms, or worse, his body will shut down from the strain. Sophia's hand goes to her stomach protectively. What do we do? There's a procedure. Risky. Painful. But it can force a balance between human and wolf. Doctor. Chen looks at Stephen. It involves silver. Small amounts, injected directly into his system. It suppresses the wolf temporarily, gives his human side time to catch up developmentally. Silver is poison to shifters, Stephen says flatly. In large amounts, yes, but controlled doses can be medicinal. I've done this procedure 3 times before. Twice it worked. Once. Dr. Chen trails off. Once the child died, Stephen finishes. Yes, but without the procedure, Tyler will definitely die. With it, he has a 66% chance of survival. Sophia feels the world tilt. Tyler has a 1 in 3 chance of dying no matter what they do. There has to be another way, she says desperately. If there is, I don't know it, and we don't have time to search for alternatives. Tyler's body is failing. We need to decide, now. Stephen looks at Tyler, unconscious on the exam table, his small body fighting itself. Then he looks at Sophia, his eyes full of anguish and terror. It's your call, Sophia says softly. He's your son. I'll support whatever you decide. He's our son, Stephen corrects. We decide together. They step away from Dr. Chen, holding each other, both shaking. I can't lose him, Stephen whispers. Not Tyler. Not after everything. Then we take the risk. We give him the best chance we can. Sophia cups his face. Dr. Chen has done this before. She knows what she's doing. But if something goes wrong, then we'll deal with it. But Stephen, doing nothing guarantees we lose him. At least this gives him a fighting chance. Stephen closes his eyes, warring with himself. Finally he nods. Do it. Do the procedure. They prepare Tyler in an operating room equipped with silver-resistant materials. Dr. Chen explains the process. I'll inject controlled amounts of silver solution into his bloodstream. It'll be agonizing. Silver burns us from the inside. But the pain will force his wolf to retreat, to protect itself. Once the wolf is suppressed, Tyler's human side can strengthen and establish better balance. How long? Sophia asks. The injections take about an hour. Then we wait. If his body accepts the treatment, he'll stabilize within 12 hours. If not, Dr. Chen doesn't finish. They bring Tyler to consciousness long enough to explain what's happening. The boy is groggy, confused, but coherent enough to understand. It's going to hurt, he asks. Yes, Stephen says, refusing to lie. A lot. But we'll be right here with you. Will I die? The question steals Sophia's breath. She looks at Stephen, sees him struggling with the same impulse to comfort versus the need for honesty. We don't know, Stephen says finally. The doctor thinks you'll be okay, but there's a chance things could go wrong. Tyler processes this with a seriousness beyond his years. If I die, Will you be okay? Both of you? No, Sophia says, her voice breaking. We won't be okay. We'd be devastated. So you have to fight, Tyler. You have to be strong. And the baby? Tyler's hand reaches for Sophia's stomach. If I'm not here, will you tell them about me? About their big brother? You're going to tell them yourself, Stephen says fiercely. You're going to survive this. You're going to teach them about being a wolf, about being brave. You're going to be the best big brother. Tyler nods, trying to be brave even though Sophia can smell his fear. Okay, I'm ready. The procedure begins. Dr. Chen administers the first injection, and Tyler's scream tears through the room. It's visceral, agonizing, the sound of a child being burned from the inside out. Stephen holds Tyler's hand, his own face contorted with shared pain. Sophia holds the other hand, whispering encouragement, comfort, anything to help. The silver does its work. Tyler's wolf retreats, fighting against the poison in his system. His body convulses with each injection, his screams becoming hoarse, then silent as his voice gives out. By the time Dr. Chen administers the final dose, Tyler is barely conscious, his small body racked with tremors. Now we wait, Dr. Chen says, monitoring his vitals. The next 12 hours will tell us if it worked. They move Tyler to a recovery room. Sophia refuses to leave his side, despite her pregnancy, despite her exhaustion. Stephen stays too, the two of them keeping vigil over their son. The pack knows something is wrong. Israel comes by every hour for updates. Patricia brings food nobody eats. Rebecca stands guard outside the door, preventing anyone from disturbing them. Tyler drifts in and out of consciousness, mumbling incoherently when he's aware enough to speak. His fever spikes, then drops, then spikes again. His heartbeat stutters, stabilizes, stutters again. Hour 6 brings a crisis. Tyler starts seizing, his body rejecting the silver treatment. Dr. Chen rushes in with antidotes, stabilizers, everything she has. Come on, Tyler, Sophia begs, holding his convulsing body. Fight, please fight. You're strong, Stephen says, his voice breaking. You're a Owen. We don't give up. The seizure finally stops. Tyler goes limp. And for one horrifying moment, Sophia thinks they've lost him. Then his chest rises, falls, raises again. He's breathing. Vitals are stabilizing, Dr. Chen says, relief evident in her voice. He's through the worst of it. Hour 12 arrives, and Tyler opens his eyes. Dad. His voice is barely a whisper. Sophia? We're here, baby. Sophia smooths his hair back, tears streaming down her face. We're right here. Did it work? Is my wolf okay? Dr. Chen runs quick tests, checking readings, assessing his wolf signature. When she looks up, she's smiling. It worked. Your wolf and human sides are balanced. You're going to be okay. The relief is so intense, Sophia nearly collapses. Stephen catches her, and they hold each other over Tyler's bed, all three of them crying. You did it, Stephen tells his son. You survived. I'm tough, Tyler says weakly. Like you guys. Tougher, Sophia says. So much tougher. Tyler's recovery takes 2 weeks. The silver damaged his system, and even with shifter healing, his body needs time to repair itself. He's weak, sleeping most of the day, eating small amounts when he can. But he's alive, and that's everything. Sophia barely leaves his side. She reads to him, tells him stories, holds his hand when nightmares wake him. Her pregnancy makes the long hours uncomfortable, but she refuses to rest anywhere except the chair beside Tyler's bed. You need to take care of yourself, Patricia says gently. The baby is fine. Dr. Chen checks me daily. But Tyler needs me right now. Sophia's voice is firm. I'm not leaving him. Stephen splits his time between Tyler's bedside and pack duties, his face drawn with exhaustion and lingering fear. The near loss of his son has shaken him deeply. I keep thinking about Geneva, he admits one night while Tyler sleeps. How she couldn't handle the wolf, how it destroyed her. What if the same thing happens to Tyler? What if this is just the beginning of him falling apart? It's not, Sophia says firmly. Tyler is different. He's been raised knowing what he is, prepared for the transformation. Geneva was ambushed by it. The circumstances aren't comparable, but he's so young, 8 years old and already fighting for his life. And he won. He fought, and he won. That's what matters. Sophia takes Stephen's hand. Stop borrowing tragedy from the future. Tyler is alive. He's going to recover. and we're going to be there for him every step of the way. On day 10, Tyler sits up on his own for the first time. On day 12, he walks to the bathroom without help. On day 14, Dr. Chen clears him to go home. The pack throws a quiet celebration, no loud music or overwhelming festivities, just family gathered to welcome Tyler back to health. Tyler is still weak, still pale, but he's smiling, laughing, alive. "Thank you," he tells Sophia as she tucks him into his own bed that night. "For staying with me, for not leaving. I will never leave you," Sophia promises. "You're my son." And mothers don't abandon their children. Tyler's eyes fill with tears. "Even though I'm not really yours, you are really mine. In every way that matters." Sophia kisses his forehead. "Blood doesn't make family. Love does. And I love you, Tyler Owen. So much. I love you too." He pauses. "Can I call you Mom? For real?" Sophia's heart swells. "I would be honored." "Okay. Good night, Mom." "Good night, sweetheart." Later, in their own bed, Stephen pulls Sophia close. "He called you Mom." "He did. How do you feel?" "Complete." Sophia rests her head on his chest. Like all the pieces finally fit together. They do. We're a family. Really, truly, completely. And soon we'll be bigger. Sophia places Stephen's hand on her belly, where their baby kicks strong and steady. This little one can't wait to meet their big brother. Stephen's smile is soft and full of wonder. Neither can I. Neither can I. Chapter 18. New Beginnings. 2 months later, Sophia is ready to give birth. At 6 months pregnant by shifter standards, the equivalent of 9 months human. She's enormous, uncomfortable, and according to her, ready to meet this baby yesterday. Stephen finds her situation both adorable and terrifying. Every movement she makes, every grimace of discomfort, sends his protective instincts into overdrive. "Stop hovering," Sophia says without looking up from her book. She's in their bedroom, propped up by a mountain of pillows, her belly so large she can barely see her feet. "I'm not hovering. You've circled the room 4 times in the last 5 minutes. That's hovering. I'm patrolling, making sure everything is ready. Everything has been ready for 3 weeks. The birthing room is prepared. Dr. Chen is on call. The pack knows the protocol. There's nothing left to prepare." Sophia sets down her book, meeting his eyes. "You're scared, terrified," Stephen admits. "What if something goes wrong? What if—" "Stop. We're not doing the what if spiral again." Sophia extends her hand. "Come here." Stephen sits beside her, and she guides his hand to her belly. The baby kicks immediately, strong and insistent. "Feel that? That's our baby saying, 'I'm fine, Dad. Stop worrying.'" "I'm allowed to worry. Childbirth is dangerous, especially for shifters, especially for turned shifters. Dr. Chen says my body is handling everything perfectly. The pregnancy has been textbook healthy. I'm strong, the baby's strong, and we're going to be fine." Sophia's voice softens. "I need you to trust that. Because when labor starts, I need you calm and present. Not panicking. I'll try. That's all I ask." Tyler bursts into the room, Storm at his heels. "Mom, Dad, Israel says there's a weird smell outside. Should we be worried?" Stephen's protective instincts flare. "What kind of smell?" "Like, I don't know, different. Not pack, not redwood, not anything I've smelled before." Stephen is on his feet immediately. "Stay with your mother, lock the door behind me." "Stephen," Sophia starts. "Probably nothing, but I need to check." He kisses her forehead. "I'll be back in 10 minutes. Outside, Israel is in human form, nostrils flared, sniffing the wind. "What do you smell?" Stephen asks. "Shifter. Definitely shifter. But not wolf." Israel frowns. "Cat? Maybe? Big cat. And something else. Magic?" Rebecca emerges from the trees, her expression wary. "There's someone on the border. They're not crossing. Just waiting." "Waiting for what?" "You, apparently. They asked for the Alpha by name." Stephen exchanges a glance with Israel. "Armed?" "I don't think so. But they're powerful. I can feel it from here." They approach the border carefully, finding a figure standing just outside pack land. As they get closer, Stephen makes out details. Female, tall, with dark skin and silver-streaked hair. Her eyes glow amber but not wolf amber, cat amber. "Stephen Owen," she says, her voice rich and melodic. "I'm Kara, Alpha, of the Mountain Cat Clan. I come in peace." Mountain cats are rare shifters who turn into cougars instead of wolves. They're solitary by nature, rarely forming packs, even more rarely interacting with wolf shifters. What brings a cat to wolf territory? Stephen asks, keeping his voice neutral. A warning, and an offer. Kara's expression is serious. There's a hunter organization operating in this region. They call themselves the Silver Order. They hunt shifters, wolves, cats, bears, any of us. And they're very good at what they do. Stephen's blood runs cold. Hunters. Here? They've been tracking activity around Owen territory for 3 weeks. They know about your pack. They know about the recent territorial dispute with the Redwood pack. Kara pauses. And they know your mate is about to give birth. Every protective instinct Stephen has roars to life. How do they know that? They have informants. Possibly a shifter working with them, someone who can get close, gather intelligence. I don't know who. Kara takes a careful step forward. I'm here because the shifter community, wolves, cats, bears, all of us, we need to work together against this threat. The Silver Order doesn't discriminate. They kill all shifters equally. What do you want from me? Alliance. Information sharing. Coordinated defense. Kara's eyes are earnest. I have 3 families in my clan. 12 adults, 6 children. You have a pack of 23 adults and several young ones. Together, we're stronger. If the Silver Order attacks, we stand a better chance united. Israel steps forward. How do we know you're telling the truth? This could be a trap. You don't know. You have to trust. Kara pulls a folder from her jacket. But I brought proof. Documents stolen from a Silver Order outpost. Names, plans, target locations. Owen territory is listed. Stephen takes the folder, flipping through. It's all there, detailed maps of his territory, photographs of pack members, notes about routines and weaknesses. And circled in red. Pregnant alpha mate. Vulnerable. Priority target. Rage burns through him. Someone has been watching his family, planning to hurt Sophia and their unborn child. When? He asks, his voice deadly calm. We don't know. Soon, probably. They prefer to strike when targets are most vulnerable. A birth would be the perfect opportunity. Stephen finishes. Pack distracted. Alpha mate unable to fight. They could take out multiple wolves in one attack. Exactly. Kara's voice is grim. I'm offering to station my clan around your territory. Extra eyes, extra protection. We'll handle perimeter security while you focus on your family. Why would you do that? Cats and wolves don't typically cooperate. Because if they destroy your pack, mine is next. And then the bears, and then every other shifter group in the region. We stop them here, together, or we fall separately. Kara extends her hand. What do you say? Alpha Owen. Can cats and wolves work together? Stephen looks at Israel, who nods slowly. She's telling the truth. I can smell it. And if hunters are really coming, we need all the help we can get. Stephen shakes Kara's hand. Welcome to Owen territory. Let's coordinate defenses. Back at the house, Stephen finds Sophia pacing despite her size and discomfort. Hunters? She demands before he can speak. Tyler heard through the pack link. Hunters are targeting us. How much did he hear? Enough to know we're in danger. Sophia's hand rests protectively on her belly. How bad is it? Stephen shows her the documents, watches her face go pale as she reads, especially when she reaches the section about herself. They're planning to kill me and the baby. They're planning to try. They won't succeed. Stephen's voice is hard. I've called an emergency pack meeting. We're going full lockdown. No one leaves territory without armed escort. Kara's clan will provide additional perimeter security. And you're staying inside until after the baby is born. Stephen, no arguments. You're the most vulnerable target. I won't risk you or our child. Sophia's jaw sets stubbornly. I'm not helpless. I can still shift, still fight. You're 8 months pregnant by human standards. Fighting could trigger early labor, endanger the baby. Please, Sophia, just this once, let me protect you. She searches his face, seeing the fear he's trying to hide. Finally, she nods. Okay, I'll stay inside. But Stephen, you need to be careful too. You're just as much a target. I'm always careful. No, you're always brave. There's a difference. She pulls him close. Promise me you won't take unnecessary risks. This baby needs their father. I promise. Both of you need me. I'm not going anywhere. The pack meeting is tense. 23 wolves packed into the main house, all reading through the hunter documents, all understanding the threat. We increase patrols, Stephen announces. 4 wolves on rotation at all times. Kara's cats will handle outer perimeter. Anyone sees anything suspicious, you report immediately. What about the children? Patricia asks. Should we evacuate them? To where? If the hunters know this much about us, they probably know about our safe houses too. Stephen's expression is grim. We keep everyone close. Safety in numbers. What about a fence? Rebecca asks. We know they're coming. Why wait for them to attack? Why not strike first? Because we don't know where their base is. The documents show plans and targets, but no location. Israel points to the map. If we go hunting for them, we leave our territory vulnerable. So we just wait, sit here like prey? We prepare, Stephen says firmly. We fortify. We protect our own. And when they come, if they come, we're ready. Thomas, one of the younger wolves, raises his hand hesitantly. Alpha, if I may? I used to be military. Before I was turned. I have experience with tactical defense. I could help set up better fortifications. Do it. Whatever you need. You have my authorization. The planning continues into the night. By the time the meeting ends, they have a comprehensive defense strategy. Overlapping patrol routes. Safe rooms for the children. Weapons, caches hidden throughout the territory. Escape routes mapped and practiced. It's as ready as they can be. But Stephen knows from experience that no plan survives first contact with the enemy. 3 days later, Sophia goes into labor. It starts at dawn, a gasp, a hand pressed to her belly, her eyes wide with shock and pain. It's time, she says. The baby's coming. Stephen's carefully maintained calm evaporates. Now, the hunters don't care about our timeline. Yes, now. Another contraction hits, and Sophia doubles over. Get Dr. Chen. And Tyler. He wanted to be there for the birth. Sophia, with the hunter threat, having you vulnerable, is no different than it would be any other day. I'm giving birth whether it's convenient or not. She grips his hand hard enough to bruise. Now go get the doctor before I have this baby on our bedroom floor. Stephen has never moved faster in his life. Dr. Chen arrives within minutes, immediately taking charge. The birthing room specially prepared for shifter births is ready. Sophia is moved there. Tyler holding her hand. Stephen hovering anxiously. How long? Stephen asks. Shifter births are faster than human. Maybe 3 to 4 hours. Doctor. Chen checks Sophia's vitals. Everything looks good. The baby's in position. Now we just wait for nature to take its course. 3 to 4 hours of being completely defenseless, Stephen mutters. I can hear you, Sophia says through gritted teeth. And I'm not defenseless. I'm giving birth. There's a difference. Right. Sorry. Israel appears in the doorway. Perimeter is secure. Kara's cats report no unusual activity. How's she doing? In labor. Going to be a few hours. I'll keep watch personally. No one's getting through to this house. Israel's expression is fierce. Your family is safe, brother. Thank you. The next 3 hours are the longest of Stephen's life. Sophia labors with strength and determination, Tyler holding one hand, Stephen the other. Dr. Chen monitors everything, calm and competent. Outside, the pack maintains vigilance. Every wolf is on high alert, ready to defend their alpha mate and the baby she's bringing into the world. At hour 4, as the sun climbs high, Sophia gives one final primal scream, and their daughter is born. She's perfect. Tiny, pink, howling with healthy lungs. Dr. Chen quickly checks her over, then places her on Sophia's chest. A girl, Sophia breathes, tears streaming down her face. We have a daughter. Stephen can't speak. Can't breathe. Can only stare at this tiny miracle, this perfect blend of him and Sophia, this new life they created. Hi, baby girl, Sophia whispers. We're your parents. And this is your big brother, Tyler. Tyler leans in, his eyes huge. She's so small. You were this small once, Stephen manages, finding his voice. Welcome to the world, little one. The baby, their daughter, opens her eyes. They're amber. Bright. Clear. Undeniably shifter. She's a wolf, Tyler says with wonder. My little sister is a wolf. Dr. Chen finishes the examination. 10 fingers, 10 toes, healthy heartbeat. She's perfect. Congratulations. Sophia looks up at Stephen, her face glowing despite exhaustion. What should we name her? They've discussed names for months but never quite decided. But now, looking at their daughter, the answer comes to Stephen immediately. Hope, he says. Her name is Hope. Hope Owen. Sophia tests it. I love it. Hope it is. Israel howls from outside announcing the birth to the pack. The call is picked up, echoed, until the entire territory rings with celebration. A new Owen has been born. And despite the threat looming over them, despite the danger still lurking, Stephen feels nothing but joy. His family is whole. His daughter is healthy. His mate is strong. Whatever comes next, they'll face it together. Chapter 19. The Attack. Hope is 3 days old when the hunters attack. It happens at dusk, the vulnerable hour when day shifts to night, when visibility is poor, when even shifter senses are slightly dulled by the changing light. Sophia is nursing Hope in the nursery, Tyler reading quietly in the corner, when the first explosion rocks the house. The windows shatter. Sophia instinctively curls around the baby, protecting her with her body. Glass rains down, sharp and deadly. Tyler, Sophia shouts. Are you hurt? I'm okay. Tyler is already moving, shifting to wolf form, with the speed that comes from months of practice. His small wolf body positions itself between Sophia and the window, growling. Another explosion. This one closer. The house shakes, and Sophia hears screaming from outside, pack members under attack. The door crashes open. Stephen, in wolf form, bounds in. He shifts to human immediately. Hunters. At least 20 of them. Silver weapons. Explosives. Coordinated attack. His voice is controlled, but Sophia can smell his fear. We need to get you and Hope to the safe room. Now. What about the pack? Israel is coordinating defense. Rebecca is leading the evacuation of the children. Patricia is. Another explosion cuts him off. There's no time. Come on. Stephen scoops up Hope, still wrapped in her blanket. Sophia grabs Tyler's ruff, keeping the wolf close, and they run. The house is chaos. Smoke fills the hallways. Emergency lights flash. Somewhere, a fire alarm is screaming. They make it to the hidden safe room in the basement. Reinforced walls, independent air supply, stocked with supplies. 3 other pack members are already there with their children, Patricia marshalling everyone with calm efficiency. Alpha, Patricia says with relief. Thank God. Is everyone? Everyone we could reach is either here or fighting. Stephen hands Hope to Sophia. Lock the door behind me. Don't open it for anyone except me or Israel. If something goes wrong, if we don't come back, there's an escape tunnel. It leads 3 miles outside pack territory. Get everyone out. Stephen, no. Sophia grabs his arm. You can't go back out there, you're the alpha. If you die, if I stay here, the pack dies, they need their alpha. He cups her face, kissing her desperately. I love you. All 3 of you. Stay alive. Please. You stay alive too. Come back to us. I will. I promise. Tyler shifts back to human. Dad, I can fight. I'm strong enough now. No. Stephen's voice is absolute alpha command. Your job is to protect your mother and sister. That's what big brothers do. Understand? Tyler's jaw sets, but he nods. I understand. Good boy. Stephen shifts back to Wolf. And Sophia watches through the closing door as he bounds back up the stairs toward the fighting. The door seals. The lock engages. And Sophia is left in a reinforced room with her newborn daughter, her son, and 5 terrified pack members. While above them, their family fights for survival. The sounds of battle filter through even the reinforced walls. Explosions, gunfire, howls of pain and rage, the acrid smell of smoke and something else burning flesh. Hope nurses, oblivious to the danger. She's so small, so fragile, so perfect. 3 days old and already facing death. Tyler paces in wolf form, agitated and scared. Sophia can feel his need to fight, to protect, warring with his promise to stay. The other children huddle with their parents. One little girl, maybe 5, is crying. I want my daddy. Where's daddy? He's fighting to keep us safe, her mother says, voice shaking. He'll come back, they all will. Sophia hopes it's true, prays it's true. But she's seen the hunter documents. She knows how organized they are, how well equipped. 20 hunters with silver weapons against 23 wolves, the odds aren't good. Another explosion, bigger than the others. The safe room shakes. Dust falls from the ceiling. That was close, Patricia says quietly. She's the calmest one here. Years of experience keeping her steady. Too close. Tyler whines, pawing at the door. I know, baby, Sophia says. Even though he's not really a baby anymore. I know you want to help. But we have to trust your dad and the pack. The lights flicker. Once. Twice. Then go out completely. In the darkness, Hope starts crying. Sophia shushes her gently, rocking, trying to keep her calm. But her own heart is racing. Fear threatening to overwhelm her. Stephen, she sends through the mate bond. Please be okay. Please be alive. She feels nothing back. The bond is there, but muted, like he's too focused on fighting to respond, or too injured to. No, she won't think like that. Mom? Tyler's voice is small, young, scared. He's shifted back to human, huddling against her side. What if they don't win? Then we run. We use the escape tunnel. We survive. Sophia wraps her free arm around him, holding both her children. Whatever happens, we survive. That's what your dad would want. I don't want to run. I want to fight. Being brave isn't always about fighting. Sometimes it's about knowing when to retreat, when to protect those who can't protect themselves. She kisses the top of his head. You're being brave right now. Taking care of us. Emergency lighting kicks on dim red bulbs that cast everything in eerie shadows. And then they hear it. Footsteps above. Heavy boots. Multiple pairs. Moving methodically through the house. They're inside. Patricia whispers. One of the mothers stifles a sob. Her children cling to her, sensing their mother's fear. The footsteps get closer. Voices filter through, not pack voices. Human voices with cold, clinical tones. Basement level. There's gotta be a safe room down here somewhere. Use the thermal scanner. It'll pick up body heat through the walls. How many targets? Intel said 23 adults plus children. We've confirmed kills on 8 adults so far. 8 pack members dead. Sophia feels sick. These are people she knows. Friends, family, gone. Here. A voice right outside the safe room door. Heat signatures. Multiple targets. At least 6 adults. Several children. Perfect. Plant the charges. We blow the door. Throw in the gas grenades. Anyone who doesn't die from the explosion dies from the gas. Sophia's blood runs cold. They're going to blow the door. They're going to kill everyone in this room, including her infant daughter. Something fierce and primal rises in Sophia. Not fear anymore. Rage. These hunters threatened her family, killed her pack, and now plan to murder children. No. Sophia hands Hope to Patricia. Keep her safe. What are you doing? Patricia asks, alarm clear in her voice. What I should have done from the beginning. Sophia strips off her shirt. She's still healing from childbirth. Still weak, but she doesn't care. I'm protecting my family. You can't shift. Dr. Chen said. Dr. Chen isn't here. And I'm not letting these bastards kill my children. Sophia looks at Tyler. Stay here. Protect your sister. Mom. That's an order. Sophia shifts. The transformation is agony. Her body isn't ready, still healing from pregnancy and childbirth, hormones all wrong, wolf form unstable. But fury drives her through the pain. She emerges as a wolf smaller than usual, weaker, but teeth and claws are still deadly. Sophia, don't. Patricia shouts. But Sophia is already moving. She hits the door release, using her muzzle to trigger the emergency override. The door hisses open. 3 hunters stand outside, silver weapons raised, shocked to see a wolf bursting out of the supposedly sealed room. Sophia doesn't give them time to recover. She goes for the closest one's throat, teeth sinking into flesh. Hot blood fills her mouth. The hunter screams, trying to shake her off, but she holds on. Bone crunches. The screaming stops. The second hunter fires. Silver bullet grazes her side, burning, poisonous agony. Sophia yelps but doesn't stop. She launches at him, knocking the gun aside, going for his face. The third hunter is smarter. He throws a gas grenade into the safe room. No. Sophia tries to stop him, but she's already fighting the second hunter. She hears Patricia scream, hears children coughing, as the gas spreads. Hope, Tyler, everyone she loves is in that room with poison gas. Sophia abandons the second hunter, racing back to the safe room. But the third hunter blocks her path, silver knife gleaming. Got you now, bitch. The knife comes down. Sophia twists, but too slow. The blade sinks into her shoulder, silver burning through her like acid. She howls in pain, collapsing. The hunter raises the knife for the killing blow. A black blur slams into him from the side. Stephen, massive, furious, covered in blood that isn't all his own. He tears into the hunter with savage efficiency. No mercy. No hesitation. Within seconds, the hunter is dead. The second hunter tries to run. Israel appears, cutting off his escape. The beta's teeth close on the hunter's spine. He goes down without a sound. Stephen shifts to human, rushing to Sophia. No, no, no. Sophia, stay with me. The safe room. She gasps. Gas. Tyler and Hope. Stephen is moving before she finishes. He plunges into the safe room, through the gas that's toxic to shifters, emerging seconds later with Hope in one arm and Tyler under the other. Both are coughing but conscious. Israel helps evacuate the others. Patricia and the mothers carry their children out, all of them affected by the gas but alive. Dr. Chen! Stephen shouts. Now. The pack doctor appears, miraculously uninjured, her medical bag ready. She takes in the scene. Sophia with a silver knife still embedded in her shoulder, gas-affected children, blood everywhere, and immediately starts triaging. Sophia first. Silver poisoning is the most immediate threat. Dr. Chen kneels beside her. This is going to hurt. She yanks the knife out. Sophia screams she can't help it. The silver has spread through her system, burning from the inside. Hold her down, Dr. Chen orders. Stephen and Israel pin her as Dr. Chen pours something on the wound. It feels like liquid fire. Sophia thrashes, her wolf howling in agony. The baby. Sophia gasps. Is Hope okay? She's fine. Tyler's fine. Everyone's fine. Stephen's voice breaks. You saved them. You stubborn, reckless, incredible woman. You saved everyone. The hunters? Dead. All of them. We won. Israel's voice is grim. But we paid for it. Sophia knows what he means. 8 confirmed kills. 8 pack members who won't be coming home. Dr. Chen finishes treating the wound. You'll live. But shifting this soon after birth did serious damage. You need weeks of bed rest. No shifting, no training, no stress. Bed rest, Sophia repeats. After all that, bed rest. Yes. Doctor's orders. Dr. Chen moves to treat the children. Now let me check everyone else. Sophia shifts back to human, every muscle screaming protest. Stephen wraps her in his shirt, holding her close. You could have died, he says against her hair. But I didn't. Sophia, they were going to kill our children. What was I supposed to do? Sit there and watch? She pulls back, meeting his eyes. I'm not helpless, Stephen. I'm a mother. And mothers protect their young. Despite everything, the death, the destruction, the pain, Stephen smiles. You're incredible. And I love you. I love you too. Now where's our daughter? The aftermath is devastating. 8 pack members dead. Thomas, who'd helped set up defenses. Rachel, who'd been pregnant with her first child. Caleb and Lolita, mated for 20 years. 4 others, all brave, all mourned. The house is destroyed, one wing completely collapsed, another on fire. It'll take months to rebuild. But they're alive. The children are safe. And the hunter threat, at least this immediate one, is eliminated. The pack gathers at dawn to honor their fallen. 8 pyres burn as the sun rises, smoke carrying their spirits to whatever comes next. Tyler stands between Sophia and Stephen, holding his baby sister. Hope is sleeping, unaware of the sacrifice that saved her life. They died protecting us, Tyler says quietly. Protecting Hope. They died protecting Pack, Stephen corrects. That's what we do. We protect our own. Even when it costs everything? Especially then. Stephen pulls his family close. This pack, this family is worth dying for. But more importantly, it's worth living for. That's what they'd want. For us to survive, to thrive, to honor their sacrifice by building something better. As the pyres burn down to embers, the pack begins to plan. Rebuild the house, strengthen defenses, reach out to allies, Victoria, Kara, Jonathan, and build a coalition strong enough that no hunter organization would dare attack again. They've lost. But they've survived. And survival, for shifters, is its own kind of victory. Epilogue. 1 year later. Sophia stands in the rebuilt kitchen, watching through the window as Tyler plays with Hope in the backyard. 1 year. 1 year since the hunter attack. 1 year since they lost 8 pack members. 1 year since everything changed. The house is beautiful now, rebuilt, stronger than before, with reinforced walls and hidden safe rooms. The scars of that terrible night have been covered, but not forgotten. A memorial garden stands where the pyres burned, 8 trees planted in honor of the fallen. Hope toddles after her brother, her chubby legs unsteady but determined. She's just learned to walk early, even for a shifter child. At 13 months old, she's bright, energetic, and absolutely fearless. Tai-Tai, she shouts, her baby voice making his name into 2 syllables. Wait. Tyler, now 9, and growing so fast Sophia can barely keep him in clothes, turns and scoops her up, spinning her around. Hope's delighted laughter echoes across the yard. Careful with your sister, Sophia calls out the window. I'm always careful, Tyler calls back, but he sets Hope down more gently. Strong arms wrap around Sophia from behind. She leans into Stephen's warmth, breathing in his familiar scent. They're good together, he murmurs against her hair. They are. He's so patient with her. He's had good teachers. Stephen's hand splays across her stomach, still flat, but not for long. How are you feeling? Nauseous, exhausted, emotional. Sophia turns in his arms, smiling despite her symptoms. Pregnant. They'd found out 2 weeks ago, another baby on the way. Sophia is barely 8 weeks along, but already her body is responding to the pregnancy. This time, though, she knows what to expect. This time, she's prepared. When should we tell Tyler? Stephen asks. Soon. I want to make sure everything is stable first. Last time. This time is different. You're stronger now, experienced, and Dr. Chen says everything looks perfect. He kisses her forehead. But we'll wait until you're ready. The back door bursts open and Tyler runs in, Hope toddling behind him. Storm follows, his massive wolf dog body barely fitting through the doorway. Mom! Dad! Guess what? Tyler is breathless with excitement. Hope shifted. Just for a second, but she did it. She was a puppy. Sophia's eyes widen. She shifted? Already? Just her hands turned to pause, but still. That's shifting. Tyler is practically bouncing. Dr. Chen said, most kids don't show signs until at least 2 years old. Our daughter is an overachiever, Stephen says dryly, but his eyes are warm with pride. Hope babbles something incomprehensible and holds up her hands. They're human now. But Sophia can see the faint glow of amber in her daughter's eyes, the wolf just beneath the surface. That's amazing, baby girl, Sophia says, picking Hope up. But let's not shift again until you're bigger, okay? You need to learn control first. Control, Hope repeats seriously, then giggles and buries her face in Sophia's neck. A knock at the door interrupts the family moment. Israel pokes his head in, grinning. Sorry to interrupt, but we have visitors. Victoria and her pack just arrived. Already? Stephen checks his watch. The summit isn't until tomorrow. She said she wanted to get here early, see the new house, spend time with the pack. Israel's grin widens, and she brought someone with her. Someone you'll want to see. They walk outside to find Victoria's pack unloading from several vehicles. The Crescent Moon Alpha looks exactly the same, steel gray hair, ice blue eyes, commanding presence. But it's the woman standing beside her that makes Sophia gasp. Lydia? Lydia Redwood, or whatever her last name is now, looks transformed. Gone is the tired, trapped woman they met a year ago. This Lydia is radiant, her hair loose and wild, her eyes bright with happiness. She wears casual clothes and a smile that reaches her eyes. Surprise! Lydia opens her arms. I joined Victoria's pack 6 months ago. I'm officially Crescent Moon now. Sophia hugs her, genuinely delighted. You look amazing. Happy. I am happy. For the first time in 20 years, I'm actually happy. Lydia pulls back, her eyes taking in Sophia's family. And you look at you. A daughter, a son, another baby on the way, if I'm reading the signs right. How did you? Sophia starts. Shifter knows. You can't hide pregnancy from us. Lydia winks. Congratulations. More vehicles arrive, Alpha Caleb and Alpha Lolita with their packs. Then Kara with her mountain cat clan. Then, unexpectedly, Jonathan Redwood with several of his wolves. What is this? Stephen asks, looking around at the gathering shifters. Victoria steps forward. This is the Regional Shifter Summit. Your idea, remember? After the hunter attack, you proposed forming an alliance: wolves, cats, bears, anyone willing to work together for mutual protection. I remember. I just didn't expect everyone to actually show up. You united us, Stephen, Jonathan says, approaching with his hand extended. You showed that cooperation is stronger than isolation. Every alpha here owes you a debt. I don't want debts. I want partnership, equals working together. Then that's what we'll build. Victoria gestures to the gathered shifters, over 100 wolves, cats, and other shifters, all standing together on Owen land. Welcome to the first meeting of the Regional Shifter Alliance. Let's make sure what happened here never happens to any of us again. The summit lasts 3 days. Alphas gather to discuss strategy, share intelligence about hunter organizations, establish communication networks. They draw up treaties, set boundaries, create a framework for mutual defense. It's political, bureaucratic, and occasionally contentious, but it's also hopeful. Sophia watches from the sidelines, hope on her hip, as shifters who've been enemies for generations shake hands and make peace. As old grudges are set aside in favor of survival and cooperation. This is your legacy, Patricia says, joining her. You and Stephen did this. We just survived. Everyone else is doing the real work. You survived and then built something better from the ashes. That's leadership. Patricia smiles. The pack is thriving, Sophia. More than thriving. We're growing. 3 new members have asked to join in the last month. Really? Word spreads. About the alpha who married a human-turned-shifter. About the pack that defeated hunters and then forged alliances instead of seeking revenge. About the family that chooses love over tradition. Patricia's eyes are warm. You've changed what it means to be Owen Pack. Sophia looks around at pack members mingling with other shifters, at children playing without fear of attack, at Stephen standing with other alphas as equals rather than rivals. This is what she chose, what she fought for, what she nearly died for, and it's better than anything she could have imagined. That night, after the summit activities wind down, Sophia finds herself in the memorial garden. 8 trees stand in a circle: oak for strength, willow for flexibility, pine for endurance. Small plaques mark each one with a name and a brief inscription: Thomas, defender and friend; Rachel, mother and warrior; Caleb and Lolita, mated in life, united in death. Sophia runs her fingers over the plaques, remembering. These people died so her daughter could live, so the pack could survive. I wish you could see what we've built, she says softly. The alliance. The peace. You'd be proud. They are proud. Sophia turns to find Tyler standing behind her, his young face solemn. How do you know? She asks. Sometimes I dream about them. They tell me they're watching, that they're happy we survived. Tyler moves to stand beside her. Do you think that's real? Or just my brain trying to make me feel better? Does it matter? If believing they're watching gives you comfort, then believe it. Tyler nods slowly. Mom? Can I ask you something? Always. Do you ever regret it? Becoming a shifter, joining the pack, all the scary stuff that's happened. Sophia considers the question seriously. The transformation pain, the territory war, the silver poisoning, the hunter attack, nearly dying, watching pack members die. No, she says finally. Not even for a second. Really? Really. Because all of that, all the pain and fear and loss led me here. To you, to Hope, to your father, to this family and this life. She puts her arm around Tyler's shoulders. Some things are worth suffering for. And you 3? You're worth everything. Tyler leans against her, and they stand together in the memorial garden, honoring the past while looking toward the future. Later, in their bedroom, Stephen finds Sophia standing at the window, watching the moon rise. What are you thinking? He asks, wrapping his arms around her from behind. That 3 years ago, I was a lonely tutor in a tiny apartment, wondering if I'd ever find a place to belong. She leans back against him. And now I'm a werewolf alpha mate with 2 children. Soon to be 3 and a pack of over 30 wolves who would die for me. They'd die for you because you'd die for them. That's what makes you a true alpha mate. I never wanted to be an alpha mate. I just wanted to tutor a kid and maybe fall in love with his dad. How's that working out for you? Stephen's voice is amused. Pretty well, actually. Sophia turns in his arms. Better than I ever dreamed. Good. Because I have plans for us. Long-term plans. He places his hand on her still flat stomach. Many more children. Many more years. Many more adventures. How many years are we talking? 300? 400? Shifters live a long time. And I plan to spend every year of it with you. That's a lot of years. Is that a problem? Not even a little bit. Sophia kisses him softly. I love you, Stephen Owen. For the next 400 years and beyond. I love you too, Sophia Owen. My mate, my love, my life. They stand together in the moonlight, holding each other, both thinking about how far they've come. From that first day, a desperate single father looking for help, a lonely tutor looking for purpose, to this moment, standing in their rebuilt home with their family safe and their future bright. It wasn't easy. It wasn't simple. But it was worth it. Every painful transformation. Every battle fought. Every sacrifice made. All of it worth it for this. Love, family, belonging. The things that make life human. Or shifter meaningful. 5 years later, Sophia stands in the same rebuilt kitchen. But everything is different. Hope is 6 now, confident and clever, already showing alpha tendencies that make Stephen both proud and terrified. She bosses around her younger siblings, 4-year-old twins, Elliot and Geneva, named for the uncle Tyler never met, and the mother he barely remembers, with the authority of someone born to lead. Tyler is 14, tall and strong, his wolf fully integrated and controlled. He's become Israel's apprentice, training to be Beta someday. He's patient with his younger siblings, protective of his mother, and steadily becoming the man he'll one day be. The pack has grown to 52 members. The regional shifter alliance is strong, with 12 packs and 3 clans working together. Hunter attacks have decreased dramatically. Turns out organized shifters are much harder to kill than isolated ones. And Sophia is content. She's not just the tutor anymore. She's alpha mate, mother of 4, mediator between packs, and according to Victoria, one of the most respected shifter leaders in the region. Mom, Hope runs in, her dark hair flying behind her. Elliot shifted his ears. Just his ears. It's so funny. 4-year-old Elliot toddles behind her, human except for the large wolf ears sticking out of his head. He looks confused about why everyone's laughing. Geneva did it too, Hope continues. Look, Geneva, quieter than her twin but no less mischievous, proudly displays her own wolf ears, wiggling them. Partial shifting already? Sophia shakes her head, amused. You 4 are going to be the death of me. Nah-uh, Geneva says seriously. We're shifters. We're really hard to kill. Stephen enters through the back door, covered in dirt from working in the memorial garden. Is it chaos in here? It sounds like chaos. Always chaos, Sophia says, but she's smiling. The twins are partially shifting. Of course they are. Nothing in this family is ever simple. He surveys his children, Hope, teaching the twins how to shift just their hands. Elliot and Geneva, concentrating so hard, their faces scrunch up adorably. We have beautiful chaos, though. The best chaos. Tyler appears in the doorway, looking serious. Dad, Mom, there's someone here to see you. Someone unexpected. They exchange glances. Unexpected visitors can be good or bad. They walk outside to find a young woman standing at the edge of their property. She's maybe 18, with pale skin, dark eyes, and an uncertain expression. Alpha Owen? She says nervously. My name is Jenna. I'm from the Eastern Ridge Pack. Or I was. They kicked me out when I told them I didn't want to mate with the Alpha's son. I heard that Owen Pack accepts wolves who don't fit in elsewhere. Is that true? Stephen and Sophia look at each other, a whole conversation passing between them in a glance. Yes, Sophia says, stepping forward with a welcoming smile. That's true. We accept anyone who's willing to work hard, treat others with respect, and contribute to the pack. Really? Jenna's eyes fill with tears. You'd just let me join? Even though I'm not related to anyone? Even though my old pack rejected me? Family isn't about blood or acceptance from those who don't value you, Stephen says. It's about finding where you belong. And if you're willing, Sophia adds, you belong here. Jenna starts crying in earnest now. Thank you so much. Hope tugs on Sophia's shirt. Mama? Is she going to be pack now? If she wants to be, yes. Good. Then she can meet Elliot and Geneva. They need more big sisters. Hope marches over to Jenna with all the confidence of a child who's never known rejection. Hi. I'm Hope. Welcome to Owen Pack. You're going to love it here. Sophia watches Hope take Jenna's hand and lead her toward the house, chattering about pack rules and training schedules and the best places to run in wolf form. Another lost soul finds home, Stephen murmurs. Just like I did, Sophia says, just like all of us did. She looks around at her family, her pack, her life so different from what she imagined that day she drove up to interview for a tutoring position. She'd been looking for a job. She'd found a destiny. By day, she'd been hired as a tutor. By night and every hour since, she'd become so much more. Alpha mate. Mother. Leader. Protector. Wolf. And most importantly, home. She'd finally found home.